actually sent us the text, Will Hernandez. And I was like, the very first thought I had was, die! Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Let me add to the story, okay? When she sent the text, I was driving home from the Diamondbacks broadcast, okay?
Yes.
So I couldn't check it. I just saw that there were a couple texts. So when I picked up my phone, all I saw was die on all caps, metaphorically speaking. So, yes, that whole conversation had happened, but I was on the 202. So when I got out of my car, I'm like, well, Wolf's, he's got something to say.
Look, there's a real possibility Will Hernandez, of course, the starting right guard for the Arizona Cardinals, may actually get in a fight out here today, even without pads.
That's why we're talking to him first. We talked to him before he can go out there, because that'll be right before he goes out there.
That's right. I mean, we're going to talk to him before he actually gets out there on the field. Will Hernandez is my blood brother. That's what he is to me, at least. Okay, I look at him that way. He thinks exactly the way that you want every offensive lineman to think, Basinonians. You do. You want somebody who's aggressive, somebody who is going to have this protective gene. And Will Hernandez has a protective gene. Trust me on that. He doesn't care. You're going to mess with his teammate? Oh, you got a problem. And we've seen him do this from time to time. Isn't that right, J.J. Watt?
Did you turn in your list when Aaron asked for him of who you want to talk to at camp? Because Will Hernandez was admittedly pretty high on my list.
Yeah, I think I did turn it in. Did I not, Mel? I turned that thing in, right? Of course I did.
No,
yes.
absolutely not. You didn't.
Okay, thank you, Mel. I appreciate that.
She said that with such a
Mute
professional
her microphone, please.
Smile on her face.
Thank
you.
you.
The look on her face is like, oh, Wolf actually did this.
Actually brought her joy to say that.
Not. Yeah, no.
But we just literally discussed the fact that I think I send emails just to send emails.
Yeah, but I think
because no one reads them.
Well, Mel, I think you know right now. You know the guys that I would like to talk to. I think you know the type of individual. I think for the most part. Yeah, I know. I feel bad about that.
To be fair, I think she also told you face-to-face.
Are we supposed to be talking about something else other than that?
The point is, Will Hernandez, I did submit my list, so maybe that had a lot of power since you didn't. Will Hernandez was very high on my list because of the quality interview he always is.
He really is. And once again, he is the beating heart of that offensive line in terms of physicality. This is what I'm talking about. Now, I'm not saying that Will Hernandez is the best guard in the National Football League. He's a doggone good one, I can tell you that much. But I'm talking about from a rundown perspective, the physicality that he brings, the attitude, the mentality that he brings. It's infectious. It is. And the only way you know that, Basinonians, is if you're inside that huddle and you can see the look on a guy's face. That's the most beautiful thing about the huddle. It is a great thing. It is so underrated. And it's one of the reasons why when the air raid was coming in and no huddle, everybody go no huddle, it actually ruined a lot of teams because they were specifically not getting the accountability that a huddle actually brings to a field. And it does. And anyone who doesn't say, anyone who doesn't believe that a huddle brings accountability, Basinonians, they've never been in a huddle. Never forget that.
Here's Jonathan Gannon as we go into camp. I mean, they've been out here for a couple of days, but as we go into the first open practice, he talked about having an established culture now as he heads into year 2. And before I even play this, Wolf, before I even hear it, and we all hear it, I don't think we can overlook that. Like a year ago at this time, yes, he was coaching the team, but he was also trying to build a culture. And it's not like, I mean, if you neglect the culture, it will go away. So it's not like that is just suddenly not on his plate of things to do. But there's a big difference, I would think, being an NFL head coach and going into year 2 and be like, hey, let's just coach this team. We've got the culture. We've got the guys in here that we know fit the culture. Now I can coach and focus on winning games instead of changing everything in terms of the environment.
Can't wait to hear it.
Here we go.
I think there's a level of understanding that the guys that are here, they understand the expectations and they can help other players that have just onboarded, you know what I mean? So I think we talked about it before where I say something and it might not make sense at first, but when a player says to another player, this is what they mean, this is what Coach Rogers means when he's saying that, it might hit a little bit different. They might understand. It's our job as coaches to make them understand, but I think the leadership in the locker room, that's the main reason why the culture is where it needs to be.
There it is right there. It doesn't get any more base, any more simple than that. That is exactly right there. You've got this idea. Culture is nothing more than a thought, Babes and Onions. It's just a thought. This is how we're going to do things. This is what we expect of you. This is who we are, period. It's just a thought. Coaches can get up there and they talk about thoughts all the time. You need dudes who will absorb it and then walk around and regurgitate it to everybody else. The only way you're going to get that, the only way you're going to get a guy who's going to be able to regurgitate it to everybody else is if the guy believes in the stuff you're saying and absorbs it and models it. Never forget that. That is the dynamic right there, and that's the reason why this year I'm so excited, because there's never been an iteration of the Arizona Cardinals and their culture that I've enjoyed more than this one. Okay, now listen, Basin Earnings, I have no idea how many wins that's going to factor into.
No, you got to guarantee a number
idea.
right now, actually.
I have no idea, but I will tell you right now, the culture means so much to me. And anyone who has listened to me over the last 2 decades, you know that is the truth. Culture matters. And this iteration of the Arizona Cardinals culture is my favorite because of the mentality. It is, we're going to blow your face off or die trying.
When we come back, last night's win for the D-backs might have been my favorite of the season. This, you know how we always do this throughout, like we did throughout basketball season, Wolf, and you picked like the most random Suns win as your favorite of the season.
Yeah.
Last night's Diamondbacks win was certainly up there for me, okay? So when we come back, what was the best part of that win? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Royals.
And the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back, Isbell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone! Cattell does it once again. A 3-run homer. And the Diamondbacks have blown it open with a 5-run 9th inning.
The D-backs host the Pirates for a 3-game set at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame tomorrow night at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about BackFit Health and Spine. I'm so excited to get my friend Earl in. You came to me and asked me about BackFit because you were having a lot of back pain.
Absolutely, man.
What are some of the things that they did? Stem cell treatment, right?
Stem cell treatment, the electronic treatment, the chiropractic treatment, just shots for the pain. Man, I start feeling better again.
How soon was it until you started feeling better?
Man, for me, it was the first week.
Now, you said you were skeptical because it didn't work at a lot of other places.
Right.
What would you say to people out there that are listening right now that are saying, I just learned to live with it because nobody's been able to help me?
Absolutely. I would say don't give up on an opportunity to check out BackFit. They really bring you in and check you out, make sure they find out what's wrong with you, and put you on a plan that would get you up and going again. I would say don't give up. I would say go try BackFit. It's been a game changer. 9
locations in the Valley for BackFit Health and Spine. They take all major medical. Text BACK to 620-620, and we'll get you the location nearest you.
Message and data rates may apply.
Do you know what's vital for men? Getting your energy back. Vital. Feeling your best every day. Vital. Performing at work and at home? Vital. Find out how TRT can help your energy, muscle mass, and make lifestyle changes that last. Vital for men. New patients receive a free testosterone test. Go to vital4men.com today.
Now offering semaglutide for weight loss.
Ah, summer is here. Time for video calls, eating lunch at your desk, and navigating office politics.
Wait, that's not what summer's for.
But my inbox is full.
Inbox schminbox. Life is short. Summer is for getting away. Bring on the beach, the national parks, the music festivals. We gotta get out of here.
This summer, get away from the monotony in the Hyundai you've always wanted. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on right now. You can get the hottest deals of the season on many of our award-winning Hyundai models, like the tech-filled Tucson, the spacious Palisade, or the super stylish Elantra. Ignore those meeting invites and get away with the peace of mind that comes with America's best warranty. But get going, because these deals won't last. Add more joy to your journey at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Tucson for only $269 a month, or get 1.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 bonus cash. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with the chairman of the Auction Indian community and my good buddy, Robert Miguel. Robert, how are you, bud?
I'm doing wonderful, so.
Hey, we're so happy to have you involved with our PCH Give-a-thon. Why did you decide to get involved?
Giving back is part of who we are. We took the We All Win with Auction message and want everyone to know that our focus has always been on our kids of our community, but really all families across the state. We're honored to give back and help the families and kids at PCH.
Who do you know from your community that has used Phoenix Children's Hospital over the years?
We've had multiple community members have to go to PCH, and we're lucky to have such a great hospital in our own backyard. We want to be known as a community leader, and we'll help in any way we can. We're so blessed to be a part of this year's PCH Give-a-thon.
Robert, that is absolutely fantastic. And for Phoenix Children's Hospital,
the kids all win with Auction.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday morning. Is Kevin Durant a go for Paris? That and the latest from Cardinals camp. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, before we get into baseball here, Wolf, I'll give you the very latest from Cardinals camp. The field is officially rolling in, and White Pants Guy is back.
There it is right there. You have to say it, Basinonians, when you see him. You have to see the Betty Crocker cookie sheet being pushed into State Farm Stadium here. And if that's happening, White Pants Guy is here.
That's really where, I mean, our setup this year is great. We're right here on the concourse. We're closer to the field. You're going to be able to hear what's going on in the background around us as people start to file in here in a little bit. That's really, we need to do the show from that field as it's moving.
Yes.
It's just we start the show outside and finish it over there by the scoreboard.
Once again, I mean, it's slow. It's coming in very slowly, right? And what's weird about it, Basinonians, White Pants Guy, he always wears white pants whenever the field is coming in.
Wouldn't be White Pants Guy if he didn't.
He's always wearing white pants, and he always stays within, I would say, a 2-foot radius of the field. He lets the thing bump up against him to push himself forward. And it's got to be because he's standing at an off button where he can shut the entire process down.
We should just have him on and ask him.
I'm
seriously, probably yell to him this year. We're closer.
That. Mel, can we do that? Let's see if we can't get White Pants Guy on here and talk to him about what is his job.
It feels like he's kind of busy right now.
It's got to be OSHA or something like that. Yeah, but at some point in time, he's going to be done. Let's bring him up.
Maybe he has to go do white pants
things
things somewhere
else.
else.
Buddy? What are you doing?
What if his last name is White? How great would that be? Almost as great as the Diamondbacks winning in Kansas City last night, Wolf, winning another series. How many times am I going to call the Royals the Chiefs today because we're at a football stadium and it's just all around me? But I haven't done it yet. The Royals had the 4-3 lead going into the 9th inning, and the Diamondbacks were just like, we'll just score 5. And then Paul Sewald's like, hey, if you got me a 4-run lead, I'll give up 2 and still make sure we get the win.
Oh, my goodness, Basinonians, what a win. What a win. I mean, to actually win the series based on that 9th inning and the events that happened in that 9th inning, both in the top half and the bottom half, what a way to win that game and win the series. And they just keep piling up. 10, 2, and 3 in their last 15 series right now. That's real, Luke.
That's
real.
You're going back 2 months now with that. And, you look at the standings, and I know we talked to Amiel Sadeh about this yesterday, and he was kind of like, look, I'd be lying to you if I said that I don't look at the standings ever, or, people will show him or whatever. But for the most part, it's just focus on what's in front of you. The more I look at the standings, Wolf, the more I'm kind of adopting that mentality, too, because they've improved. They were 7 games below 500 going into the game on June 1st, and they're now 3 games above 500. And they are, in a much better spot than they were almost 2 months ago. but they're still not even in a wild card spot because there's so many teams around them winning and losing each night. So I'm choosing to focus on this more like what you just said. 10-2-3 in their last 15 series. How about 6-0-1 in their last 7 series? 6-0-1, and there's some good teams in those 7 series.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, Luke. One of the things I love, though, based on Onions, 3 times the Arizona Diamondbacks took the lead in this game. 3 times they scored. Now, I will say the Kansas City Royals, I almost called them the Chiefs as well. The
It's
Kansas
inevitable
City
now.
Royals, I'm just saying right now, they answered in the bottom half of the inning in all 3 of those.
Yeah.
Okay? They just couldn't match the 5 spot, the most crooked number of all, Babes and Onions, as we all know, the 5 spot in the top of the 9th. And, you know, it's incredible, too. The guys' names, and you know I'm big on the name game, okay? Why did the Arizona Diamondbacks find a way to win this game? In the 9th inning, man, Gabby Moreno was there, and Ketel Marte. They don't win this game if Ketel Marte doesn't actually step up and say, listen, I know we've taken the lead in this game thanks to Gabby Moreno right now. I'm going yard.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and hit another one out. For the 3rd straight day, Ketel Marte hits a home run.
You got to be kidding me right now. This was a tough, resilient win by the Arizona Diamondbacks to win a series against a team that is pretty good.
Pretty good and playing pretty good baseball, too. I mean,
Yes.
not that they shut down Bobby Witt Jr. by any means, but they just went in and won a series against a team with probably the hottest hitter in baseball right now. Here's Torey Lovullo on the comeback.
We never shut down, and it was a character win. I think the guys dug as deep as they could. We made a little noise in the 8th, and I think we cycled through that frustration. I think good teams can toggle and have good and bad moments and know how to, flush it, come out, and do something like we did in the 9th inning. It's a tough environment. It's a good team. We just got one guy on and got the line moving.
I wonder how much, and maybe not last night. I mean, it's a 1-run game in the 9th. They better not check out and say, I guess we'll get them next time if you're down by 1 run. But I do wonder, Wolf, because we're seeing this now over the last month and a half, that sort of never say die, answer back mentality. I wonder how much last year's experience is playing into this now. Like Torey just said, they can kind of toggle. Like even if it's kind of like game 1 of the series, they got hammered. They lost 10-4.
Yeah.
And they come back and win the next 2, and it looked like they were basically a pitch away from losing last night, and they came back and won.
You know what's amazing to me, just listening to Torey talk right there, he just seems, he might be a little elevated in how he typically speaks, but he doesn't seem like he's, yeah, right? And I realize, they get to him a little bit later after the game and everything else, and he's had time to actually go through it. I just wonder if at some point, and next time we talk to Torey, we got to ask him that. I mean, is he aware where the cameras are or everything, where he doesn't want to show a ton of emotion, where he wants to walk down, go back into the clubhouse, of course, walk down from the dugout, walk down that tunnel, and just, does he ever just scream?
Well, I feel like in the playoffs last year.
He looks so totally poised and controlled all the time.
I mean, if you're asking me if he ever screams, yes, he screams at the home plate umpire while Salvador Perez is standing next to him.
Yes, I understand.
That's about it.
And then he waves Salvador over.
I don't think you heard me, Salvador.
Come over here. I want you to hear this.
And isn't Torey's full name Salvatore? See, it's Salvador and Salvatore out there.
Oh, my
just yelling at
goodness.
this umpire on
that was
Monday.
so awesome. But, yeah, you know what? It's amazing to me. I just think managers really work on don't get too high, don't get too low. There's going to be good things that happen in the season. There's going to be bad things that happen. Don't get too high. Don't get too low. I think Torey's a master of that.
He is very intentional when he's up there, at least at home when he's talking. It's like post-game press conference. On the road, it's a little bit different, I guess, because you're kind of just jammed in a hallway somewhere with a few media members because you're the visiting managers. They just stick you in the corner. But to answer your question, I think he's very aware. Just in the sense, not that I even think he changes what he's saying. I just think he's very intentional about how he says it.
Yeah, and also, too, again, I realize it's just a game, one of 162. I realize that. And baseball, for the most part, has been a game where coaches typically frown on a lot of emotion, all right? Right? So you used to get beaned for showing emotion on the field, running around the base paths and pumping your fist.
Or walking around the base paths like Juan Soto.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it used to be a situation where you didn't show a ton of emotion if you were a baseball player. And coaches, it used to be a situation they didn't want their guys doing that, drawing attention to themselves because they're going to draw a 92-mile-per-hour fastball. See how I did that?
You don't want to draw that to
I didn't
yourself.
want to say 98 because nobody really was throwing 98 unless you were Randy Johnson. All right?
Here's more from Torey on Gabby Moreno's approach in the ninth inning and just at the plate in general lately because, Wolf, Gabby's been a lot better at the plate for sure.
When his approach is where it's at right now, it's almost like it's slump-free. He's going to be able to see the baseball and barrel up the baseball. I'm not going to say he's going to get a hit, but he's going to be able to put a good swing on any type of pitch and determine if it's going to be a ball or a strike. He's just a really good hitter. He's the right guy in the right spot. And, behind him was Cattell, and that was another huge knock. So there's 2 big hits in the ninth inning. We talk about that. We kind of budget for those times. What are we going to look like at the most critical moment? Is somebody going to stand up there and get the job done? And tonight we did that.
Nice to have those two up in that situation, especially Cattell Marte with what he's doing now. That's 7 times this season he's homered in back-to-back games.
Yeah, once again, they don't win that game without that 3-run shot right there from Cattell Marte. But having said that, Gabby Moreno has the clutch gene. Remember, we were talking about this before based on what he did. Think of the postseason. Some of the clutch hits that Gabby Moreno would actually come up with in the postseason. His batting average in the ninth inning is over 400, Basinonians. Think about that.
That's not surprising.
Is that an accident? Ask yourself that. Is that Gabby Moreno, he's hitting over 400 in the ninth inning. That's no accident.
Where did you get that stat?
I got it off the broadcast.
Okay.
Bert last night was talking about it. It's a great stat.
And it fits, right? I mean, we saw what he did in the postseason last year. You figure he's only going to get better now in the second half of the season. The more meaningful the games are, the more meaningful his at-bats are.
Here it is right here, Basinonians. He's 13 of 29 in the ninth inning. 13 of 29.
So almost 500.
And Bert, that's your stat once again. 448 in the ninth inning is what he's hitting. 448. I'm just saying, Gabby has got the, okay, you know what, this is it. Let's go. He's got the, I'm going to handle the situation, and I'm going to do it for my team. He's got that gene. For whatever reason, pressure, I say this all the time, pressure does 2 things to people. It makes you better or it makes you worse. Rarely are you ever going to remain the same. Gabby Moreno, when it's nut cutting time, guess what? Gabby Moreno gets better.
All right, we come back. Did Budda Baker set the tone for Cardinals training camp already? I mean, who else would? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's that time again.
Walking in between those white lines and staring at another guy and saying, dude, I am going to beat you into the ground all game.
If you've been waiting for football like we've been waiting for football, you can't miss our live shows, reports, and interviews from Cards Camp. And you can get all of it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com. Boom! Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to MovingTeam6.com for more information right now, especially if you are moving right now. You don't want to move yourself. Ron Wolfley reporting. You don't want to do that, especially in the summertime here in Phoenix. No, you want Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 will take care of you. They'll take care of your family, of course, and your belongings. Just walk into your kitchen right now and say, man, do I really want to pack all this stuff up in the kitchen? Why don't I get the pros to do that? Also, your closet, walk in there, Moving Team 6. They'll pack it all, man. They offer packing services and even have a storage unit, an air-conditioned facility right here in Phoenix. Listen, they're honest, they're trustworthy, they're experienced. I know the Leaf family. What you need to do is go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com. Your move is their mission.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know about great savings going on all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Enjoy 0% APR financing for 36 months with zero down available on 2024 Ford Escapes, plus no payments for 90 days and a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Premium Care Plan. That equals zero service worries. On 2024 Ford F-150 XLT models, there's 0% APR financing for 36 months with zero down available, plus no payments for 90 days. That's right, no payments until October. And on the amazing 2023 all-electric 300-mile range Ford Lightning, there's available 0% financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 in bonus cash towards your purchase. All offers require approved credit and end July 31st, 2024, and they're all happening now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, financing at $1,389 per month per $1,000 financed through Ford Credit Financing. Finance charges accrue from date of financing on deferred payments. See dealer for full details. Dealer installed options extra, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Expires 7/31/24.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
The new Bluebell Cookies and Cream Cheesecake is cheesecake ice cream with chocolate cookie-crusted cheesecake pieces and chocolate cream-filled cookies. Again, cheesecake ice cream with chocolate cookie-crusted cheesecake pieces and chocolate cream-filled cookies. Buy two.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at Winco Foods and select Food City stores.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks scored 5 runs in the 9th inning to come back and beat the Kansas City Royals 8-6. The Dbacks won the series with the win. They are 6-0-1 in their last 7 series. The Snakes are off today before returning to Chase Field to host the Pirates tomorrow. And it's the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke, as well as Burns and Gambo, are out at camp. So make sure you stay tuned in to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as the shows will be joined by Cardinals players today. The latest is brought to you by APS. APS Solutions for Business can help you make energy efficiency upgrades more affordable. Find rebates at aps.com/business rebates.
Here at some point out there just running into each other. This is Jonathan Gannon yesterday on what it is like to coach Budda Baker.
I don't get into feelings in the future, Bob, but he got up and talked last night, and off the cuff. And, you know, he's everything we're about. You know what I mean? He practices the right way, prepares the right way. You should hear him in meetings, you know. I mean, asks a ton of questions when he probably knows the answer, but he's probably asking the question because his buddy doesn't want to ask the question, you know. And he's a phenomenal person, and he's a phenomenal player. So I'm glad Three's with us, and he's going to play a big part in what we do this year.
Man, I cannot say it enough. I talk about it all the time, and I know ad nauseum. There's a lot of people out there, you know exactly what I'm going to say, but leadership is so critical, especially when you're talking about the game of football. You've got this paradigm, this alpha male paradigm, where you've got a bunch of guys inside there. You need dudes to lead. It is imperative that they lead. And what's so great about this is Budda Baker is one of these guys that is a leader by doing first and then saying after that. And that's the best kind of leader you can possibly have in a locker room, Luke.
Oh, yeah. And I laughed the year that the Cardinals were on Hard Knocks, and the people, you could tell if they were people who didn't really know a whole lot about Budda Baker. When he had that speech, there was either the people that were like, wow, can you believe that? Like, look how fired up this guy is. Or there were the people that were like, oh, he's just doing that because the cameras are on. Yeah, no, that's not how Budda Baker works. The cameras just happened to be there. That's been him his whole career. I would guess that was him back at the University of Washington as well. Here's more from Gannon on Budda and that speech.
25 seconds before I went on. I'd like to think no, because I think I'm the show, but that was hubris. He did steal the show. Mark he talked. Michael talked. He let us off, gave an awesome talk. This is the excitement in his voice. He's ready to go. Mark talked, and I talked, and Budda finished.
Budda finished. So that is probably the way you want it to be right there, once again, especially when you have the order where your head coach goes first, before you, I should say. And then all of a sudden, bam, you're going to get up there and you're going to finish. I think it's a good way to do it.
I don't think you want to be the guy who follows Budda's speech.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be that guy either. And can you imagine how respected Budda Baker is inside that locker room? I don't know, Basinonians, if you have a situation wherever you may work and you've got your coworkers there with you. I don't know if there's somebody, I'm sure you can think of somebody that you really respect right now, whether it's your boss or not, really doesn't matter, just a coworker, somebody you really respect, right? Well, that's exactly the way the players inside the Arizona Cardinals locker room feel about Budda Baker. Why? Because of how he plays the game. Never forget that. It's always the baseline. It always is. It's how he plays the game. This is a guy that impacts every player on a football field when the Silks go on Sunday. He impacts everybody. The opposing sideline he impacts because of how he plays, because he's the smallest guy typically out there on the field. He's not the biggest, not the strongest,
Can you imagine
not the fastest.
Him working at an office?
Yeah.
I mean, he would still be giving the same speeches. He'd still be saying the same stuff. It would just be about Excel sheets and TPS reports.
And once again, I talk about Budda this way all the time, and I understand that if you've heard me, you're probably like, well, if you've said that before. I say it because it's true, and because it's real, and it exists inside that locker room. So it's super important that guys like Budda Baker lead, and Budda's doing just that.
More from Gannon. He was asked if it's common that Budda would stand up and talk like that. Sort of, maybe it wasn't spontaneous for Budda, but it wasn't planned by anybody else.
I like for our players to get up and talk. I think that's, Budda has been was a captain last year, and we won't announce captains till we get to week one. But I think it's part of when I ask if players want to be captains, there's responsibility that comes with that, and some guys don't want that, and that's fine. But one of the responsibilities is to lead vocally at times, and he has a unique gift to do that.
Would it not be great if you could just put a Budda Baker on every future Cardinals team?
Yeah.
Every team in the Valley right now, any team you want to win, just have a Budda Baker on that team.
Yes, and once again, the best leaders do, and then they say. And you need that guy. And so much of the time, it's just walking up to somebody else and challenging a teammate because he's so regarded, so respected inside that locker room. When Budda Baker comes up and eyeballs you and says, "What are you doing?" If you've got a beating heart, you're going to perk up and you're going to listen to what it is that he's saying. And that's the kind of power that a guy like Budda has.
He's basically the personification of what you've been saying you hope the Suns have.
Yes.
In that room.
Yes.
It just, everything you've been describing for the last couple months, roll it into one person, and that person is Budda Baker.
And by the way, it's okay to allow your teammates to see you're emotional. You should want to do that. This, especially football. Football is an emotional game. Are you kidding me? You get jacked up to play this game. The momentum. This is one of the things I love about the game of football. Momentum is real, Luke, in the game of football. It is real. Oh, my goodness, it is so powerful. It can fire up an entire team when that change in momentum comes. It just fires up the team. And, man, you can feel it down on the sideline. And I think Budda Baker is one of those guys who makes a play that everyone just gets jacked up about because of Budda Baker's size.
I still remember the playoff game, unfortunately, against the Rams where he got hurt and the entire bench was over there to check on him. I mean, that'll tell you all you need to know about Budda Baker. All right, we come back over to basketball. Kevin Durant might be able to play in that first game against Serbia for Team USA after all. We'll explain. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the summer savings you've been waiting for have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. You want SUVs? Earnhardt's got them with a low 0.9% APR financing rate on 2024 GMC Terrain and Buick Encore GX models. Plus, get up to a $1,500 purchase allowance on select models. And it gets better. Buy now, no payments due until October. Earnhardt's got trucks, too. 2024 GMC Sierra 1500s at 1.9% APR financing or $6,000 in purchase allowance, but they can go bigger. Drive out a GMC Denali heavy-duty model at a low rate of its own and finance for up to 84 months. That's 7 years, folks. All this and more from Earnhardt, a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. They're local, and local matters. Stop in and say hello in person or take advantage of their fully digital shopping options at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
See dealer for full details and qualifications. Terms limited and interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. Offers in 7/31/24.
Dbacks decision making.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
This summer will be heating up as the Arizona Diamondbacks look to repeat as NL champions and bring home that World Series title. Man, is it fun watching these D-backs play. The Gold Glove defense, the speed on the base paths, and the newfound power in the lineup. You don't want to miss any of the action. But if you're struggling with your vision, you're probably doing a lot more listening than watching. But we can change that. Dr. Jay Schwartz has been the team ophthalmologist for the D-backs since 2002, and he's ready to help you see the game the way you're intended to. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, or having astigmatism, it's very likely a vision correction procedure from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center that may be right from you. Dr. Schwartz offers a free LASIK evaluation and 2 years of interest-free financing. And he's got 3 locations in the Valley, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Trust me, I had LASIK surgery from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center about 15 years ago. And at age 57, I don't wear any glasses, contacts, or readers. One of the best things I've ever done. So if you want to reduce or even eliminate your need of glasses and contacts, call 480-483-EYES for your free LASIK evaluation or go online at teamidoc.com.
It's Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. Everything we create is a custom fit, from roll-down shades that create an outdoor room to motorized awnings with lighting. Visit All Pro Shade for a free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
We're a two Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E. 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and zero tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday morning. Is Kevin Durant a go for Paris? That and the latest from Cardinals camp. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil.
Well, the story yesterday was that Kevin Durant was probably not going to play in the first game of the actual Olympics against Serbia. And the story today is not that he definitely is going to, but he did scrimmage with the team today, and it's back in play. Apparently it was back in play even before he scrimmaged with the team today, that he could be ready for the opener against Serbia. Wolf, here's Brian Windhorst, who originally had the report that it's probably not going to play the first one. Here he is yesterday.
He practiced today, and it was a non-contact practice day. They didn't scrimmage. It was just a regular practice, shooting and going over preparations for Serbia. The plan is for him to scrimmage tomorrow back in Paris, where the team is going to go, and then they're going to reevaluate things when they get through that scrimmage. Now, Malika, Kevin was not happy with me when he saw the TV report that I made a couple of days ago that I wasn't sure he was going to be able to reach all the steps in order to play against Serbia on Sunday. That's because he's been working very, very hard to get back from this calf injury. Playing for the national team is extremely important to him. He's playing in his 4th Olympics.
So there's a chance that he's playing in the first game against Serbia after all that.
Yeah, first of all,
the
right.
tomorrow he was talking about is today.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that, Luke. Yeah. I appreciate that now.
I knew you knew, but for anybody driving around.
It feels good to me. It gives me a little bit of aid, comfort, and shelter to know that KD was not happy with Brian Windhorst for actually saying that.
KD did tweet out. So Team US, okay, let me go back. Steph Curry took a selfie of him and KD this morning. Yeah. Team USA tweeted it out, or X'd it out. Kevin Durant quoted it, said, "Quick question, is this miserable or happy, KD?" I don't know what that means, but they look happy in the picture. You see the picture? Look how happy they both look. Going off to Paris to beat up on Puerto Rico in basketball.
No, that is awesome right there. But again, it makes me happy because if KD felt like he was going to play, he would say, you know what, I'm playing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Don't
right?
say I'm not
he's
playing.
He's not going to get upset with him if he's saying something that is accurate, right? You wouldn't get upset with somebody who was reporting an accurate thing.
It would be kind of weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I would hope not. I'm just saying if suddenly you had Brian Windhorst and he was reporting a fact that KD's not going to play, and then KD doesn't play, how would you be upset with him?
Well, I'm taking it more just like even if he doesn't play on Sunday, he's close to being back. You know what I mean? You're right. You would think now that he's probably more likely to play on Sunday. But either way, it seems like that's kind of like he'll either play in the first game or he'll play in the second game. At least that's the way I'm interpreting it from about 7,000 miles away without my doctorate.
Yeah. Once again, I'm just saying what is fair, and Brian Windhorst was fair in what he was saying right there. He didn't say he's not going to play. He didn't say that. He said it was a question mark as to whether or not he was going to play. And, once again, that's a situation where I think KD has got to allow people like Brian Windhorst to say what is true without getting upset with them.
Yeah. Windhorst, I don't know. Maybe I interpreted it the wrong way yesterday, but I took his comments yesterday as if KD wasn't playing. He was pretty much like it's doubtful that he was going to play. But either way, I mean, we're talking about one of the 3 games. Here's Kevin Durant yesterday on his health.
each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
And here's Katie and Steph.
We got champs on the team. They just the most recent.
Are they bringing it up or?
Not at all.
Okay.
Wild at Jace every time we walked in, just like the champions here. We got champs on wild the team. Behavior. Yeah, exactly. We got champs on the team. They just the most recent. But you can see their chemistry pretty easily. They respect the game, so they're not coming in bragging or anything like that. But you respect what they've done.
There's a lot of guys on this team that have won NBA titles. There's a lot of guys on this team that have won a gold medal before, too.
Yeah. No, you know what? Honestly, I'm really optimistic based on the fact that KD did get upset.
Yeah.
I'm really optimistic that he did get upset with Brian Windhorst. I might take issue with it, yet I'm optimistic because there's no way in the world he's going to get upset with him again if he's not getting better and not going to play. I think KD, this points to at least for me right now, the arrow's pointing to the fact KD's going to play.
It sure seems like it. I mean, it definitely sounds a lot more like he's going to be a part of this team today than it did. You know, yesterday it was kind of like, well, okay, he's probably not going to play in the first game. There's only 3 games plus the medal round. He hasn't played at all. Like, why is he here? Now it seems a lot more like, yeah, okay, even if he doesn't play in that first game, get ready because he's playing. And they have looked like a team that needs Kevin Durant. I mean, they went undefeated in the tune-up games. I'm not trying to, say that they went like 2-3 or something. They went 5-0, but how many of those games were you really impressed? Like 1?
Oh yeah,
maybe 2.
Yeah, you weren't. Listen, I think we look at Team USA and we think they ought to win every game by 30. Okay,
that'd be nice.
For the most part, once again, that's just not reality. The rest of the world is playing basketball. They have caught up to the United States of America. Now, once again, not to the degree in which America is producing top athletes and basketball players, of course, not to that degree. But, again, the world, there's no doubt about it. There's so much of basketball has blown up all over the globe for the most part. And you know what? I think we're seeing that right now. Serbia is going to be a test. There's no doubt about that. But I think the Team USA, I think they can go ahead and win the whole thing without Kevin Durant. That's the way I think.
Yeah. Where are you now on well, I guess you didn't change much, but as far as watching this, because when this all started, I was like, this is going to be cool. Watching Team USA with Devin Booker playing, he's more established on the Team USA level, so he's going to be a big part of it. And Kevin Durant, and yes, Kevin Durant has done this before, but he was never on the Suns when he did it before. So it was like, okay, this is going to be cool seeing Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. There's a lot of Suns influence on this Team USA team, but then all the stuff with the KD injury and what has happened in the past when he's had a similar injury kind of puts a damper on, am I going to be watching these games saying, let's just get through this game with everybody else?
Yeah, once again, I don't think KD would ever do that. I don't think he would ever jeopardize, no matter how much he loves playing for Team USA, I don't think he would ever jeopardize his upcoming season with the team he's on in the NBA to do it.
I don't think anybody on this team would. I think it's more just that anything could happen, So, and that's sort of the way Suns fans have been conditioned over the last few years.
Well, you're remembering, of course, the fact that, this is how he tore his Achilles, right? I mean, you're bringing that up.
I mean, I'm not saying it. No, actually, I'm purposely not. A lot of guys have injuries.
Yes, but that's what happened before, right? He had the calf thing, and then he tore his Achilles.
I'm a little I feel better about it with Steve Kerr there because Steve Kerr was his coach back then. In fact,
right.
here's more from Brian Windhorst on Team USA being cautious with Kevin Durant.
The truth is that Steve Kerr has delayed his window. Initially, they said that he was going to be able to hopefully play in one of the 2 games in London. Not only did he not play in London, Steve Kerr then spelled out he wanted him to go through several practices in a scrimmage before considering him playing him ahead of Serbia. So they've slowed him down. Kevin is anxious to play, wants to play, doesn't think it's going to be an issue. So we'll see how the next few days goes, and I'm going to take a step back and not upset Kevin anymore and not take off the table on Sunday against Serbia. But he does have to get through, a couple of more days.
Boy, that really makes me feel so much better about KD actually being healthy and playing. Because now you're telling me it's Steve Kerr.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I like having that safety net who has coached him for a long time before through the highs and lows, because that makes it sound like, hey, if KD had to play a couple games ago, maybe he could have. We're just being smart with this. So,
well, Steve Kerr's been through it.
He's been through it. Did you see the look Erin gave you when you mentioned that KD injury? Like, she just gave you this look.
No, I did
like,
not see that at all, as a matter of fact, right there.
So the first game is Sunday against. It's gonna be fun. This is and so you figure Serbia's really. Their 3 group stage games are what? Serbia, South Sudan, and Puerto Rico. Serbia should be the biggest test in there.
Yeah, we all know the dynamic too of the Olympics right now. Team USA, everybody gets fired up to play Team USA.
Don't you kind of want to see them play France at some point?
I want to see them. I want to see them play a real game. That's what I want to see them play.
You're close.
Not an exhibition game. I want to see them play, because a real game is going to tap in to the intensity level that they have inside that locker room. I want to see that, because that could be scary good.
That's part of the reason why I want to see the France game, because what you're saying is right. Everybody's gonna bring their best against the U.S., right?
Yes.
But France is hosting it, so you figure the U.S. is going to be like, okay, they're getting our best, which I want to see. And I just want to see how they match up against a team with Wemby and Rudy Gobert. Like, France is going to be a weird team to play against if they have those guys out there together. So it's that's all started. They're not guaranteed to play France. That would have to be in the medal rounds. But it all starts this weekend.
Hopefully at some point in time we're going to see France, Germany. Hopefully. I'm just saying.
Aren't they in the same group? I think they're in the same group. All right, when we come back to football, we are out here at State Farm Stadium after all. What kind of goals does James Conner have for himself this season? You'll hear what he had to say next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help kids like me and Phoenix children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Dan Bickley here with my man, Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, what's going on this summer at Chapman BMW?
We got a lot going on, Bick. Financing as low as 2.99%, a great selection of certified pre-owned vehicles that have gone through an extensive inspection. And if you ever thought about going electric, we have the incredible lease deal on the BMW i4, starting at $449 a month. So come on down, say hello, and get your hookup.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did you know that flushing your water heater tank once a year can make a big difference? It removes sediment, improves efficiency, and ensures hotter water. And guess what? Christian Brothers Plumbing has an unbeatable Gambo special. $49 for a water heater inspection and flush. Preserve your tank, save money, and get peace of mind. Call Christian Brothers today at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 and ask for the Gambo special.
Wait, Sombreros is now serving breakfast starting at 7 a.m. in their drive-thrus?
That's the best news I've heard all day. Dave Burns here for Sombrros, Arizona's most loved Mexican restaurant. They're now offering their breakfast menu items starting at 7 a.m. Fresh cracked egg burritos, Mexican honey pressed coffee, homemade conchas, all at Sombrros where quality, convenience, and value come first. You could go with the spicy chorizo or the machaca beef with some of that award-winning hot sauce. Start your day the Sonoran way at Sombrros.
Hey, it's Pat. Quick trivia question for you. How far from the valley could I get if I left in my Prius on one tank of gas? Answer is Roswell, New Mexico. Can you believe it? I just did it yesterday. I ate at a great diner, hit a cool UFO museum, then called Toyota Care Roadside Assistance for a little help with my empty tank. Aliens and Toyota Care all in one day. It was out of this world. Dad joke.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on popular models like the versatile RAV4, sporty Corolla, or legendary 4Runner. Or if a truck is more your style, get low 1.99% financing for 48 months on all Tundra models. Plus, check out the all-new, all-hybrid 2025 Camrys. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with $2,169 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and end 7/31/24. See dealer for details.
If you're struggling to lose weight, here's good news. It's called RM3 from Red Mountain Weight Loss. RM3 is a natural hormone that burns fat from problem areas like your belly, hips, and thighs, helping you lose up to 20 pounds or more per month. It's safe for men and women, and it's not a stimulant, so you won't feel nervous or jittery. Red Mountain has been helping people lose weight and avoid surgery for over 25 years. But there's never been a program this successful because RM3 helps overcome issues that cause weight gain, like a slowing metabolism, hormone imbalance, or menopause. This patented medication is available only by prescription, and you can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Why leave your weight loss in the hands of an online pharmacy when you can trust the medical professionals at Red Mountain Weight Loss? Schedule your appointment today, and we'll ship medication direct to your door. Lose up to 20 pounds by this time next month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks scored 5 runs in the 9th inning to come back and beat the Kansas City Royals 8-6. The D-backs won the series with the win. They are 6-0-1 in their last 7 series. The Snakes are off today before returning to Chase Field to host the Pirates tomorrow. And it's the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke, as well as Burns and Gambo, are out at camp, so make sure you stay tuned in to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as the shows will be joined by Cardinals players today. The latest is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Need a roll-off dumpster for big summer cleanouts or renovations? Contact Waste Connections. They're easy to order and save you time and money. Waste Connections of Arizona, they want your trash.
The thing that's been missing from our life, it's football.
This is wide receiver Greg Dortch on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp, live from the farm. Wolf and Luke coming your way with training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
It feels good to be out here at State Farm Stadium, hour number 2 of the show, live from State Farm Stadium. Practice won't get underway for a couple more hours, Wolf, but there's a lot of activity on the field in front of us as they have wheeled it in. They're setting it up. They got those guys that run around now and put up the padding on the walls. All jobs that Wolf might potentially do someday.
Yeah, absolutely. White pants guy, that's the job that I want right there. But more on that as the show unfolds.
You think
right
if we talk about him so much, eventually one of his friends will be like, "Hey, dude, they won't shut up about you on the radio. Can you just wave to them?"
I think at some point in time, we're going to talk to him. That's what we're going to do right there.
He's just going to look
got
up
his name. We're going to talk to him. What do you do, dude? Seriously,
Mr. White. Here's James Conner talking about the first day of camp.
It's fun, I was looking forward, the whole off season just to get back to camp, be around all the guys and just take it day by day and get better. So yeah, it's a good first day.
And he also asked him if the another 1,000-yard season was his goal for this year. Remember, he did it last year for the first time in his career somehow.
The goal is to win, but I know that if I stay healthy, and do what I do, you know, that's definitely the floor. So, you know, I've always believed in my talent, and so I'm confident in it. I think, you know, we're going to hit that again for sure, but, you know, we got to win first, so that's all I care about. Everything else just comes with it.
Man, every time I hear James Conner talk, man, I cannot help it. I think of Mike Tomlin. I think of Mike Tomlin. It's just my own personal thought right here, based on I think Mike Tomlin knows that James Conner, he was sorry to see James Conner leave. Let's put it that way. I think, you know, they've got Najee Harris now. Of course, there's no doubt about that. I think it's one of the reasons why they drafted him is because they knew, you know what, we don't have this guy who's 6'2", 232 pounds, who can do everything. Talking about an every down back. That's James Conner. He is an every down back. He can go sub, if you want to go sub package, you want to go 11 personnel, you want to go 10 personnel, 4 wide receivers and have 1 running back because it's 3rd and 9. James Conner can be that guy and hold up. He can come out of the backfield and run routes. He can catch the ball incredibly well. He can pick up blitzing linebackers. He can run the ball in run-down situation. If you want to go 13 personnel, you want to go 22 personnel, you want to load up and blow somebody's face off, James Conner is your guy. He can do it all. That's rare in today's NFL.
It is, and he said it right there. They have a better chance of winning if he just stays healthy. That's the biggest thing, because you know what you're going to get from James Conner when he plays. That, if I were a coach, even a GM, those are the sort of players I would target. Like, you can only plan for injuries so much. I mean, there's some guys that just can never stay on the field. Maybe you avoid them or whatever. That's not James Conner. But I would want the guys that when they're on the field, you know what you're going to get. And then just kind of work from there. And James Conner is like the quintessential version of that player. If he's out there, you're getting a hard runner who can catch, and he's going to impact the game. It's just a matter of, you know, can you keep him out there after that season last year? But he's been pretty durable, really, the last few years.
Yeah, this guy is Sigma, Basinonians. He's Sigma right there. I mean, the young crunks know what I'm talking about.
Whoever taught you that word.
When I say Sigma, he's Sigma. That's who he is right there.
It's not even in the dictionary for us yet.
What?
It's not even in Aaron Maloney's
Yeah,
word.
well, it's supposed to be right there. I mean, you got to get that. Come on, Mal. Let's go. Sigma.
It's just understood.
He also slays, right? He slays.
He slays. Of course he does. I mean,
Please playbook for Wolf.
Slay. Killed it. Succeeded in something amazing.
Well, Slay has been around a long time. I'm just saying, young crunks.
You know, on fleek?
Okay, on fleek.
Maloney's playbook for Wolf.
On fleek.
The quality of being perfect or on point.
I mean, what more could you
He's
ask
Sigma.
for?
That's what he is right there, okay? I mean, he's the lead dog, basically. He just doesn't act like it.
Maloney's playbook for Wolf is the greatest thing ever.
No, that on fleek. Is that it? On fleek, man. Bruh.
Yeah, you got to say it like that, too,
Okay,
with that
yes.
accent.
Do we have more James Conner?
We do have more James Conner. It'd be hilarious if this was James Conner defining Slay right here, but it's actually not. It's him talking about the secret to playing a long career. And in fact, this says 12 to 15 years.
It's the work. It really is the work. You know, I've never talked to those guys, you know, personally about it, but, you know, you hear stories from other guys who train with them and stuff, and those guys just keep the main thing, you know. So it's all in the work, man. Staying healthy and just working out, wanting it more than everybody else wanted.
Do you know who he was talking about in regard to? I haven't been talking to those guys.
No, but I'm going to play this other cut that said that he was asked if it was hard to recover after a 1,000-yard season, and that it might be in there. Let me play the cut real quick.
Okay.
No, this is truly, you know, they're going to say whatever's cliche, but it's the best I felt, you know. It really is, and so that's why I'm really excited. Me personally, you know, I'm really just speaking for myself right here, but I'm just excited because of what I know I'm able to accomplish, and I truly feel like this is like me getting into my prime, you know. If you look at my history, my rookie year, you know, I had 32 carries on the season, and then years 2 and 3, you know, 200-some carries, and so like you look at my attempts, really, you know, I know the age and all that type of stuff. People talk about that, but this is the best I've felt, and so I know we'll do big things this year.
You know, it's amazing because there are 3 rails of running the ball, Basinonians. You can run to the left, you can run to the right, or you can run over somebody's face, okay?
Like Marshawn.
The 3rd rail of rushing the ball is running
just
over.
run through somebody's face.
Run through a face.
Just the way he said it, face. But it's the truth, right? In a gross simplification of the truth, that's exactly what it is. You can run right over somebody's face. That's James Conner at 6'3", or 6'2", 232 pounds. He chooses to run over. He chooses the third rail of rushing the football. That's going to be something I want to see what Trey Benson is like. I want to see if Trey Benson also will choose that third rail.
Yeah, Trey Benson, every time we talk about, okay, who are you going to be watching at training camp, the answer always is Marvin Harrison Jr., and then we kind of get caught up in that part of the conversation, and Wolf's always talking about how you're going to follow the butt guts, as you always say. But Trey Benson really is somebody that we all need to be watching, too, just for what you just said, to see how he runs. Like, can he step in and be James Conner if he needs to be James Conner? I want to play this other cut from James Conner talking about the vibe around this team being different.
If you don't look forward to camp, and maybe you ain't, you're in the wrong sport, wrong profession. Camp is a time where you to sharpen your skills, to get in even better shape and just do that. So, I guess I would say it's a different vibe for this team, but at the end of the day, that's still all talk. You can feel whatever, but we got Buffalo week 1, and we got to go out there and prove it. So it don't matter really how we feel. Got to execute, but we're excited.
Oh, it's so cool right there. Just listening to James Conner while the crew is putting together the goal post. You got to see this, Mason O'Needs. Have you ever seen this? It takes 8 guys to put together the goal post.
And they're always
8 guys.
It's always tilted way to the left. Like, see, here's the reality we're dealing with, Wolf. If the goalposts were like that in Week 18 last year, Matt Prater would have made those kicks, and we wouldn't have Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh.
So it's better that he missed them, and they have Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yes, I know.
now.
Just how many guys does it take to put together an NFL goalpost, Space O'Needs?
If I had to guess, I would say, you see 8 out there?
No,
well,
there are. There's a couple of guys that are still walking around.
Yeah,
they're wandering around while somebody else is doing that. It took 8 guys to put it together. Truly amazing.
It's like they're going to pull it up with ropes? Is that what's going to happen?
That's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to pull that thing up. Tell me you wouldn't like to be one of those guys pulling that thing up.
And then what do you do?
Hoist the colors!
Do you just stand there on the sidelines and be like, see those uprights? Yeah, I put those up.
Yeah. No.
They couldn't kick without me.
Right now. Look, and there it goes. There it goes, Payson.
That's a little.
The goalpost is going up right now.
This is riveting radio, too, to do the play-by-play of it.
Well,
It's something. When we come back, who was responsible for that? They're up. You're right. It is kind of it's like a metaphor for life.
Look at it right now.
There. Why isn't anybody cheering except me?
Get out the level. They're going to have the level. There it is. They're breaking the level.
There's the giant protractor. Who got the Diamondbacks the win last night? That's the question that we'll dive into next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Chaw!
D-backs at the Royals.
And the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back, Isbell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone! Cattell does it once again. A 3-run homer. And the Diamondbacks have blown it open with a 5-run 9th inning.
The D-backs host the Pirates for a 3-game set at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame tomorrow night at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. When you do, you're going to find out it's owned by Dr. Joe. Yeah, that's right. Dr. Joe, ladies and gentlemen, one of the coolest dudes I have ever met. I kid you not. Walks around, got a mohawk. Shave it off on the sides, right, Doc? He's got a mohawk, ladies and gentlemen, kind of a flat top on top right there. Wears a bow tie. Very, very cool. He's been in business for over 20 years right now. And I can tell you, he travels all over the world. All over the world, man. And he lectures and trains people all about dental implants. Do you need the all-on-4? Look at yourself right now, grinning in the mirror, right? How's that smile look? Are you able to bite into foods that you love, like an apple? Well, you know what? The all-on-4 will give you that ability. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth, you need to go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
What drives you? At 303 Car Care, we're driven to put the best detailing products in your hands. We create every formula, fill every bottle, and test every batch of 303 at our Chicago headquarters, always with quality in mind. From cleaners and coatings to our flagship aerospace protectant, you can trust that every 303 product does what the label says it's going to do. That's because 303 is driven by quality. Available at most auto retailers and Amazon.
Do you know what's vital for men? Getting your energy back. Vital. Feeling your best every day. Vital. Performing at work and at home. Vital. Find out how TRT can help your energy, muscle mass, and make lifestyle changes that last. Vital for men. New patients receive a free testosterone test. Go to vital4men.com today. Now offering semaglutide for weight loss.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Diamondbacks come home for a weekend set against the Pirates. Will they stay hot? We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, we are back here at State Farm Stadium. First open practice of 2024 for the Arizona Cardinals is less than 2 hours away. Wolf, watching them put everything together. Right? It is kind of interesting, all the stuff that, like, there's a lot of people on the field putting stuff together right now. And it's not just the uprights. But we're going to talk a little baseball because the Diamondbacks are off tonight. They're going into a huge stretch of games. I mean, they're all big now. You've got, 59 left in the season, and you're basically in a 5-team race for 2 spots. But they're especially big coming up with 3 against the Pirates at Chase Field. And then they got 3 against the Nationals, who are not totally out of this either. And then 3 more against the Pirates in Pittsburgh next Friday through Sunday. And those the Pirates are right now are a half game behind them. So that's going to be especially important. Probably won't get Paul Skeens. Won't get him this weekend. Might get him next Sunday. So it would be the 6th of the 6 games. But either way, last night was one of those wins that if you make the playoffs, you look back on the game and you're like, okay, that was a major reason why. It was nice to be on the other side of a 9th-inning rally because the Diamondbacks have been on the wrong side of that a few times here in this last month.
Well, first of all, I think it's the best way you could possibly win a series. I mean, does it get any better? You get a rubber game right there, and you come from behind, especially in the 9th inning. You post the most crooked number you can, a 5. Okay, I know you could post a 6 or a 7. It could be more crooked. I understand that, but maybe a 5, there's not a number that's more crooked than a 5. Can't even figure out if it wants to be a square or a circle.
Yeah, and I mean, it's
right?
That top part.
Okay.
Like, is it straight or is it kind of round?
It's an absolute mess.
No, you're right.
Okay, so anyways, It's that crooked number 5 that they put up in the 9th inning that was so beautiful to win this game. I don't think there's a better way you can win a series than coming from behind, posting a 5 spot in the 9th.
Well, that's what they did, and now they've won 6. They're 6-0-1 in their last 7 series, and 10-2-3 in their last 15, going back to the start of June. Ketel Marte, another home run. He homered in all 3 games against the Royals. Here's Torey Lovullo.
He's a beast. I don't know what else to say. I hope the fans, the baseball fans in Kansas City and the fans watching back home really appreciated what they saw today between he and Bobby Witt Jr., 2 really good baseball players on the same field at the same time. But Ketel, he doesn't surprise me. I've seen him do it over and over again, and he wants to be in the middle of everything. That's his personality, and it was a big knock for us today.
Yeah, you know how I love to take names. I love to narrow it down to names. Names in games, basically. It's names in games. There are always names that come to mind. Whether you win or lose the game, there are names that come to mind as to whether or not you won the game or not. Okay, but the names are there, and you know, for me, it's you boil it down. It's a gross exaggeration. It's not really taking in the truth, Basinonians, but you boil it down to maybe 2, 3, 4 people. And for me, last night, the names that stick out to me are Ryan Nelson, right? Mm-hmm. And what he did. Gabby Moreno, and what he did. And Ketel Marte. Those 3 guys, again, were there other guys that contributed? Yes, there are other guys that contributed to that win. No doubt about it. But to me, those 3 guys, those are the names of this game.
So you went Ryan Nelson, Gabby Moreno, Ketel Marte?
Yes.
Okay. I would maybe also submit Eugenio Suarez. Another just monster home run when he hits them. The guy, I mean, he's 2 for 4 last night, got the scoring started. Ryan Nelson's an interesting one, though, because his numbers weren't great last night.
His numbers were not.
But you know what he did on multiple occasions was get out of an inning with a double play. And at the time, it was like, yeah, okay, it's great, but they're still, you know, okay, they scored. Or, yeah, it's great, but they're still losing. But if he doesn't get out of those innings, I think he got out of 3 innings with double. I know he forced 3 double plays. I think he ended at least 2 of the 3 innings that way.
He was not great, no doubt about it, man. He allowed 11 base runners.
But he doubled off a few of them and kept the Diamondbacks in position where they were within a run. So, I mean, statistically, nobody's going to look at that game and be like, oh, Ryan Nelson was amazing. But he was out there for a win, and at this time of year, that's what matters.
He took the ball and went out there. Of course, he didn't have a quality start, but still, to me, he went out there, took the ball against a team that's pretty hot, went 6 innings, gave his team a chance to win the game, period. And that's what you want your starter to do. Give yourself a chance to win these games. Gabby Moreno, oh my goodness, what Gabby did, of course, and Ketel Marte, that to me is special. Those guys stood out.
Are we going to talk about Paul Sewald at all in that 9th inning, or are we just going to say that was just whatever?
Yeah, what exactly do you want to say about Paul Sewald in that situation?
I mean, that felt like the Paul Sewald experience from last year.
It was.
I got a 4-run lead.
Oh, my goodness.
That got me. I was like,
so did I. They just put the goalposts up. I thought all of a sudden somebody's hitting something. Okay. Look, yeah, you know, for me right now, it was the Paul Sewald experience, and he did put a small village on the base paths.
Let a couple guys come home.
That's right. Gave up a couple of runs right there. Suddenly it was 8-6. Oh, yeah. 8-6, and of course Salvador Perez coming to the plate with a runner on. You could just see it, right? Everyone thought, oh no, here we go. And it was weird because I thought he did it. I thought on the broadcast it was televised, ladies and gentlemen. Why am I having a hard time with that?
Wait, the game was televised?
Does anyone say televised anymore? I mean, honestly.
You're the Sigma.
Televised.
Tell us.
It was broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, on television.
Out of a box in your house.
Let's put it that way right there. It was broadcast, and I thought when he first hit the ball, I thought it was gone.
Yeah.
Because I was standing away from the television. I couldn't hear the sound that it made, but it looked like he got it.
it's just never just easy,
is
it?
And then it was a fly out, of course, to left field, so game over right there. But Paul Sewald got the save. He got the job done again.
Well, I mean, Sewald is German for save. We established that a couple weeks ago. So
well, you did.
It's actually, Lake Forest? Is that we figured out?
It was something, yes.
Paul Lake Forest.
Yes.
He was pitching more like Paul Lake Forest than Paul Save last night. But, you keep saying if Ketel Marte doesn't hit that home run, they don't win. And I agree with you in theory, except I've seen Paul Sewald pitch enough where I feel like, okay, if he only had the 1-run lead, he wouldn't have given up any runs. But if you give him a 4-run lead, he's going to go ahead and give up like 2 and put a guy on base and just kind of make things more interesting. And that's the Paul Sewald experience.
Yeah, I mean, all I could think of is you want to be a closer, right? You want to be a closer. There's a lot of guys out there that want to be a closer, but they can't be the closer because they can't get it done. Paul Sewald got it done. And again, that's what his reputation is. And it might be a little dramatic from time to time. There's some drama that's involved in it, but somehow, some way, the guy is going to get it done. It was a productive outing for Paul Sewald. He got it done. I realize he gave up a couple of runs, but in the end, you're looking to get the save, and he did.
Jock Peterson, by the way, career home run number 200. As voted by the committee, the surprise player of the first half. It's his 200th career home run. D-backs went back-to-back in that game. It was, Peterson and Walker went back-to-back. That's the 9th time this season they've gone back-to-back. And it's the 14th time this season they've had multiple home runs in the same inning. I got all the stats for you, Wolf, because every stat that was sent to me for the post-game show, I can just rattle through all these if you want.
Yeah, the one thing, too, I want to agree with you on something right here. Rarely does that happen, but still, I want to agree. Eugenio Suarez started it. He started it. That solo shot right there in the second, he started it, Basinonians, and it's really good to see that because would you say this was an important game? Once again, yes, it was an important game. Getting that lead, I realize the Royals came into the bottom of the second and tied the game up, 1-1. I realized that happened right there.
Did you see that on your television?
But to me, as a matter of fact, it was televised, and I was watching it, and it was interesting. But, again, I thought, hey, first blood was started by Eugenio, and it was finished by Ketel Marte.
It was. And with Suarez, when he hits the home runs, there are no doubters off the bat every time. Although he hit that one, and it was like, okay, that's a shot. It ended up being, 416. Peterson hit his, almost 450. Put it into the fountain. There was guys out there with those big fish nets trying to pull it out of the water. That's when you know you've done some damage.
For me, I just want to say this quickly right here. Do we have time for this? Gabby Moreno, to me, if there was one dude, if there was one guy, again, Gabby Moreno really stood out to me in what he did in that 9th inning. 2 on, 1 out. Gabby Moreno at the dish. MacArthur throws him a meatball, and Gabby Clutch Moreno gapped that ball into right center, and suddenly the Diamondbacks were up. Man, some guys, I've seen it with my own eyes. I have seen it with my own eyes. Some guys just get better when it matters most. Gabby's one of those guys.
All right, real quickly, rank the Pauls here. Sewald and Calvisi.
Oh, my goodness.
In order from most to least, appreciated by Wolf.
Paulie's a friend of mine, so I'm going to go with
Sewald or Cal? Okay, well, that's good.
No, Paulie.
Okay, because Paulie Calvisi is joining us next. Text us your thoughts to the FanDuel text line at 620 right now. We're out here at State Farm Stadium. What is Paulie looking for when the Cardinals hit the practice field? In under 2 hours, we're going to ask the Cardinals sideline reporter. He'll join us at this table next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Calvisi.
It's that time again.
Walking in between those white lines and staring at another guy and saying, dude, I am going to beat you into the ground all game.
If you've been waiting for football like we've been waiting for football, you can't miss our live shows, reports, and interviews from Cards Camp. And you can get all of it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
Boom!
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. We all know occurrences like inflation, Election cycles, new laws, interest rates can affect the financial markets in the short term, right? But my advisor over at Trajan Wealth explained to me that it doesn't make sense to keep changing the way you invest in response to the daily news. You cannot do it, brothers. They work with me to craft a strategy that is in line with my goals, my risk tolerance, and my time horizon as well. And they can do the exact same thing for you. They can help you, Trajan Wealth. Listen, the simple truth is there's more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through its next stage of life. And that is why you need Trajan Wealth, Basinonians. Pick up the phone. Give them a call today at 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
The Window Depot has everything you need to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams. Browse the aisles of in-stock cabinets available in a variety of sizes and configurations and instantly elevate your space today. Visit a showroom and let our experts guide you. Whether you're choosing from ready-to-go designs or creating a custom masterpiece, we can help you select the perfect wood type, color, and style, and top it off with unique hardware to complete your look. Find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like rowing upstream. But it's a river, a whitewater river, and the only paddles you have are pool noodles. Then when a new to-do pops up, you're like, nope, I'm already rowing upstream with these pool noodle paddles. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to get personalized discounts with a commercial auto insurance quote online, so your to-do list is smooth sailing. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverages and discounts not available in all states and subject to policy terms and underwriting.
I'm always in a hurry, and I love a good breakfast burrito. Well, Sombrer's is now serving breakfast starting at 7 a.m. in their drive-thrus. Problem solved. Dave Burns here for Sombrer's. They are committed to providing fresh, Sonoran-style Mexican breakfast at an affordable cost. Me, I love the classic bacon, cracked egg, cheese, and potato burrito with a cup of Mexican honey-pressed coffee. Add a little of that new salsa verde from Sombrer's, and now we're talking. Start your day the Sonoran way at Sombrer's.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker's services, visit parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2REPAIR.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Bear Henley, one of the owners of Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, what happens if a customer drops my name when shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, we'll automatically either upgrade them to a 3-year warranty for free, or they can opt in for 10% off their installation labor. Either way, come in and see us and experience a real difference at Walt's.
See, I told you my name was good for something. You can visit Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner, behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks scored 5 runs in the 9th inning to come back and beat the Kansas City Royals 8-6. The D-backs won the series with the win. They are 6-0-1 in their last 7 series. The Snakes are off today before returning to Chase Field to host the Pirates tomorrow. And it's the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke, as well as Burns and Gambo, are out at camp, so make sure you stay tuned in to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as the shows will be joined by Cardinals players today. Joining Wolf and Luke next, live from camp, is Cardinals sideline reporter Paulie Calvisi, who is not a player because his forehead is too big. The latest is brought to you by highestprice.com. Thinking of selling your home and would like the highest price for your home? Go to highestprice.com. That's highestprice.com. Receive multiple cash offers and start packing.
training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals camp now.
They're out here at State Farm Stadium, and they had to put a buffer between me and Wolf, and that buffer now is Paulie Calvisi. Paulie, you got the seat right between us. You have to sit right next to Wolf. How you doing?
I mean, look at this setup. Are you kidding me? It's amazing, Luke, because everything the Basin Onions here on the airways about Wolf smearing on the eye black.
You don't have any, do you, Paul?
Couldn't be further from the truth. The only thing Wolf smears on during training camp in the month of August is pancake makeup.
Oh, stop it,
If there isn't a
Paul.
camera attached, Wolf ain't broadcasting it.
You know-
Whether it's this show now, going all Hollywood Ron Wolfley,
Yes.
going TV for the Cardinals broadcast.
This is actually his personal camera. He's paid a crew to follow him around for like a Wolfley reality show.
NFL Network, the next, we got Netflix quarterback, Netflix receiver, and he's pitching Netflix Wolfley.
Yeah. Okay, Paulie. I know you have some type of makeup on you right now, don't you, Paul? Yeah, let's go now, Paulie.
I will in
You've
about an
got-
hour.
There you go.
we're gonna shoot.
No, he doesn't get the buzzer. Paulie does. He's a professional. This is what he does. I get these people, they beg me to put makeup on for the preseason games, Paul, and I'm just like, man, I'm not doing it, dude.
Who are these people? Like producers or viewers?
They're people that are in the truck.
Oh, well.
Put some makeup on, will you, please?
Okay, that's not the
Anyway,
Wolf way.
About it.
Guys like Luke and myself, we're the real grinders here in camp, okay? We're the real ham and eggers. In fact, I'm going to give you guys, because Wolf obviously is boring the Red Sea once again, so I'm going to do a dramatic reenactment of Marvin Harrison Jr. yesterday.
Sure, yeah.
Catching a ball, okay? I call this mandatory Marvin. It's mandatory Marvin Harrison Jr. content. Here's a dramatic reenactment, audio reenactment of Marvin Harrison catching a ball. Ready?
Yeah.
You can't hear a thing when he catches the ball.
Oh, that was loud.
And there's only one other guy who did that.
Oh, no. I know who
no. Are you going to say the name?
Just saying. There are guys who catch the ball, and there are guys who just effortlessly catch the ball away from their body where you can't hear a thing. Wolf, how many career receptions again? 20?
26, Paul.
26.
And once you get to 20, they can't take it from you.
And every single one of those catches, and I'm not taking anything away from Wolf in 4 Pro Bowls. I only made it through 4 years of high school football, for Pete's sake, okay? But every single one of Wolf's 26 catches, the guy in the upper deck at Sun Devil Stadium could hear Wolf catch the ball.
That's right, Paulie. It was a little panty.
So,
it.
And here's the other reason I bring this up. Gentlemen, just work with me for a minute. There was a game last year, Week 15, where the Cardinals went against the 49ers.
Yes.
Did they lose that game? Yes, they did. 45-29. Stinking Kyle Shanahan won his 12th division game in a row. Let that hang in the air.
Okay.
But the Cardinals ran for 234.
Yes.
And they had 430-something total yards.
Yes, Paul.
Do you know how many yards the receivers had in that game?
Oh, it was like 20, wasn't it, or something?
Luke, you are off the hook. The receivers had 4 catches on 13 targets for a grand total of 20 receiving yards.
Knock it off.
By the receivers.
He nailed it?
Give him a double ding on that one, please. Please. Thank you.
Please.
So now think about that. The run game had 234. Trey McBride had over 100 yards receiving.
Yes.
And the receivers contributed jack to the squad. So now if you've added Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
And here's Michael Wilson, who, by the way, definitely won the offseason. Did you see the arms on Michael Wilson yesterday?
Paulie.
I mean, shades of Terrell Owens. Are you kidding me? Dude is jacked.
Yeah,
and I think he's poised. And Greg Dortch, all right, nobody's got more buzz from the defenders than Greg Dortch. So if all this is about to happen, if you've added a legit passing game to what we saw last year, a top 5 run game, that's all I'm saying.
See, you know what, Paulie, honestly, right now, you focus an awful lot on Marvin Harrison Jr., mandatory Marvin, whatever it is. This is what sideline reporters do, This is what they do. They have a tendency to focus on the talent. The real
You've led us into the trenches, Paulie.
I'm just saying right now, the real factor for this team is they were number 4 last year, rushing yards per game, number 2 rushing yards per play. They were elite already in the NFL. And they got better. Their roster got better. They're going to be able to run the ball, and I honestly expect them to be the most physical offense in the NFL, battling right there with the Baltimore Ravens. That is it. You want some Red Run River, baby? Yeah, running right down your nose, isn't it? hammer people.
Where's my cram it vertical
Yeah,
audio?
Paulie,
That's what I want. Do I have some sort of
There's
mantra
gotta be
here?
some
I mean, come
somewhere.
on. Can we go into production and get a cram it vertical?
No, Paulie, we can. All right, cram it vertical was so 2023. All right, this is.
You're right.
This is, you can see it, Paulie. Training camp 24.
Yeah,
okay.
Don't think he hasn't pointed out that
By
there's
the way,
24, and it's a great
2-4.
number.
All right, I'm just saying.
Just
Training
get used to
camp
hearing that
24.
all training
Red
camp.
run. Red run.
You're
Let's
right.
just run over somebody's face.
When I see 24 and Cardinals logo up on the board, I think of a 5-time Pro Bowl safety.
Yes.
Anyway,
Marshawn, thank you.
I've also noticed that Wolf really is looking into the camera when he talks. I didn't like make that connection until you pointed it out, Paulie.
my saying this year, by the way, was taken from the solar eclipse because that's so 2024 was path of totality. But that
I forgot about the path of totality.
Hasn't got it hasn't got a lot of traction yet. So I'm working on that. I'm working on bringing that. So we'll see.
What do you think of this defense? I'm falling into this path where what is Wolf laughing at? I always get nervous when Wolf laughs. Paulie, what do you think about this defense in terms of compared to where they were last year? I've been saying for a while to Wolf, and it's great to be able to say it to somebody else now. I like the idea of Mack Wilson and Kaiser White in the middle of the defense. I know we haven't seen it yet, but I like the idea of it.
Okay, now you might want to go ahead and take my car keys when I say this.
Okay.
Yeah.
But when I look at those two guys, I see Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw.
Oh,
Whoa,
man.
okay. Where are your car keys?
You know.
So you've come in here.
I'm just saying.
Paul,
I'm saying there's upside. I'm saying that
Fred
Cardinals.
Warner might be the best Mike linebacker in the history of the NFL.
I was high on these two.
I get it, but
yeah.
Look at how they finished last season and who they finished it with. I mean, they had third stringers on the front seven last year. I mean, they had guys who didn't even belong on a 53-man roster. There couldn't be a bigger night and day versus what's in the D-line room now to start this season versus what you finished last year.
No doubt.
Once Kaiser White went out, the defense took a serious hit.
Yes, you're right,
Everybody
Paulie.
says QB2 is Desmond Ridder or Clayton Tune. QB2 is Kaiser White. He's running that defense.
A follow-up question, how much more enjoyable would this season be if Kaiser White hadn't gone to West Virginia? And we didn't always have that threat of Wolf singing over our heads every time we mention it.
Look, don't get me started on that, but the one thing I will agree with Paulie on in regard to this is, does Greenlaw come off the field?
He does not.
Does Fred Warner come off the field? No, they do not. They're out there. They're out there in every situation. When you have two linebackers that you can leave on the field, whether it's rundown situation, 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6, or 2nd and long, or 3rd and obvious, and you can leave the same two guys out there. You can change the defensive line, of course, but leave the two Mike backers, or inside backers, I should say. You are so far ahead of the game, it's not even funny. And that is what you're suggesting, correct? That the Cardinals might have two guys they can leave on the field.
And with Mack Wilson Sr., you can dial him up. You can bring him off the edge.
Bring him off the edge.
Third and obvious, Darius Robinson. You know how Nick Rawls likes to do that. Everyone's standing around, right? I call it 7-card pickup. As for the cards, right? That front seven, everyone's just walking around. It's just sort of chaos right there. We asked Mack Wilson Sr. a couple of weeks ago. We're like, dude, what about you as a pass rusher? Because there was a stretch in December where you finally got a shot with the Patriots, and there were 3 straight games where you recorded a sack.
Yeah.
And he was adamant about how people are sleeping on his pass rush skills. And you talk to Kyle Vandenbosch, 3-time Pro Bowl edge rusher, and he says when you watch the tape, he's got some legit skill off the edge.
He told us that the other day.
Nothing could be better for this Cardinals defense if they find a pass rusher out of nowhere that just adds to that.
I would totally agree with that, Paulie. But once again, I don't want to get into a Hassan Reddick situation all over again. You know what I mean? I listen. The sample size for Mack Wilson Sr. is pretty small in regards to actually coming off the edge. I'm not saying he can't do it. I am excited to see it. Can't wait to actually see it here.
I'm just saying, if you dial up 4 radically different pass rushers, Dennis Gardeck is very different from Zayvon Collins, who's very different from B.J. Ojolari, who's very different from Mack Wilson Sr. Maybe somehow, some way you can start, befuddling some of these tackles a little bit.
I'm buying what you're selling, Paulie. Thanks for stopping by, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Everything looks great on paper at this point in camp. That's all I'm saying.
How about us? Do we look great on camera?
Paulie, what are you going to call it again? The 52 card? What are you calling it? The 50
7-card pickup.
7-card
Instead of 52 card card pickup, 7-card pickup because they're just walking around.
Yeah, I wouldn't do
just
that.
chaos. All right. Path of totality?
Yeah.
Path of totality. Cram it vertical.
Yeah. I'm busy. I'm going to go rip Pash for a while.
Okay, you do that. Coming up next.
Is Pash here?
Oh, he's here.
Oh, my goodness.
We're going to take – Wolf, do you see that clock over there? That even though it's to your right, it's still the time is still the same.
Bottle.
Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke live from Cardinals training camp on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on AZ Preps Live. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when Kevin McCabe hosts AZ Preps Live. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. What do you say, Rick? You give me that. Brooklyn. Hey, that's what I'm talking about right there. I can say it. Brooklyn Betting, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. We, the Wu Fang Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. Talking about 5-star resort mattress goodness that's delivered to your door in a box. Man, make sure the pets aren't around when you open that thing. It unfurls right there in front of you. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com. You'll see all the special deals they've got going for you right now. You know, when it comes to building a better mattress, Brooklyn Betting literally owns it. The company designs and manufactures all of its bedding in their very own state-of-the-art factory in Phoenix, right here in the Basin, and then they ship it directly to you and pass the savings directly to you as well. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com. Brooklyn Betting, Arizona built for America's dreams.
Moon Valley Nurseries has been supplying homeowners with their plants and trees for decades, and now they have a service that ensures your plants and trees will thrive all year long, even through the brutal summer heat. It's their rejuvenation service. Moon Valley Nurseries will come out to your home and rebuild your tree wells with an insulating layer of mulch, plus apply a custom blend of Moon Valley Nursery fertilizers and nutrients. Why not let the experts at Moon Valley Nurseries make sure that you have the healthiest and best-looking landscape in the neighborhood? To find out more, call 602-834-9758. That's 602-834-9758. Not happy with the quote you just got from an AC company? Thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you that you need a new AC unit that will cost $10,000 to $15,000? More often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on a dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing. Getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's possible that all you need is a repair that may just cost a few $100s instead of a whole new unit. So make that call to 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Hi, folks. Brandon Webb here. You may be hearing a lot about Y-Refi, or even know someone who's already invested. But what makes Y-Refi so different from other investments? Well, Y-Refi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong, fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. That's right, you heard it, 10.25%. And with Y-Refi, the good news keeps coming. There is no attack on your principal if you ever need your money back, and you are in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. There are absolutely no fees, and an investment in Y-Refi is an investment in America's future. Folks all over the country are earning a strong, fixed rate of return with Y-Refi, and they don't care what happens with the stock market or the Fed. Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST, or log on to investyrefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com. And make sure to tell them Brandon Webb sent you.
We will treat your best. Our technicians might not be the next boy band, but when it comes to pests, they can make sure your bugs go bye, bye, bye. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If you're looking for a perfectly choreographed pest control service with results that will make you cheer, call 602-BLUE-SKY.
We will treat your pest.
Yep, we need to stick with pest control. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 Camry. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon-ish on a Thursday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. We're out here at State Farm Stadium moving things around a little bit so we can get everything in. Aaron Maloney is out here with us. Aaron?
So the Diamondbacks rallied in the 9th to take down the Royals 8-6 for another series win. Here's Dbacks manager Torey Lovullo.
We never shut down, and it was a character win. I think the guys dug as deep as they could. We made a little noise in the 8th, and I think we cycled through that frustration. I think good teams can toggle and have good and bad moments and know how to, flush it, come out, and do something like we did in the 9th inning. It's a tough environment. It's a good team. We just got one guy on and got the line moving.
When you think of this game, where does your mind go first?
It's got to go to the 9th inning, and it's got to go to Gabby
What do you mean,
Moreno.
the bottom of the 9th or the top of the 9th?
No, I've blocked out the bottom of the 9th, so
Well
it just
said.
goes to the top of the 9th inning. Gabby Moreno in particular. Cattell Marte as well. Now, what is that, 3 straight games of the home run? But, Wolf, I just feel like this team is a much more dangerous team when Gabby Moreno is a threat at the plate, and he's been a threat for the last month.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Gabby, man, he's got that clutch gene right now. But for me, it's just the fact that Diamondbacks 3 times took the lead in this game, 3 times. And, yeah, they had to post that 5 spot in the 9th to actually win the game. But Gabby Moreno and Cattell Marte, those are names that matter on this team. Those are important names, and they came through when it mattered the most.
So the Dodgers announced yesterday that they have signed veteran infielder Nick Ahmed. So our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, who is the best defensive player in Diamondbacks franchise history? Your choices are Nick Ahmed, Steve Finley, Zach Greinke, Christian Walker, or other.
Okay, well, I feel like we have to take Nick Ahmed off the list now because he's a Dodger, so I don't think I can vote for him. I mean, he can be on the list, that's fine, but I can't vote for him.
Okay.
Recency bias makes me want to say Christian Walker. I wasn't here for, the Steve Finley, but everything I've heard is that Steve Finley was, the guy, and that team won a World Series. I'm still going to go with Christian Walker, though, because the guy laid down at first base and got out Pete Crow Armstrong over the weekend. That alone gives my vote.
I
want to go Alec Thomas.
All right, you can go other then.
Okay, other.
So let's just hope his hamstring holds up. 41% said Steve Finley.
See, I think that is the right answer.
24% Christian Walker, 23% Nick Ahmed, 8% other, 5% Zach Greinke. So the Arizona Cardinals will kick off their first open practice of training camp today as we're live from State Farm Stadium. So how is Cards head coach Jonathan Gannon balancing the physicality they want with the slow build of camp?
They know everything kind of ties into what you just asked. It's a good question. I mean, the setup of camp, keep them healthy, develop them, evaluate them as much as we can. So part of those 3 things, we have to practice the right way. But you have to practice football, and we understand there's going to be some physical days and some physical periods, and we have to see that. But there's a right way to do that with being a team. And so we got to make smart decisions when you have a decision that you got to make in a split second. I put a lot on those guys to make the right decision for the betterment of the team. So I'm not worried about it. It's an emotional game. It's a combative game. It's a violent game. I understand that stuff's going to go on. But we just got to make sure that we toe the line and don't cross the line where you're putting yourself in front of the team.
Your reaction to that?
I'm just going to let Wolf go.
No, I mean, honestly, right now, JG would have cut me. He would have cut me. I think very much like Bruce Arians.
How many fights did you really get into in training camp in your career, do you think? The number's going up the longer I look at you.
No, I'm just saying, Luke, lots.
So if I said 4, is that way too low?
No, I think it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say
it's not like you got 28
look,
fights in training
there's
camp.
a vast majority of guys, they don't get into a fight.
So
in
you
training
get
camp.
1 fight for every Pro Bowl. I think anytime you've gone to a Pro Bowl, that voids 1 fight.
Yeah, honestly, I understand what he's saying. I really do right there. I just don't know how you foster a very physical, violent football team in practice, especially because everyone knows the difference based on these. Everyone knows the difference between a practice and an actual game when the Silks are on and you're out there on Sunday. Everybody knows the difference. So don't bring this argument to me that, hey, you know what, you can't do it in a game, so you know what, why would you do it in practice? Well, I'll tell you why. Because the guy jigged me in the eye. That's why. That's why I hammered him back. I wasn't going to let him do it. So anyways, okay. I'm getting all fired up.
I feel like our next guest is going to agree with you when he sits down. Because our next guest is Will Hernandez.
That's right, Will Hernandez right there. So did I answer your question, Mel?
Sure, of course you did. We can go along with that. There's been that trending topic of Joe Burrow's hair and why he changed it up. Well, we found out that the answer was simply because of boredom.
Well, BJ said that if I buzzed it and bleached it, he would do it too. So now everybody's got to hold him accountable because he's got to do it in the next week. I got bored. That's about it. I think we need the fans and the media to hold him accountable if he doesn't do it. So I'm counting on you guys.
You dyed your hair blonde back in high school, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
What was the reason for it back then?
We did it as a team when we won the district championship. Trying to channel a little bit of that year. First couple days was definitely a little shocking when I woke up, I would say, but I've gotten used to it.
So I'm reading this right out of a Ron Wolfley email. If you could have any haircut, what would you do?
Oh, that is honestly. Where would you go, Luke?
I don't know. I don't know the names of all the haircuts. Mohawk? I'd go with a mohawk.
Mohawk.
I'm not going mullet. And if I've never gone mullet, played hockey my whole life, then I'm clearly never going mullet because I've seen a lot of them.
Okay. I think I'd have to go with the ponytail all the way down.
We should get to pick for each other.
You know what I mean? Just like, now obviously, you have your pick, Basin Onions. You could pick any hairstyle, and of course, it's not the hair you have now, so pick a fantasy hairstyle.
Okay, how about we pick for each other? You get the bowl cut from like the late 90s Dumb and Dumber.
I would never get that.
I know, that's why
are you kidding me? I'm going with the ponytail. Willie Nelson.
Just do it. Nobody's going to stop you. There's no
No,
dress
my
code
brother
here.
Craig did it. It looked really, really bad.
Just take a shot at Craig.
Yeah, poor Craig. The 49ers were only missing 2 healthy players at their first practice of camp, but the 2 not in attendance also happened to be 2 of their best. And they both happen to be over contract disputes. Of course, Brandon Ayuk is a hold-in, while Trent Williams did not report for camp and is holding out due to contract-related issues. Sorry about it, 49ers.
That's a real shame, isn't it?
My goodness. I mean, Trent Williams,
There's
too.
distractions to start your
And
season.
did you also hear that Kyle Shanahan had reached out to Bill Belichick about a potential job, any job he wanted, and Bill Belichick turned it down?
He politely declined, right? Isn't that
Yes.
the way that Kyle Shanahan put it?
Sounds like a lot of people are politely declining Kyle Shanahan right now.
That's true. Kyle Shanahan's dealing with a lot of rejection in his football life right now. Wolf, you think this is anything? You think it slows them down at all? I mean, the Niners are obviously measuring everything up against the Super Bowl.
You know, the Niners, I don't really know the personalities that they have inside that locker room.
Yeah,
Now, I
have to get Trent Williams taken care of. He'll
But
have a
Trent
chance.
Williams, to me, is one squared away dude. Everybody has told me how squared away he is. I really don't know about some of these other guys that we're hearing their names. Brandon Ayuk, of course. I understand. But Trent Williams, this is a squared away dude. So the fact that he's doing this now, it is a surprise to me, and it's not good.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Aaron. When we come back, is the trade deadline starting to feel almost irrelevant now with how the Diamondbacks are playing? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
he was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. I heard you're having 4th of July savings all month long. Is that true?
It sure is, Dave. We're running our 4th of July savings event all month long, which means you can save big on all of our new GMCs, like up to $14,500 off the brand new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. With over 200 Sierras on the lot to choose from, I'm sure we've got the perfect truck.
Go see my friend Chris Scott or shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade. You've heard me talk about R&K Building Supplies over the last 2 decades. Something you may not know is R&K became part of USLBM, the fastest growing building supply company in the U.S. back in 2018. Over the last couple of years, USLBM has added more companies here in Arizona, including Crown Components, Foxworth Galbraith, Holderness Supplies, and Trust Fab. This year, all these companies have come together under one banner and are now Arizona Building Supply. If you've worked with any of these companies, Arizona Building Supply is now one statewide network of top-tier lumber, truss, and building material suppliers who are positioned to better serve all types of customers, from contractors and production builders to homeowners and custom builders. Some of the benefits you'll see are increased efficiency, closer points of distribution, and improved lead times. Arizona Building Supply is proud to be fueling the continued growth in housing and commercial markets. Learn more about this change and what it means for you by visiting their website at azbuildingsupply.com.
Did you know the people you care about could face life-changing consequences if you don't have an estate plan? Unfortunately, none of us can control unexpected events. Whether it's falling into a coma from an illness or accident, or passing away suddenly, or facing hospice care sooner than you expected. The future is unpredictable. If you don't protect yourself and your assets before it's too late, the people you love could be settling your estate in Arizona probate court, paying tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees upfront before they can get what's left of their inheritance. But you could avoid this by creating a living trust with RJP Estate Planning. And if you're 60 or over, take advantage of RJP's super low pricing with their July sale.
Call 480-576-5457 by July 31st to schedule a free consultation. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
So here at Moving Team 6, obviously we're a big proponent on military. So every time we have a veteran that comes in for an interview, we automatically get them into training and see if it's going to be a good option for them. We don't turn them away. It's always an option to try them out. If they've served our country, the best thing that we can do now is serve them and get them going. We're trying to work for our company. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work for them, that's fine. At least we know that we tried and we wanted to serve them back. We're big proponents on self-discipline, showing up, having a great attitude, working hard. If you work hard, we're going to take good care of you.
Here at Moving Team 6, another thing that we love to do is serving our community. That is huge. Serving charities, communities, especially we're with 100 Club. That is big for us, but we want to serve our vets and we want to give back as much as we can. But community is so key for us.
We only hire the best at Moving Team 6. Visit us online at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks scored 5 runs in the 9th inning to come back and beat the Kansas City Royals 8-6. The D-backs won the series with the win. They are 6-0-1 in their last 7 series. The Snakes are off today before returning to Chase Field to host the Pirates tomorrow. And it's the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Wolf and Luke, as well as Burns and Gambo, are out at camp, so make sure you stay tuned in to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app, as the shows will be joined by Cardinals players today. The latest is brought to you by Valley Hyundai Dealers. Visit any Valley Hyundai dealer, and for every mile you test drive, Hyundai will donate $1 to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Diamondbacks come home for a weekend set against the Pirates. Will they stay hot? We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Diamondbacks now 53-50 on the season, Wolf. I think we've said the stat about how many series they've won so many times that I'm going to repeat it again. 6-0-1 in their last 7.
6-0-1 their last 7, and 10, 2-3 in their last 15.
Yeah.
See, I like saying that because the double digit, the 10.
Yeah, the 10 is powerful.
Oh, man.
But the 2 and the 3, I keep like flipping them out. It's just, it's
okay.
in my head. I mean, so far we've gotten it right every time.
I mean, think about that. 15 series, man. That's what they've done.
Going back
in
to May.
15 series.
Back to the end of May.
This is no little blip. This is happening. That's what encourages me.
That's like a third of the season, typically. Right? I mean, you figure about 45, maybe it's, maybe a little more than a quarter of the season, let's say. Playing good baseball. The trade deadline is in less than a week. It's coming up here, on Tuesday. So I find it hard to believe they would just stand pat and not do anything, because you've already invested so much into this season. And the reason you invested so much into the season is because of what you were able to do last year and what you feel like you're capable of doing this year. So I find it hard to just watch the trade deadline go by with nothing happening. But it doesn't really feel like a big deal right now, does it?
No, it does not. We were
at all.
talking about this before the broadcast. It does not feel that way. Now, again, think about that. 2 weeks ago? Even 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I mean, even though they were doing well, as we all know, but even 2 weeks ago, you were kind of like, they're going to do something, of course, at the trade deadline. We know the freaky Mike Hazen, he doesn't like to sit on his hands. He's going to do something, and I still believe he is. Still believe that he will.
They're still not in a playoff spot right now.
That's right.
They're a half game back of the Cardinals and Padres. The Padres. And 1 game back of the Mets and a half game up on the Pirates. So it's not like they're there or they've arrived. But if you go back, let's say a month ago, it was like, are they going to be buyers at the deadline? And if so, can they get a third baseman that can hit? Can they get some starting pitching? Well, now you're getting starting pitchers back, and Eugenio Suarez has been a monster for the last month plus.
He really has. No, absolutely. And he was, of course, yesterday as well, starting the bloodletting, if you will, off. 4 home runs the Diamondbacks hit yesterday, and he started it right there. Ketel Marte finished it, but Eugenio, he started it. The freaky Mike Hazen, I want to ask the freaky Mike Hazen, does he believe just making moves at the deadline, period, inspires everybody inside that clubhouse? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, does it have not just the tangible impact that it has, Luke, on the team? What this player is going to bring, whether he's in the everyday lineup, whether he's a pitcher, of course, starting pitcher, coming out of the bullpen, whatever he may be. Of course, how does he play? That matters, of course. What's he going to do for this team? That matters. But I'm also talking about just the impact of making a move where it shakes up that clubhouse a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And it reminds everybody, this is baseball at the highest level our species can generate. And you know what? If you don't do your job, some guys are going to get moved.
I mean, it could serve as a reminder of like, hey, by the way, look at the moves we went out and made this past offseason. And we didn't make those moves to finish 3rd in the NL West and 5th in the NL Wild Card race. And be like, oh, look, but we brought in Eduardo Rodriguez and Jordan Montgomery and Eugenio Suarez just to have fun this year and get a participation trophy. Now, the flip side to that is you could say Eduardo Rodriguez hasn't pitched a game for them yet, and Jordan Montgomery just got back from injury, and he had struggled for a good chunk of the season. But I think your point's well taken because it also it's just a reminder of like, hey, we're invested in this team. We believe in what you guys are doing. Here's a lefty reliever.
Boy, you know what's amazing about this as we talk, I'm listening to you and I'm thinking to myself, man, Eugenio really has turned it around right here, has he not? You know, Jordan Montgomery, you keep talking about 3 of his last 4 starts have been really, really good for Jordan Montgomery. Is he turning it around right now? We know what he did with taking the ball and coming back and hasn't pitched for almost a month, and yet he took the ball and went out there and gave him pretty good innings, 5 solid innings right there for the most part. Is Jordan Montgomery going to turn it around? Eugenio Suarez, all these guys, when will Erod actually be back and taking the ball and helping this team out? And all I can think of is we're talking about all these guys who are turning it around is Corbin Carroll. The lack of production from Eugenio Suarez was really a topic of conversation in the first half.
Yeah.
Jordan Montgomery, the lack of production, really, really a topic of conversation in that first half. Corbin Carroll, we all know, his talent and how good he is. And yet, man, it seems to be lingering, this effect. This is a true sophomore slump.
You do see how quickly some of this stuff can turn, though. Suarez, 12 home runs on the season. 6 of them have been this month. And we've still got another week in this month, okay?
Yeah, it's just, have you seen Corbin Carroll put together a month of productivity?
No. Suarez is also hitting .299 this month, and he was hitting below 200 for the season going into this month.
Yeah.
So, no, I mean, your point on Corbin Carroll, he's not back.
He's not back.
But I don't. I shouldn't say it wouldn't take long for him to get back now, because now we're so deep into the season. I don't think him having like a monster series all of a sudden would, like earlier in the season I thought if he has a really good series, he has like a Bobby Witt Jr. series that Bobby Witt just had, and all of a sudden Corbin Carroll's back just like that. I'm trying to snap, but there's microphone's
exactly.
not here. Yeah,
okay,
so
good.
it's not good.
Yeah.
But so now I think it might take more. It might take, hey, Corbin Carroll's been going good for a couple weeks. Now we're seeing him turn the corner. So it's not like it could happen overnight, but it's still possible he just goes off in August and September, and that's all we cared about anyway.
Yeah, no, you're right about that again. And do I believe Corbin Carroll is more of the first-year guy than the second-year guy? Absolutely. Absolutely, I believe that. But something is definitely, this is a sophomore slump. You have to say it. Something is going on right now. Hopefully he is going to snap out of it, and he's going to look like Corbin Carroll. The Corbin Carroll we saw in 2023. But I don't think we can say that right now.
No, and circling back to the trade deadline, that's not something you could replace anyway. With Suarez, it's like, okay, if this guy can't hit, this is obviously not the case now because he's hitting everything, but a month ago, it'd be like, if this guy can't hit, maybe we got to go out and get another third baseman. Because, yes, we've already paid him, but it's the window's open for as long as it's open. And the Diamondbacks window's open longer than most teams because it's just now opening. But still, if you feel like you're a contender, you got to make the necessary move. But with Suarez, with him hitting the way he's hitting, you don't really need a third baseman. If these guys are coming back, if Jordan Montgomery's going to pitch well, if Ryan Nelson's going to pitch well, you don't really need a starting pitcher either.
Exactly, and this is where I'm at right now, and this is what we were talking about before the broadcast. So, listen, if the freaky Mike Hazen does nothing, I'm good. I'm good with that. I'm okay with it.
You think he's going to be good with that
Seriously.
if he does nothing?
I think he's going to do something for the reason I said. I wonder if he believes that it helps shake the clubhouse up a little bit and remind people.
Yeah.
This is baseball at the highest level our species can generate. Do your job.
He made moves at the deadline last year, and the Paul Sewald one it's got to be one of the most impactful moves that we've seen at the deadline in a while, because they made it to the World Series because they traded for Paul Sewald last year. And even after making that deal, Wolf, how many times did we talk to Mike Hazen after that, and he was mad he couldn't go get a starting pitcher at the deadline?
Yes.
So I'm with you. I think he's going to do something. I think lefty reliever is almost a lock to happen, really. I mean, it makes sense. You're hearing it from a lot of people. even Amiel, when we had him on yesterday, was like you could always use some bullpen help. So I think that's happening. I don't know. Maybe it'll be two relievers. Who knows?
Joe Mantiply had a good outing, of course, last night, but maybe a lefty with some power.
All right, when we come back, I think you'll be cool with this. What is Will Hernandez looking forward to the most with Cardinals training camp? The first practice is coming up here in about an hour now, not even really. We're going to ask the Cardinals guard, Wolf. He's going to join us right here next, so don't go anywhere. It's Wolf and Luke, live from Cardinals training camp on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Royals.
And the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back, Isbell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone! Cattell does it once again. A 3-run homer. And the Diamondbacks have blown it open with a 5-run ninth inning.
The D-backs host the Pirates for a 3-game set at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame tomorrow night at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a fire in the pool. She's on the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. A bunch of white stuff keeps coming out of the house.
Help is driving you as we speak, so keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, she's doing it. Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long is she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, let someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live. No.
Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Dad, oh my God, please, God, I'm gonna die.
The paramedics are pulling up, but don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Need a roll-off dumpster for your big summer cleanout or renovation projects? Contact Waste Connections of Arizona. Our roll-offs are easy to order. Save money and time without the hassle of multiple trips to the dump. Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Luis Gonzalez. The Sanderson Ford Summer Sale event is teaming up with the Boys of Summer for the final playoff payoff sale. We're pushing for the playoffs, and you get the payoffs like 0% financing. Plus, no payments for 90 days. Plus, huge cash playoff payoffs of up to $3,000 on new 2024 F-150, Escape, Edge, Explorer, and Expedition. Plus, purchase or lease any new Ford and get 4 tickets to see the D-backs push for the playoffs. So score big now at America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford, and shop with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense during the Sanderson Ford Playoff Payoff Sale. Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
0% for 36 months OAC through Ford Motor Credit. Tickets while supplies last. Offers expire 9/3/24.
Sanderson Ford, satisfaction in everything we do. We're Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job, but if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
90 players begin camp. Only 53 can make the roster when the regular season begins.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Cards Camp live from the farm. Wolf and Luke coming your way with training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, just a reminder, if you want to see the 2024 Cardinals in person at State Farm Stadium, a limited number of tickets remain. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. Wolf and Luke out here at State Farm Stadium. Pleased to be joined now by Will Hernandez. Will, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy to be here.
Will, have you gotten in a fight yet? I mean,
well, I mean, you kind of got me on the second day, and we haven't even put pads on, so you got to give me some more time.
You were the guy that I picked. It didn't matter if it was going to be a guy that was in pads or not. Will's going to get into it with somebody even when they're out of pads.
Yes. But, you know, we'll see what's going on. I might surprise you.
Okay. Oh, okay. No, that's great right there.
Just because Wolf asked for it.
Yeah,
okay.
He's been asking for it for about a month now.
Well, you know what the first question is? You got to, officially, what's the first question I'm going to ask you?
Oh, boy. Here we go again.
What's your weight?
I'm at around 345 right now, actually. I'm a little on the light side.
I thought you looked good. I thought you may have lost some weight, right?
Yeah, just a little bit. And
okay.
Maybe that's why I haven't gotten in a fight. I feel smaller.
That's awesome, man.
All right, we got, like you said, you guys have been out here for a couple of days, but the first open practice is today. So, people get to watch and check this out now. Do you guys even notice that when it's practice, when there's people in the stands now and they're kind of getting into it?
Oh, for sure. We walk out to the field. We're always focused, always know what we got to do. But the fans are a part of us, and we definitely notice it. We definitely feel it, and we look forward to the practices as players when we know that we got the fans coming out, bringing the energy.
Will, what did you do, the calm before the storm? What did you do before training camp opened? What were you doing?
Yeah, I was just getting ready for training camp. The work never stops. It's year-round for us. People see it as seasonal, but, for us, it's all year. You're doing something. I got to be lucky enough to travel a little bit, and all those spots that I was traveling at, I was able to also get a lot of work in at some really cool spots. Like, for example, I was in Mexico City, did some work with the Cardinals out there, and, I got set up at the UFC gym out there. So work never stopped, and but I did get to travel a little bit.
Did you go home at all?
Yeah, I went to Vegas for a few days.
Is that like your reset button? Is that something that you like to do before you actually go to work and start a season wherever you may be?
Yeah, my reset button is see my family no matter where it is. So even though I only went to Vegas for a little bit, I did go to El Paso as well because I have a lot of close friends there. And then my family came to see me a lot in Phoenix. So that's like my reset button, seeing those people and being around them for a little bit. But yeah.
You obviously have your routine. We're talking to Will Hernandez. You have your routine, and it's training camp. You've been through this before. Is there a different feeling around this team this year? I felt like when we talked to you in the summer, you pointed out how everybody's bought in, and if that kind of leaves no option for the new guys. They either buy in too, or they're not going to be here.
Yeah, definitely. What I said before has come into fruition now, even just with the second day in. We already feel it, notice it in the meeting rooms, during lunch, when we're out here on the field. So it's not just like on the field thing; it's like everywhere. So it's definitely a culture change.
Do you think you're going to be more physical in terms of how you run the ball this year than last year, and if so, why?
Oh yeah, that's the goal always. No matter, even if you would have told me we're the most physical team last year in the entire league, I would have told you we still need to be more physical. There's always that wanting to get better attitude, no matter where you land on the number charts or on the rankings or whatever. So yeah, definitely want to get more violent, want to run the ball harder, stronger, more efficient, smarter. Definitely all that.
And what's cool about that? That's not just your mentality. That is Coach Gannon's mentality.
Oh yeah,
correct?
Oh yeah. When I'm talking, when I talk about what we got planned, it's not coming from me. It's a team thing, starting with Gannon.
I know it's early and he's a rookie, but Trey Benson, what have you seen from him? Because we know what you're going to get from James Conner, but like if James Conner's not in there for a play or two or a series or whatever, how do you feel about Trey Benson and some of these other guys stepping in?
I mean, Trey Benson's good just on his own, and we got him here for a reason. So, we have all the faith in him. But think about, also who's helping him out. James Conner, when you look at it from that aspect too, you got a guy who can come in here and do his thing on his own. But when you have a mentor like James on top of that, it's just setting him up for success.
So you're coming in, what is this, year 8 for you?
7.
7. Year 7 for you.
Yeah, well,
right
I'm
here.
not that old.
I know. Year 7, okay. Where's your focus? Do you have a goal, or what's your thought process right now?
Yeah, so, a lot of people would say 7 years is a long time in the league. I feel like, in a weird way, I'm just getting started. Like, it feels like almost like year 2, 3, whatever. It doesn't feel that long. And one thing I haven't done since I've been in this league is win a Super Bowl. So that's all my focus is on right now.
Wow.
From the outside looking in, it looks like you guys you got a young team, but really good leadership with yourself and Kyler and Budda and James Conner, like you mentioned, and Dennis Gardeck. And I'm sure I'm forgetting guys. I mean, you would know them obviously better than we would. But how do you feel about the leadership on this team, keeping that sort of that winning behavior that Gannon always talks about, going not just now in training camp, but in week 7 if things are tough then?
Yeah, no, I have all the faith in the world in our leadership. That's the reason why there's been so much change, and we came in with the attitude that we have because of the leadership. It starts there. I mean, it starts with Gannon, and then he makes sure, he got guys like the ones you just mentioned to make sure that they're bought in and they transmit it to the rest of the team, which has made that leadership position a lot easier because guys automatically are like, yeah, let's go, let's do it, what's next?
And talk to me about Jonah Williams lining up to your right, the right tackle right now. How's that chemistry working between you guys?
Oh, it's great. He's also been in the league for a few years, and that comes with experience. That comes with being able to stay calm under pressure, which is, at the end of the day, one of the secret sauces to being a good offensive lineman. Can you stay patient? That's how you work well with others. Staying patient, consistent, not freaking out about stuff. Sometimes when you do things a little bit too hard or try to do too much, it actually works against you. So it's great. We've both been in the league for a while, and we both show it by working well with each other right away. And I think we're going to be very, very well.
What kind of person is he, Will? I mean, is he, is he a funny guy in the locker room? What kind of person is Jonah Williams?
Yeah, no, Jonah is awesome, man. He's funny in a very quiet way. He talks to us. He's awesome. He actually has a lot of funny jokes, and he just gets it. He's one of those guys that just gets it. Yeah, he's low key. He's never going to try to attract attention to himself. Classic offensive lineman, but no, he's awesome to hang around. He gets it. He's one of us.
Is he Sigma?
Yes.
Wolf learned a new word, and he's using it every hour of the show.
Hell yeah.
I mean, Will just deadpan. Yes.
Yeah, well, he expected you to ask that question. We're talking to Will Hernandez. Will, the offensive line, in your experience, how long does it take the group to kind of come together out of camp? Because you do have Jonah Williams is new, and Paris is playing on the left. And you got some guys, though, that have been here for a while, too.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, no matter if you got all 5 coming back, there's always a period of, adjustment. Guys coming in, making sure the speed's back up, making sure guys are thinking fast in their head as well, not just, with their footwork and body. But it does make it so much easier when you got a guy like Jonah coming in who already knows what to do, who already knows what's expected, what it takes. And, it makes it so much easier. And, we got leaderships on the offensive line, talking about Yelda, everybody, Paris, that's one of the oldest rookies that I've ever met, as far as mentality-wise and how he handles himself. So, you got all those pieces put together. Yeah, we got to adjust, make sure we're on the same speed, but it makes it so much easier with guys like that.
How's that assimilation going for Paris Johnson Jr. over at left tackle right now?
He's doing great, just as expected. He's doing his thing. He's making sure that anybody that he gets paired up with, with the rotation or whatever, that he helps them, they help him, and they work well together. So I'm excited about Paris.
Well, we appreciate this, man. I know you got practice out there. Thanks so much for the time, all right?
Yeah, appreciate you guys, and I feel really good about this practice too, by the way, especially because I have my lucky card here. And
you held it up for the camera.
You know, I picked this up at a Goodwill.
Yeah, that is.
A few
Who
years
gave
ago.
you that, man? Seriously, I know who gave it. Yeah, I know exactly.
This is the reason
who
why
gave
I'm
it
feeling
to
so
you.
good, Wolf.
Look at that, Wolf. I even gave it to you, too.
That's awesome.
For
Brad.
the people that can't see it, Will Hernandez, that looks like a Ron Wolfley rookie card he pulled out of the bag, too.
Mel must have found that somewhere.
All this rookie talk.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Well, thanks so much, buddy. Always good to see you.
Thank you,
Good luck
guys.
this
Appreciate
year.
you, buddy, as always.
When we come back, is Kevin Durant going to play in that first game for Team USA this weekend? It actually sounds like it might be possible now. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon is presented by Your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm back to tell you about BackFit Health and Spine. And I'm here with my friend Earl, who was suffering from some really bad back pain, and he decided to check BackFit Health and Spine out for himself. What would you say to people out there that are listening right now that are saying, I just learned to live with it because nobody's been able to help me?
Absolutely. I would say go try BackFit. It's been a game changer.
9 locations in the Valley for BackFit Health and Spine. They take all major medical. Text BACK to 620-620, and we'll get you the location nearest you.
Message and data rates may apply. Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan. And for people who are tired of gas prices in Arizona, I see some smoking hot deals on electric vehicles at Chapman BMW.
That's right, Bick. All our BMW EVs are getting incredible reviews. People love them. And right now, you can lease the all-new BMW i4 for as low as $459 a month. But we offer great prices on all our make and models. Come on down, check us out, and get your hookup.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Millions of people are losing weight on semaglutide, the main ingredient in Ozempic. Are you ready to join the weight loss revolution? At Red Mountain Weight Loss, we can help with high-quality FDA-approved medications and the support of our licensed medical team. The doctors at Red Mountain have been at the forefront of medical weight loss for over 25 years. We offer meal plans to speed your progress and medical solutions for side effects or muscle loss, all for less than half the price of Ozempic. Trust your weight loss journey to a medical practice, not an online pharmacy. At Red Mountain Weight Loss, we offer quality semaglutide, medical supervision, and ongoing support, all for less than half the price of Ozempic. Just go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain Weight Loss. That's redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain Weight Loss. Full strength semaglutide in stock and ready to ship today.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint with limited availability availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904P $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It's the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Practice starts in less than an hour at 1:15. Wolf and Luke, as well as Burns and Gambo, are out at camp, so make sure you stay tuned into Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In case you missed it, Wolf and Luke were just joined by Cardinals guard Will Hernandez. You can find the full interview on the podcast page on arizonasports.com. While the Olympic opening ceremonies are tomorrow, some events are already underway. Women's soccer started earlier today. The United States is currently in action against Zambia. It is 3-0 U.S. In the first half. And no D-backs game today. They begin a 3-game series with the Pirates tomorrow at Chase Field. The latest is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday morning. Is Kevin Durant a go for Paris? That and the latest from Cardinals camp. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, we're getting to crunch time on the Kevin Durant thing because the first game is this weekend. It's Wolf and Luke out here on a Thursday afternoon at State Farm Stadium. Practice is 45 minutes away officially. Guys running around.
Yeah.
45 minutes away from practice. Open practice. All right, Wolf. This is it's just kind of hitting me now. This is the part of the year where if I talk to you about something that isn't football and there's football going on in front of you.
It's really difficult.
It's kind of
It is difficult.
They did situate us looking right at the field, and we're closer this year, too, so we can hear what's going on. Here's the audio I'm going to play to try to distract us for a second. Brian Windhorst, the latest on Kevin Durant. Remember, for context, Brian Windhorst, he's who we were playing the cut from yesterday, saying not only did Durant miss the 5 tune-up games, probably not going to play in the opener against Serbia. But here's Brian Windhorst amending that a little bit.
He practiced today, and it was a non-contact practice day. They didn't scrimmage. It was just a regular practice, shooting and going over preparations for Serbia. The plan is for him to scrimmage tomorrow back in Paris where the team is going to go, and then they're going to reevaluate things when they get through that scrimmage. Now, Malika, Kevin was not happy with me when he saw the TV report that I made a couple of days ago that I wasn't sure he was going to be able to reach all the steps in order to play against Serbia on Sunday. That's because he's been working very, very hard to get back from this calf injury. Playing for the national team is extremely important to him. He's playing in his 4th Olympics.
I'm going to take what Brian Windhorst just said and put that in the positive category based on Onions right now, because there is no way in the world Kevin Durant is going to be upset with Brian Windhorst if he is going to play.
If he knows if he's like, yeah, I'm probably not playing these first 3 games or
something.
Right,
exactly.
You're not going to go be upset about that.
If in fact, just the reasoning here, if in fact Kevin Durant's saying to himself, yeah, I'm not going to play. I probably am not going to be able to play that first game when the Olympics starts right here against Serbia, of course, not going to be able to do it. Brian Windhorst is reporting that there's a good chance he's going to. Why would he be upset with Brian Windhorst if, in fact, that was the truth?
Yeah, I think
so.
There's
I'm
going to
take that as a positive.
You wouldn't be upset if somebody was reporting you might miss time. First of all, Kevin Durant's missed time in his career, so it's, you know what I mean. It's not like he has
Luke Lipinski reported.
It's not like he has this like 10-year streak where he's never missed a game and he doesn't know how to handle that. So yeah, you're not going to be upset at somebody reporting that you might miss a game. if you feel if deep down you're like, I might miss the whole Olympics, you know.
Exactly.
So, here's more from Brian Windhorst on how Team USA is handling this. We played this cut earlier, Wolf, and you and I both kind of looked at each other during the break, and we're like, yeah, that makes me feel a little bit better about all this from the Suns' perspective, that they're not rushing KD back.
The truth is that Steve Kerr has delayed his window. Initially, they said that he was going to be able to hopefully play in one of the 2 games in London. Not only did he not play in London, Steve Kerr then spelled out he wanted him to go through several practices in a scrimmage before considering him playing him ahead of Serbia. So they've slowed him down. Kevin is anxious to play, wants to play, doesn't think it's going to be an issue. So we'll see how the next few days goes, and I'm going to take a step back and not upset Kevin anymore and not take off the table on Sunday against Serbia. But he does have to get through, a couple of more days.
There it is right there, okay? It sounds like they are slowing him down, not Kevin Durant. It sounds like Kevin Durant is feeling like he's good to go, but I think the staff, Steve Kerr in particular, could be slowing him down.
Yeah, and that's kind of what, at least for me, I wanted to hear, because Steve Kerr was his coach for a while in Golden State. He was his coach for a couple NBA titles and a couple NBA Finals MVPs for KD, but he was also his coach when he went from a calf strain to the Achilles injury that kept him out for a year. So as a player, you're just always going to want to play. Not that KD's going to be reckless because it's his body and he knows how to manage it at this point in his career, but it's nice to have that second safety net where it's like, oh, this isn't just some random coach who kind of knows who KD is.
Right.
This is Steve Kerr. He knows Kevin Durant's going to take care of him.
It's really kind of cool, Luke, because once again, I mean, Steve Kerr was there. He was there when Kevin Durant blew his Achilles out, right? He was there. And maybe they had a calf strain situation that, both of them were like, man, maybe that was an indicator as to the Achilles and what could happen with the Achilles.
Why? I just don't want to talk about it.
Okay, but again, maybe he's thinking, hey, Kevin, maybe Steve Kerr sat down to it. Remember what we did last time? We kind of rushed it a little bit. Remember that?
Yeah.
So let's not do it this time. And maybe it's more Steve Kerr slowing down Kevin Durant. Whatever. Once again, I am confident that Kevin Durant's going to make the right decision for himself.
Yeah, I am too. But I do like hearing that, because it's almost like, yeah, he maybe could have played a couple games ago if he needed to, but those were tune-up games. Why? Like,
correct.
Maybe he was ready to go a week ago and we held him back. And, maybe they do hold him back for the Serbia game. But either way, it sounds, it's 24 hours later. It sounds a lot more like, okay, but he's gonna be a factor in these games, and not that it's just going to be a question of whether or not he's healthy or not. Here's Kevin Durant talking about his own health yesterday.
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
Well, there it is right there, and that makes a lot of sense. The scrimmage is going to be critical, obviously, and that has already happened, has it not, Luke?
That has happened.
Of course, I'm thinking the time difference right now and everything.
The time difference in this audio is from yesterday.
The audio from yesterday,
so we might be 2 days ahead, or
yes,
carry the one.
That already has happened right now, and honestly, that's what it was going to take for him to get the green light. He was going to have to go out and go live. We'll do it live. And then find out how he responds to that. It's not just the act of going out and doing it. It's also the day after and how you feel the day after.
KD did tweet out about 4 hours ago the picture. Steph Curry took a selfie of him and KD. They both look really happy in the picture. Team USA tweeted it out. KD quote tweeted it. Said, "Quick question: is this miserable or happy, KD?" I don't know what that means. He looks happy in the picture.
Okay.
So
well.
But that was after the scrimmage.
Okay, so are you saying KD?
KD's the one that Team USA posted it originally. He reposted it and wrote that.
Okay.
On Twitter. Him and Steph.
Man, that is okay right now. I've got all this stuff.
They look fine.
Okay, that's great. I cannot see it. I have not seen that. And why would I have seen that? And when I've got this football field
I'm showing it to you
that is
right
in front of me.
There's nothing
right
on
now.
the football
There it
field.
is. Well, it looks like he's
happy there.
smiling right now.
That's, yeah.
So why would he say miserable? Is this happy, Katie, or miserable?
People all summer have been saying he's miserable in Phoenix.
Yeah, okay, great. Right, I think he's happy. I'm happy because he's happy.
Well, I'm happy that you're happy that he's happy. All right. Is momentum real with the Arizona Cardinals? You're going to hear what Jonathan Gannon had to say about that next. It's Wolf and Luke live from Cardinals training camp on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, look.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Do you know what's vital for men? Getting your energy back. Vital. Feeling your best every day. Vital. Performing at work and at home. Vital. Find out how TRT can help your energy, muscle mass, and make lifestyle changes that last. Vital for men. New patients receive a free testosterone test. Go to vital4men.com today. Now offering semaglutide for weight loss.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know about great savings going on all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Enjoy 0% APR financing for 36 months with zero down available on 2024 Ford Escapes, plus no payments for 90 days and a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Premium Care Plan. That equals zero service worries. On 2024 Ford F-150 XLT models, there's 0% APR financing for 36 months with zero down available plus no payments for 90 days. That's right, no payments until October. And on the amazing 2023 all-electric 300-mile range Ford Lightning, there's available 0% financing for 72 months plus $3,500 in bonus cash towards your purchase. All offers require approved credit and end July 31st, 2024, and they're all happening now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, financing at $1,389 per month per $1,000 finance through Ford Credit Financing. Finance charges accrue from date of financing on deferred payments. See dealer for full details. Dealer installed options extra, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Expires 7/31/24.
Did you know the people you care about could face life-changing consequences if you don't have an estate plan? Unfortunately, none of us can control unexpected events. Whether it's falling into a coma from an illness or accident, or passing away suddenly, or facing hospice care sooner than you expected. The future is unpredictable. If you don't protect yourself and your assets before it's too late, the people you love could be settling your estate in Arizona probate court, paying tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees upfront before they can get what's left of their inheritance. But you could avoid this by creating a living trust with RJP Estate Planning. And if you're 60 or over, take advantage of RJP's super low pricing with their July sale.
Call 480-576-5457 by July 31st to schedule a free consultation. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, it's Gambo. We are live from Arizona Cardinals training camp. A lot of eyes will be on the wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. Can he play so well this season that he wins Rookie of the Year? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to State Farm Stadium. It is Wolf and Luke, Thursday afternoon, the first Cardinals practice that's open to the public of 2024 is going to be open to the public in about a half hour. So,
yeah,
nothing in front of you is actually happening right now, Wolf.
What a beautiful thing it is, though, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. I mean, we can talk about the fact that there are football players on the field, correct? I mean, we just can't be specific that they're out there getting ready for practice, right?
You can
Seriously?
if you want that look from Aaron, you can.
There's still okay. There's no human beings on the field.
I'm going to play some audio.
Okay.
Here's Jonathan Gannon. He was asked yesterday if he feels like momentum can carry into year 2 this season for him and his team.
You know, that's probably a better question for the players. I don't – momentum. Does momentum exist? The answer is perhaps. You know, we actually did a deep dive on momentum this year. Kenny Bell did. Yes and no, if you let it, you know what I mean? But it can also be a negative thing, too. So I think that how you frame it in your mind, yeah, you know. But if you're not worried about, you know, January or December, what you did there, and you're worried about day-to-day improving, probably not much.
How about that answer? That got existential and philosophical.
Man, I got to tell you right now, momentum is real in the game of football. There's no doubt about it. I think what JG is talking about is how you process that momentum. What do you do individually? Does it exist for a team? Yeah, it does. And it's collectively. It's not just individually. It is collectively for a team. When suddenly you come back in a game and it's the fourth quarter, you're down and you get a turnover, your defense creates a turnover, you better believe there's an awful lot of momentum that goes into that. You better be fired up. Now, listen, I think the point JG's trying to make, and I agree with him 100%, don't let you be the guy who's riding that wave of momentum. You should just play the way you play, period, through it all. But that's the cool thing about momentum. I don't think it's individual, Basinonians. I think it's collective.
Wow, I did not expect this conversation to get this deep, but now as you're talking and we're playing that cut, it's like I've never thought of momentum on a football team or a basketball team, hockey, whatever. I've never even thought of it as an individual thing. I've always just thought of it as a team.
Okay.
So it's crazy to hear you and him both say that and be like, yeah, I guess you do really have to draw that distinction.
You do, and I think it's cool. I've never really thought of it myself either, and he's talking about the individual. Does it exist? Perhaps is what he's saying right here, right? And yet, again, momentum I know exists on a football field. You can tell when things are starting to go your way, and you can ride it. It doesn't last the entire game. It may just last a half a quarter or a quarter, whatever it may be. But it's something you can see and something you can feel. That's the great thing about the game of football. But I think it's a collective thing. Interesting.
The other crazy part of this is, like, normally you wouldn't look and say, okay, you guys were 4-13 last year. Let's keep that going. You know what I mean? Because 4-13 is not the goal. But there was an underlying clear direction that they had. And they were clearly building something last year, especially at the end of the year. The first half of the season was like, okay, what do we have? Knowing full well when Kyler comes back, this is completely different in the second half. And it was, but they definitely were building something last year. So in that sense, there's good momentum to carry over. More from Gannon. He was asked, okay, why did you crunch the numbers on momentum then?
That's looking on historical data from the 1800s of war. Then going to Olympics like Paris that you're talking about, then going to all walks of life, sport. Tennis is a good thing. Golf is a good thing to study. Individual sports. Does momentum play? You know, why does Xander go bogey, par, bogey, and then birdie, 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 birdie? Is that momentum? I don't know. Maybe he just hit some good wedge shots and made some putts. But, yeah, it's something that I'm always interested in. Why we did a deep dive on it, that's a good question. You guys talk about all the time. The momentum of the game shifted on that play or that series or that, and I always thought to myself, is that real? Like, maybe you can feel it, or it's an instinct that you're thinking, oh man, like you're on your heels, or, oh man, you're on the attack, you're on the aggressive. Like, what do you got to do to gain momentum, stop momentum, all those things. So we just wanted to make sure we're versed on what that actually is and what that means. But it's funny, if you talk to anybody in our building, is momentum real? You're going to get a lot of different answers.
Oh, yes, momentum is real. There's no doubt about it. You don't think about momentum, Basinonians. You feel it. You don't think about it. You feel it. It speaks to your soul, not your spirit. Your spirit controls your thoughts and how you think. It's the brain. Your soul is your heart. You feel momentum. You don't think about feeling momentum. You feel it. That's how I would answer that.
I know this is slightly off topic, but I have to say it or it's going to be stuck in my head now. We're definitely using that cut where he says birdie, 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 birdie in some sort of Cardinals promo, right? Where they're like talking about the Redbirds, and then it's just Jonathan Gannon going birdie, 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 birdie. If that doesn't happen, I don't even know what to expect. Here's James Conner on momentum. So he said, JG said, okay, if you ask anybody in our building, you're going to get a different answer. So why not go ask James Conner?
I'm not sure. Really, we added new pieces. We didn't have all the guys. Marvin and Tip and Trey and all the young rookies we added, we didn't have them last year, so they don't know about the momentum or nothing like that. So we just reset.
And that got even deeper.
That did. That's fascinating right there. I mean, it is. It's the great thing about the game of football. It is a situation where you've got to think your way through the game, and you also feel your way through the game. And to me, I think momentum is real. It's something you can feel collectively down on the sideline when the game is turning. Doesn't mean you're going to go out there and win the game. Momentum is just an ebb and a flow of a game. I think it's pretty undeniable that it happens.
Well, you want to ride the good momentum and get rid of the bad momentum.
Exactly.
And that's it. You try and control it as much as you can. I think, to me, the bigger thing here is that the Cardinals going into last season, there was nothing. I mean, there was no momentum from the year before because it felt like about 75% of the roster was different, and the entire front office and most of the coaching staff and the head coach. We got to look at this I'll do it when we get the actual 53-man roster at the end of camp. I'm pretty sure it's going to be about 70% different roster than it was at the start of last year.
Yeah.
Maybe even more, actually.
Here's the situation right here. I can give you a story right now, ladies and gentlemen. Rick, you don't have to play the music. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You want me to beatbox it?
Yeah, the year was 1992, of course, and I was playing for the Cleveland Browns. And Kevin Mack had been sitting out with an injury for a long, long time, and suddenly K-Mac was ready to go, and we called Dogs. Dogs was the personnel group. Dogs meant I was the fullback, and K-Mac was going to be the tailback. And suddenly we went running onto the field. Here it is, Dogs. And Kevin Mack, it was his first play. It was his first play, Basinonians, after he was coming back from this injury that had kept him out for over a month. And suddenly there's K-Mac, and he's out in the huddle. And I came into the huddle, and I said, do you see who's in this huddle right now? You better get your butt moving right now. You better get ready to go. We're going to run this ball right down there. Do you understand? We got up there in the I formation in 22 personnel. We ran the ISO. I got my face blown off on the ISO. And Kevin Mack ripped it backside for about 18. I got my face killed. That wasn't very momentous. All right, the momentum, you didn't feel that there. I was thinking that at the time, and yet K-Mac impacted everybody else on our team when he went for that run because K-Mac was back. And that really made a difference, and we all felt that difference. On the play, I got killed. So individually, I
two different directions there.
It's a collective feeling that you have.
You did get the 18 yards, though.
He did.
Well, your team did.
Yes.
I don't know. This is an interesting conversation when you start to mix it with Will Hernandez told us before and, about a month or so ago that when you build this the way they're trying to build it and then new guys come in, they either just kind of get acclimated or they don't stick around. And so when you combine that with what James Conner's saying of maybe there's momentum, but look at some of the key players that we're talking about, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey Benson and Isaiah Adams and Tip Ryman and all these guys, Max Melton, well, they weren't here last year. So are they all bringing individual individual momentums from college. This felt like a science class the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, it really is a good discussion, though.
JG's getting really cerebral this year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Analytics, I don't know about that. How does the analytics feel about momentum? Interesting.
Well, he's the guy to ask. And when we come back, will the Cardinals' second-year players take the jump that they need them to take? It's Wolf and Luke, live from Cardinals training camp on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's that time again.
Walking in between those white lines and staring at another guy and saying, dude, I am going to beat you into the ground all game.
If you've been waiting for football like we've been waiting for football, you can't miss our live shows, reports, and interviews from Cards Camp. And you can get all of it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com. Boom! Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information right now. If you've been thinking about trying out an electric vehicle, you've been thinking about it, right? Tim Hovick, Santan Ford is the place to explore the possibilities of EV. Listen, you've got the Mustang Mach-E, of course. That's the electric version of the Mustang. And you've got the Ford F-150 Lightning. And EV, well, it might not be right for you, Basinonians. It's not right for me. It might not be right for you. But there are millions of people out there that absolutely love their electric vehicle. Maybe you want to give one a try. The current lease offers going on at Santan Ford right now are just absolutely crazy good. Santan Ford is the West Coast headquarters for electric vehicles, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on Sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo. Mortgage rates are making news every day, but what's putting the worst financial squeeze on people isn't mortgage rates, but credit card interest rates, which can be higher than 24%. But there's hope. My friends at the Lund Mortgage team can help you take back control and get you out from under those high balance and high interest debts by consolidating your debt with a home equity line of credit. Some of their clients are saving $1,000 or more each month. That's like getting a $12,000 tax-free salary increase. You owe it to your family to learn more. So visit them online today at lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
Work, family, life keeps you busy, right? Yeah, me too. But keeping the body moving matters too. Burnsy here for Wilderness Athlete, a truly local company that makes a line of supplements that will improve your life. I love big challenging hikes every weekend, and a Hydrate and Recover packet mixed with water is a must-have before and after. It is the good stuff. Pause whatever you're doing and try Wilderness Athlete for a month. See the difference. Use the promo code BURNS for 20% off at wildernessathlete.com. Fuel for the rugged.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
We will treat you best.
Our technicians might not be the next boy band, but when it comes to pests, they can make sure your bugs go bye, bye, bye. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If you're looking for a perfectly choreographed pest control service with results that will make you cheer, call 602-BLUE-SKY.
We will treat you best.
Yep, we need to stick with pest control. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It's the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice. Practice opens up for fans at 1:15. Wolf and Luke, as well as Burns and Gambo, are out at camp, so make sure you stay tuned in to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In case you missed it, Wolf and Luke were just joined by Cardinals guard Will Hernandez. You can find the full interview on the podcast page on arizonasports.com. While the Olympic opening ceremonies are tomorrow, some events are already underway. Women's soccer started earlier today, and the United States is currently in action against Zambia. It is 3-0 States at the half. And no Dbacks game today. They begin a 3-game series with the Pirates tomorrow at Chase Field. The latest is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Here we go. Football time.
Let's go! It's so good!
Hej, jeg er Lubro der, og du har lige fulgt med på Wolf and Luke på Arizona Sports. Den lokale sportsleder.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke live at Cardinals training camp.
All right, we're back here, State Farm Stadium. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday afternoon, final hour of the show, but it's really going to ramp up here in this final hour of the show, Wolf, because practice officially becomes open in 12 minutes. So then we can talk about everything that's going on in front of us.
Okay, 12 minutes, and then we can talk about it. Yes, of course. Right now we cannot talk about it, even though the field is right there in front of us.
It is.
It's very difficult, of course.
Great setup for us this year. Now,
it
look,
is.
It's not like it was a bad setup in the past. We've always done this show, though, from training camp, right where you do the Cardinals broadcast.
Exactly.
But this year they got to set up right on the 50, like right on the concourse, so like you can. Usually we can't hear everything that's going on up there because they got the soundproof glass and everything, but we're like right here, we can see it all. By the way, is this your 20th season?
It is. 20th season.
Congratulations.
Man. I know. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
It blows my mind. It really is incredible when I think about it. The love that I have for this game and the fact that my God has blessed me with the ability to work at a job that I love so much. It really is a blessing.
That's really cool. I was double checking that before the show because I thought somebody had said that. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday. He was asked if he believes in that second-year jump for last year's rookies, and before I play it, whether he believes in it or not, it needs to happen because they're counting on a lot of these guys that were rookies last year to be huge this year. It's not just Paris Johnson Jr. Here's JG's answer.
Yeah, I do. I think the factors is the guys that make big jumps is the learning experience of playing in games, meaningful snaps, getting that experience, learning from that, good plays, bad plays, and then learning from that and improving their game. I told the staff this morning, as a coach, you put somebody out there and he makes a mistake and you feel some type of way, but the best form of learning for the players is to make a mistake and then learn from it. How do you know if you don't put them out there? You don't even know if you would have made the mistake or not. So I think that's why you see a big jump from year one to year two. And our guys, not like every year one to year two guy, they have I would say a little bit of a luxury where they have the same staff in place, because a lot of guys have been on staffs where you're moving into a guy that's going into year two. It's a brand new system. So we obviously tweak things, but it's a lot of it's the same, and there's carryover. So I think that helps, just the continuity of what we're asking, what we're doing, the expectation, all that. So hopefully they can perform a little better. But all our second-year guys, I'm excited for all of them. I think some guys are set up to make some big jumps.
You know what's amazing about it right now? It just brings me back to so many rookies, and I wasn't the only one. I was a rookie, of course, and I knew what a rookie's mentality was, but I wasn't the only one, Basin Orleans. Even guys that were drafted in the first round, when I had conversations with them later in their careers, they would admit the fact that they came into the league thinking they could play, thinking they could play, thinking they could play, but you didn't know you could play. There's a big difference, right? You think you can play. And if you come in and you know you can play without even proving the fact that that typically does not finish very well for you. I was going to say that's
actually worse
as a rookie.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think, that second year, when you hit that second year, you know you belong and you know you can play. And now all of a sudden, the sky is the limit based on how much better you can actually get and how much better your talent can be produced.
I've tried to look at this season as evenly as possible, right? Like there's a lot of hype around this team. You and I believe there are good things coming for this team. I think there's legitimate reasons to believe that. So I've tried to look at it the other way of like, if we're looking back in December and be like, okay, why did we overvalue this team? I think the biggest obstacle, not injuries, I mean, setting that aside, because you could say that for all 32 teams.
Yeah.
For the Cardinals would be this is a very young team. And I think sometimes we forget that and we just assume, oh, yeah, Paris Johnson Jr. is going to be one of the best left tackles. He's going into year 2. And B.J. Ojulari is going to have 12 sacks. He's going into year 2. Year 2 is not it's a lot more established than year 1, but it's not a team full of 7th and 8th year guys like the 49ers. And yet, Wolf, the thing that I do like about the structure of this team, you've got all those young players, but then you've got vets in leadership positions spread out all across the team, whether it is Kyler Murray or it's James Conner or it's Will Hernandez or it's Budda Baker or Kaiser White or whoever. They're all Dennis Gardeck. Like they're guys that were here before. Kaiser White got here last year, but he's been in the league. But most of these guys that are in big leadership positions have been in the league for a few years. They were here for the tough times with the Cardinals. So you have that spread out across the whole team. I think that's the biggest mistake sometimes you see teams in other sports, not so much football, but like basketball, or I've seen it in hockey, where teams that are trying to rebuild just get a bunch of young players and they have no leadership and they don't know what to do and they don't evolve. This team has leadership in place.
It's a great point by you, Luke. It really is. They've got a nice mix, I believe, down there in the locker room. They do have a bunch of young guys, but year 2 is really, really important right now because you've got to show growth from year 1 to year 2. You have to show the coaches that you are developing. More importantly, I would say, you have to show Monty Ossenfort. You have to show general managers that you are improving. That 2-year window right there is really, really important. Monty Ossenfort was talking about that before, the jump they expected from guys going from their first year to their second year. There was an old saying, Basin Orleans, when I came into the league, 1985, and veterans would tell me, hey, kid, you get 2, you'll get 10. You get 2, you'll get 10. I told Dennis Gardeck
I was there
that very thing. Exactly.
And he has repeated that on a number of occasions.
You get 2, you'll get 10. And what did they mean by that? They meant, that year 1 and the jump that you'll make to year 2, how much better you'll get. And if you get to the end of year 2, coaches think, hey, this kid, he developed nicely. You'll get 10. That's what they meant by it.
Pretty good
now, does that
spot
always work? No, that doesn't always work out that way. There's a lot of personal things that get in the way. Life gets in the way of a lot of careers that happen. But for the most part, if you can play, if you can prove you can play in the first 2 years, you'll get 10.
Here's Will Hernandez. We just had him on talking about one of those guys that needs to make that jump in year 2, probably more so than anybody for this team to have success this year. Will Hernandez talking about Paris Johnson Jr.
Paris, that's one of the oldest rookies that I've ever met, as far as mentality-wise and how he handles himself. So, you got all those pieces put together. Yeah, we got to adjust, make sure we're on the same speed, but it makes it so much easier with guys like that.
How's that assimilation going for Paris Johnson Jr. over at left tackle right now?
He's doing great, just as expected. He's doing his thing. He's making sure that anybody that he gets paired up with, with the rotation or whatever, that he helps them, they help him, and they work well together. So I'm excited about Paris.
A lot of pressure on him.
A lot of pressure on Paris Johnson Jr. See, I mean, it's almost like it's his rookie year all over again. See, it isn't.
Except there's no leeway. Like, oh, it's okay, you're a rookie.
Yes, he's not. And the experience that he gained in year one at right tackle, no doubt about it. Played every play for the Arizona Cardinals. Just a huge, huge thing for Paris Johnson Jr. and the psychology of Paris Johnson Jr. Yet at the same time, the switch over to left tackle right now, especially for offensive linemen, where you're taking pass sets. You're doing it from the right tackle spot and then from the left tackle spot. It's a little bit different. I've used the analogy of trying to write your name with your left hand if you're a right-handed, or vice versa, whatever it may be. And if you're not ambidextrous, that's going to look a lot different from the left side than it is going to be from the right side.
Like a 5-year-old writing your own name.
Exactly right. So it is a little bit different, but it's going to be Paris Johnson Jr. in that left tackle position I got my eyes on.
All right, we are almost to a point where we can talk about what's out there on the field, Wolf. When we come back, we're going to talk a little baseball, though. What was the best part of last night's thrilling Diamondbacks come-from-behind win in Kansas City? It's Wolf and Luke live from Cardinals training camp on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Royals.
And the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back, Isbell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone! Cattell does it once again. A 3-run homer. And the Diamondbacks have blown it open with a 5-run ninth inning.
The D-backs host the Pirates for a 3-game set at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame tomorrow night at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Go to presidentialpools.com if you are dreaming of a backyard oasis right now, right? You're imagining the pool and how it might look. Well, look no further than Presidential Pools and Spas. When you choose Presidential Pools, you're choosing peace of mind. And the reason why I say that, it's very, very clear because they've got the industry-leading 5-year warranty that ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase, of course. For over 30 years, Presidential Pools and Spas, they have been the Basin's premier pool builder. That's right, they're Arizona's #1 pool builder, and they have been for a long, long time. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com. Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
It's the harshest test your roof can go through, an Arizona summer. Dave Burns here, and I want to introduce you to Renco Roofing, family-owned, local, proven track record over the last 20 years. Now is the best time to get your roof inspected by Renco. They're deeply rooted in the local community, dedicated contractors who cover everything from re-roofing to repairs. Don't wait for a costly repair. Schedule your roof inspection now at renCoroofing.com. That's renCoroofing.com. Monsoon tested, sunshine approved.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, as I and many others close in on retirement, we're getting bombarded with this information about, annuities. Everybody should do an annuity. Give me your thoughts on those.
Well, Gambo, we just left one of the lowest interest rate environments in history. Advisors were advertising annuities on the radio and at live seminars saying guaranteed 7% income. But never forget, income is what you take. Interest is what you make. And retirees or pre-retirees are on their second or third year of seeing no return at all on those investments.
And there's tons of fees involved in a lot of these annuities, right?
Oftentimes, people have these riders that I believe are completely useless and expensive, and they need to start making more on their money.
If you bought an annuity and you're concerned with the low returns and want a second opinion, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here with my man, Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, what's going on this summer at Chapman BMW?
We got a lot going on, Bick. Financing as low as 2.99%, a great selection of certified pre-owned vehicles that have gone through an extensive inspection. And if you ever thought about going electric, we have the incredible lease deal on the BMW i4, starting at $449 a month. So come on down, say hello, and get your hookup.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Golf was meant to be fun, right? We get that. Our motto is fun, family, and fitness forever. Kurt Hudek here for Augusta Ranch Golf Club in Mesa, Arizona. We're excited to announce the opening of our brand new 21-bay Top Tracer range with the same technology you see on TV with the pros. You can improve your game and get the kids involved too. Our bays are open day and night. Augusta Ranch Golf Club, bringing affordable fun back into your golf game. For tee times and more information, go to AugustaRanchGolfClub.com.
The Window Depot is more than a window store. The Window Depot is a one-stop warehouse with everything you need for your complete home remodel. Shop the aisles of pre-built cabinets in a variety of colors, granite and quartz countertops, sinks, skylights, and hardware to complete your project. Need a custom order? We can help. Our designers offer free design services and can special order everything you need for your kitchen or bathroom remodel today. Shop thewindowdepot.com or find a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Wolf and Luke with today's MLB standings. Brought to you by America Roofing, Arizona's #1 residential and commercial roofing company. They've got you covered.
All right, let's take a look at those NL West standings, although every team is winning lately. The Dodgers did lose their most recent game, but they still have a pretty big cushion at 61-42. The Padres now 55-50, Wolf. The Dbacks are 53-50, so they still have 2 games in hand on San Diego. They're technically a game back of the Padres. The Giants are 48-54. And the Colorado Rockies are 38-65 on the season. So as far as the wild card standings, because that's what you really care about now, I don't know if you've noticed this, Wolf. Atlanta keeps losing. They've lost 4 in a row.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's not a bunch of teams fighting for 2 wild card spots. It's a bunch of teams fighting for 3 wild card spots because Atlanta has come back to earth. So the Braves right now at 54-46, that's your #1 wild card. The Mets and Padres are each a game and a half back, so those are your 2 and 3. St. Louis is a half game back of San Diego. The D-backs are a half game back of St. Louis. The Pirates and the Reds are each a half game back of the D-backs. So that's basically 7 teams fighting for 3 spots now, and they're all divided by just 3 games. The drop-off from the Braves to the Pirates now is just 3 games.
It's really, really cool because there's an old saying, Basinonians, in the National Football League that you win games in November to make a run in December. I think the same thing applies. You win games in August to make a run in September in the game of baseball.
I think you're right.
You know what I mean? I think it's all bunched up right now. August is going to settle it down a little bit, in my opinion.
By the way, the Cardinals, all these teams, I know you're big on run differential, right?
Yes.
So, like, the Braves are plus 50. The D-backs are plus 22.
Yes.
Okay, all these teams that are, the Padres are plus 29.
The
Mets
Padres.
Are plus, Padres. St. Louis is a negative 36. How are they? They're up here in a wild card spot, or half game out of a wild card spot.
When they lose, they lose.
Yeah, I guess they all just take the day off or something. I don't know. All right, so the game last night that really got the Diamondbacks back into this, a thriller. It was an entertaining game back and forth for a while anyway, but then there was a lull after the Royals took the lead on a wild pitch that got past the catcher, Ryan Nelson, wild pitch. And then there was just no more scoring until the top of the 9th when the D-backs put up 5 to take an 8-4 lead and ultimately held on for an 8-6 victory. Here's Torey Lovullo.
We never shut down, and it was a character win. I think the guys dug as deep as they could. We made a little noise in the 8th, and I think we cycled through that frustration. I think good teams can toggle and have good and bad moments and know how to, flush it, come out, and do something like we did in the 9th inning. It's a tough environment. It's a good team. We just got one guy on and got the line moving.
What a win, man. What a win. This is something you said earlier, and I agreed with you immediately, but this is my favorite win of the season so far.
It's gotta be up
look,
there, right?
now I realize, as each game goes by and each series becomes more and more important, we're gonna say, hey, that's my favorite win of the season right now. Provided things are going well, of course.
Provided there's a lot to choose from.
But right now, when you think about it, when you think about winning this series after losing the first game 10-4, losing the first game of the series, you come back against a team that is playing well, and you win two of those games. 2 for 2 you go, and you come back in the rubber game in the 9th inning, put a 5 spot up and beat them. The way you did it, man, all wins are not created equal.
Exactly.
They are not.
Exactly. Because we've seen it from the other side, right? Even on this run, when Paul Sewald had those 3 blown saves, or Justin Martinez had the blown save the other day, where it's like, when you lose a game, all losses aren't created equal, so all wins better not be created equal. And it's not like the Diamondbacks haven't come back and won a game this season. They've done it, and they've been doing it more frequently recently. But there's something about stealing a win in the 9th inning. To come back and put up 5 in the 9th inning, that's a little bit different.
There's no doubt about it. And not only that, too, when you think about it, the Diamondbacks were 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position until that 9th inning. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, look, everybody, it's Gabby Moreno driving into the gap. Gabby,
it was 3 solo home runs before that. That's how they scored all their runs.
Exactly right. 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position, driving into the gap. 2 guys score. It was unbelievable to see Gabby come through, and suddenly it was a 5-4 Diamondbacks lead. And then we know what happened after that with Ketel Marte hitting a 3-run bomb. I mean, just the fact they did that. Yeah, there was some drama, I would say, in the bottom of the 9th inning with Paul Sewald allowing 2 runs to score.
What do you always say, Paul? Can I talk to you for a second?
The Paul Sewald experience right there. And, yeah, you had Salvador Perez coming to the dish with a runner on. The tying run was there, no doubt about it. So I know there was some drama, and it did fill you with a lot of angst watching it, especially because you're like, can you imagine blowing this game?
Oh.
Can you imagine blowing this game after coming back the way they did and putting a 5 spot up? And it was 8-4 going into the bottom of the 9th.
No.
Can you imagine
Not even a
losing
save
that game?
situation. He's just coming in. You're like, okay, you'll
That's
put
right.
this away, right?
Exactly
Yeah.
right.
Great win for the D-backs. Off tonight. Pirates series starts tomorrow. That's a monumental series, and they're actually going to play them twice in the next week and a half. Wolf, we can talk about what's in front of us now. I give you all the credit in the world for staying focused on baseball as practice, the first open practice, is going on in front of you. Sir, feel free to talk about what you see out there now.
Yeah, super cool right now. There are football players out on the football field. Ron Wolfley reporting here.
Let's go. Let's parachute in from 100,000 feet.
Well, of course, I'm just saying offense is wearing red today, and defense is wearing white, and I'm fascinated with the fact that these are practice jerseys, of course, and yet they've got their names, their last names, stitched into the back of these things.
That's big time right there.
I mean, that is we used to literally base it on it. You'd come in, and the equipment guy take out the Johnson white tape, and he'd put a strip of tape on your helmet and write your name with a black marker on it. That's what he did. That's what you had. And all of a sudden, you'd have to have it on the back of your head, too, so your coach would be able to see you and go, hey, Wolfley, what are you doing? Right? Yell at you, because these new guys, of course, that show up, the coaches didn't know, for the most part, who you were just based on your number. They had to have your name on the back of your helmet. Now, all of a sudden, they've got these, they look stitched, too.
Yeah.
Really nice.
It's the highest level for a reason now. We can get back into this when we come back, too, but when you were playing and you didn't have the full pads on and you're out there in camp, like, you can't be busting up wedges if they're not wearing pads. You can't really even do full-fledged fullback things.
Yeah.
What did you do on days like this?
Talk trash for the most part. This is when you're not in full gear, Basinonians, and you're in training camp, and you know, okay, you know what? We've got a day without pads. We've got 3 days without pads. When we come in for a mini camp, when we would come in for the 3-day mini camp, you wouldn't wear pads in the mini camp. Okay, that's where the trash talking was like, oh, okay. Okay, dude, yeah, I'll see you in August, bro. Right? That's where you would talk a lot of trash. Some guys, for the most part, would do that. Right now, I would imagine there's not too much of it going on because they don't run drills right now that are very physical or aggressive. But once they get into it, once they do have one-on-one with the offensive line and the defensive line, it's not Oklahoma, okay? But once they do that, I can promise you right now there's going to be some trash talking.
Who do you think talks the most trash on this team? How have we never
That's
asked
great.
all the players
Right.
we talk to, whoever we have on tomorrow, we're asking them.
I'm thinking Kaiser White is somebody who's going to talk a little.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking Kaiser.
I feel like Budda might, too. But Budda, I feel like, is doing it in a leadership sort of way now.
You know, the whole thing about Budda, I don't think anyone is going to test Budda. Nobody's going to jig him in the eye. Nobody's going to say anything to Budda. And because of that, I think Buda's just going to kill him, period.
Yeah, maybe
don't
talk.
And not worry
nobody's
about
talking
trash.
I could see Paris talk. I certainly could see Will Hernandez, who we had up here. I mean, he's definitely talking down there. That's just a given.
Yeah.
Text us your thoughts to the FanDuel text line at 620 right now. When we come back, we're out here at State Farm Stadium. Practice is open. There are fans here. We can talk about everything in front of us now, which has been tough for the last 45 minutes to not talk about anything that we've seen. So we're just going to dive all the way into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Should they win the gold without Kevin Durant? Do they need Kevin Durant to win the gold? My brain is telling me you shouldn't need Kevin Durant to win the gold when you're as stacked as Team USA is. But then I read the comments of, I think it was Drew Holiday, and he said, it's Kevin Durant. What are we talking about? Does this team need Kevin Durant to win gold?
They might. That's why they're doing what they're doing, right? That's why they're holding on to him. They're not replacing him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
The new Bluebell Cookies and Cream Cheesecake is cheesecake ice cream with chocolate cookie-crusted cheesecake pieces and chocolate cream-filled cookies. Again, cheesecake ice cream with chocolate cookie-crusted cheesecake pieces and chocolate cream-filled cookies. Buy 2.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Fry's food stores and all Walgreens.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did you know that flushing your water heater tank once a year can make a big difference? It removes sediment, improves efficiency, and ensures hotter water. And guess what? Christian Brothers Plumbing has an unbeatable Gambo special. $49 for a water heater inspection and flush. Preserve your tank, save money, and get peace of mind. Call Christian Brothers today at
602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 and ask for the Gambo special.
We're a two Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E. 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and zero tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
Work, family, life keeps you busy, right? Yeah, me too. But keeping the body moving matters too. Burnsy here for Wilderness Athlete, a truly local company that makes a line of supplements that will improve your life. I love big challenging hikes every weekend, and a hydrate and recover packet mixed with water is a must-have before and after. It is the good stuff. Pause whatever you're doing and try Wilderness Athlete for a month. See the difference. Use the promo code BURNS for 20% off at wildernessathlete.com. Fuel for the rugged.
I'm Jesse Morrison with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some breaking news from ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski. 3-time NBA champion James Posey is joining Mike Budenholzer's staff as an assistant coach. Posey won titles as a player with the Heat in 2006 and Celtics in 2008. He also won a championship as an assistant coach with the Cavs in 2016. It is the first day of Arizona Cardinals open practice, and practice is underway at State Farm Stadium. Wolf and Luke, as well as Burns and Gambo, are out at training camp, so make sure you stay tuned in to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In case you missed it, Wolf and Luke were joined earlier by Cardinals guard Will Hernandez. You can find the full interview on the podcast page on arizonasports.com. And no D-backs game today. They begin a 3-game series with the Pirates tomorrow at Chase Field. The latest is brought to you by BackFit Health and Spine. With 9 valley-wide locations, BackFit Health and Spine is ready to take care of your pain needs. Text back to 620-620 for more info and to receive the Gambo special.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and we are live from Arizona Cardinals training camp. So which position battles will be the ones to keep an eye on? We'll tell you on the Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Yes, Burns and Gambo. I just saw Burns walking around. They're going to be here as well. We're out here at State Farm Stadium, and Wolf, can we officially declare any of these position battles won yet?
Yeah, we got a long way to go with that. But this is so cool right now to watch this. There's still an individual. That's where you work in a position group. Cornerbacks go with cornerbacks for the most part. Offensive linemen go with offensive linemen. You get the drift of it. It's called individual period for the most part. There's been no team work so far that we have been able to see right now. They got the offensive line hidden down here in the corner. That's really interesting to me. Underneath the overhang, the red zone right there, right?
Just so Wolf can't really totally see them.
Kind of very cool. I'm trying to break out the binoculars here, but it's cool to see it. Here it is, day 2 of training camp 24.
Will Hernandez joined us a little bit earlier, and I know you like this answer, Wolf. This was before he handed you your rookie card that he said he purchased at Goodwill, and it was his lucky card. He said he felt better about camp this year because he had his lucky card, but he also said you can always be more physical.
Oh, yeah, that's the goal always. No matter, even if you would have told me we're the most physical team last year in the entire league, I would have told you we still need to be more physical. You know, there's always that wanting to get better attitude, no matter where you land on the number charts or on the rankings or whatever. So, yeah, definitely want to get more violent, want to run the ball harder, stronger, more efficient, smarter, definitely all that.
Yeah, that's
music to your ears.
That's a great answer right there. It really is. You know, even if you were the most physical team in the league last year, which they were not, but even if you were, okay, and they were really, really physical on that offensive line, no doubt about it. Again, number 4 in rushing yards per game, number 2 in rushing yards per play. Brothers and sisters, you put those two things together right now, and it wasn't because of Kyler Murray pulling the ball down and running. They were an elite running team last year. And all they did, in my opinion, this offseason is actually get better from a personnel perspective in terms of running the ball. That to me has got me out of my mind. As you know, I am so excited to see this iteration of the Arizona Cardinals offense.
Yeah, I'm looking for number 33 too, obviously throughout camp, to see what Trey Benson does. Will Hernandez talked about him as well.
I mean, Trey Benson's good just on his own, and we got him here for a reason. So, we have all the faith in him. But think about, also who's helping him out. James Conner, when you look at it from that aspect too, you got a guy who can come in here and do his thing on his own. But when you have a mentor like James on top of that, it's just setting him up for success.
That was a great point by him. I'm surprised you didn't lean in and say, great point by you, Will. But it is. I mean, you've got Trey Benson learning from James Conner. What you're pointing at something. What do you see?
I'm sorry, man, right there. Did you see it? The offensive linemen, Basinonians, they walked all the way down the field. All the way down the field because they're on their way to going to join up with the defensive linemen over there. So much of the time, this is what happens. They go down on this field. It's not the grass field. They go down to the artificial turf part of training camp right here, and then they'll work a little one-on-one, typically against those defensive linemen. I thought it was interesting because we used to call that the walk. The walk. Because whenever we'd go one-on-one against outside linebackers, it was the most brutal thing you would experience in all of training camp because it's unfair. It's unfair for a running back in particular to sit there and say, okay, you've got to block this guy who's rushing, and there's no line of scrimmage whatsoever. There's none. There's no presence of any other human being out in the field.
Yeah, there's no context
It's a guy
at all.
coming off the edge and a running back, and he gets a 5-yard sprint at you, and you've got to hammer him. You got to try to block him. Very, very unfair to the running back for the most part, but that's the way they wanted that drill to be. Unfair, because if you could do it there, you could do it in a game
where there's some actual context around you. Yeah, no, I mean, they did. They walked from right to left on your radio dial. They were walking very just slowly, like, okay, we know what's coming here.
Right now, again, they're
not going to be in pads.
Yeah, they're not paired up right now, but that's the walk down to that part of the field when it will be pads.
There's a lot going on out here right now, too. Have you zeroed in on Tip Ryman yet? I figured we were going to get a lot of Tip Ryman reports. This is your first time seeing him practice as a Cardinal.
Was Paulie the one that actually, Paulie Calvisi, ladies and gentlemen, was he the one that actually tweeted out or X'd out that picture of Tip Ryman when Tip Ryman was blocking? Can I just tell you right now, the stance that Tip Ryman was in. Oh, my goodness, and I did. I think I retweeted it, re-X'd it, whatever you want to say about that, based on things. But I did that. I was like, that was the squarest stance I think I've ever seen. From a guy who's 6'5", 273 pounds, he was square. And that's what you want to see. It's kind of like my mom, Hoopy, based on audience. She's 87 years old, and I guarantee you that woman, she come walking in here right now, getting a three-point stance, and fire off the ball with a flat back better than most NFL linemen, okay?
Well, obviously she's a Wolfley. She's never
of course.
Is this it's the one that Paulie tweeted out like yesterday afternoon?
Yes. Yes. Did you see how square?
He is really squared up. That
he
is
looks
like
so square.
That is like fundamental line up and run into this guy.
It's something. His athleticism is something nobody really talks enough about right now. I think Tip Ryman is going to be an absolute steal in the third round. And again, I'm not worried about him going out there and catching 80 balls. I'm not worried about him doing that. For me, you want to look at Tip Ryman and say, man, just remove somebody from the line of scrimmage. Just be good at blocking. And if you're just good at blocking, you are going to change the way the Arizona Cardinals are going to play offense.
I can tell you right now, I will be very worried if Tip Ryman catches 80 passes this year, because that means something somewhere else along the line did not go the way it was supposed to go. All right, we are out here at State Farm Stadium, the first open practice of training camp. You feel that, Wolf, football's here now. There's no, football's a couple weeks away. There's football happening in front of us. NFL football going on. We'll wrap up the show and recap what we've seen next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Swinging a ball that's cranked out to deep right field. That ball on its way, and it is gone. Corbin Carroll, his third homer of the season, and what a way to get the first underway.
Will the D-backs find a way to create chaos again? Listen to play-by-play of every Diamondbacks game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's me, your liver. You know, the organ that helps you recover every weekend after pizza, donuts, and all those drinks. When you have a headache, you take an aspirin. You have a stomach ache, you pop an antacid. But where's the love for your best buddy, the liver? The least that you could do to help me stay healthy is take Active Liver from New Nordic. Active Liver tablets contain high-quality, all-natural ingredients like milk thistle, globe artichoke, and turmeric extracts, which are proven to keep me healthy and you feeling your best. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox and helps protect me all year long. So let me make you an offer you can't refuse. You take care of me with Active Liver, and I keep taking care of you. Capiche?
See for yourself why Active Liver is Scandinavia's #1 liver health supplement. You can find Active Liver at CVS and online at Amazon, Target.com, or directly from NewNordicUSA.com. Again, find it in stores at CVS or online at Amazon, Target.com, or NewNordicUSA.com.
Arizona Building Supply is a new name in Arizona, but with a long history. Local companies with long-standing reputations across the valley and state, including R&K Building Supplies, Foxworth Galbraith, Trust Fab, Crown Components, and Holderness Supplies, are now operating as one to serve the statewide construction needs of contractors, builders, and homeowners. Customers can continue to rely on Arizona Building Supply, a division of USLBM, who is now the second largest building material supplier in the U.S. From lumber and hardware, trusses and wall panels, windows, doors, hardware, and soon-to-come cabinets, Arizona Building Supply has the structural and aesthetic components to bring any plan together. They also have regional home centers in Yuma, Prescott, Payson, and Hebron, local and easy-to-navigate retail centers with a variety of products for general home improvement, but also a source for design inspiration and upgrades like cabinets, windows, and doors. Wherever you are in the state and whatever your project calls for, there is an Arizona Building Supply near you ready to help. Find out more at azbuildingsupply.com.
A secure retirement just doesn't happen by accident. When that day comes, what's most important to you? Are you sure to have more money than month? What about unexpected medical costs? Do you want to leave something to the kids or the grandkids? I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know we specialize in these questions and can help make your retirement dream a reality with some of the highest guarantees in the business. Imagine getting up to a guaranteed 12% growth on your retirement income and up to a 30% bonus up front just for opening an account. If you have funds sitting idle in an old 401k or IRA, consider guaranteeing it to secure the peace of mind you deserve. Don't leave your financial security to chance. Take advantage of the highest guarantees I've seen in my career. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Or visit us online at TrajanWealth.com.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims-paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can
can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for the participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals camp. Now.
Final segment of the show out here at State Farm Stadium. Practice going on in front of us. As we said, going to break. It officially feels like football season now. It's not something off in the distance. It is right in front of us. Wolf's got the binoculars out. It's official.
Yeah, you know, it's the first thing I'm looking for right now is they're getting ready to go team. And when they go team, it might be group. I should clarify. It might be group. We'll see. But I think they're getting ready to go team. And if they're going team, I just want to see who's the first left guard when they break that huddle.
That's a great point. I mean, it doesn't determine anything, but it does kind of give you a sense of, all right, who's getting the first shot at this?
Exactly.
What are the positions here that are the most wide open right now? We got left guard for sure.
Okay, we got left guard, no doubt about that. Write that down in your notes. We've got wide receiver number 3. I think some would say wide receiver number 2 as well.
Okay, so let's look at that then. So obviously Marvin Harrison Jr. Okay, he's up there at number 1. Are you saying between Michael Wilson and Zay Jones, or Greg Dortch and Zay Jones?
Yes.
Or so just any order back there?
I honestly feel like Michael Wilson is going to definitely be wide receiver number 2. We will see how that goes. But I think wide receiver 3 between Zay Jones and Greg Dortch specifically, I think that's going to be a bit of a matchup right there. I also think edge on both edges, honestly. It's going to be, all right, who are our 2 best edge guys that are out there right now? I think you've got Dennis Gardeck, of course. He's going to be one of the guys considered. B.J. Ojolari is going to be out there. Zaven Collins, as we all know, is going to be out there. Darius Robinson. And will Darius Robinson get a crack at being out there? That's the other thing I really want to look at as well. I would say corner. There's no doubt about it. You need 3 good corners.
Yeah, I was going to say corner's like the first one that jumps off the page to me.
You need CB2. And then you need that nickel corner as well. So that's up for grabs.
Okay, so you've got corner, left guard, wide receiver 3, and 2 edge rushers, basically.
Who's the best 2 edge rushers you've got?
All right, so those are probably your 5 spots that are the most up for grabs. I mean, I guess technically Trey Benson isn't your clear-cut number 2 running back yet, but he's probably going to be, and that was Kyler. That was a nice play right there.
Oh, man, that was really, really cool. Did you see what they just did right there?
I just saw Kyler.
This is what I'm talking about. They got into 12 personnel. I can do this, right, Mel? They got into 12 personnel.
You can do whatever you want now, Wolf.
They got into 12 personnel. 1 back, 2 tight ends, and they spread the formation. 1 back, 2 tight ends. And guess who the tight ends were? Tip Ryman and Trey McBride.
Oh, what are the odds of that?
So now all of a sudden they had James Conner in the backfield and motioned him out of the backfield. An empty set from 12 personnel when they had, okay, so we all think 12 personnel. They're going to pack it in, put Kyler under center, and hammer the ball.
Yeah, you're going to block. Hey, now you're just blocking for no running back.
That's not what they did. See, this is the versatility. This is the power of if you can do A, that means you can do B.
If you have to answer this question honestly, because we still have time, but if I just never ended this segment, and I never wrapped up the show.
Yeah.
How long would you go right now?
I don't know.
Burns and Gamble, I feel like would be like, it's 3:45. Can we start the show?
I do. I really enjoy this right now. I mean, that was really, really cool to see that. 12 personnel when you got a 275-pound stud tight end and Trey McBride, who can be that guy. But now all of a sudden you split them out and throw the ball with James Conner motioning out of the backfield, an empty set. That is the last thing that defensive coordinators are thinking of. That is the last thing when they see 12 personnel and it's 1st and 10, they're thinking they're going to line these 2 tight ends up. They're going to blow our face off and attack the line of scrimmage. And guess what? Sometimes that is going to happen, no doubt. But now you're going to put your personnel in there to combat 12 personnel in rundown situations. And then they spread it and throw the ball. When you went, hey, we're going to go with a 4-3. We're going to go ahead and put 4 run-stuffing defensive linemen with 3 linebackers, and then they spread the formation? Okay.
See, that to me that's really refreshing, because a couple years ago it felt like the opposing defense was dictating to the Cardinals what they could do on offense.
Yes.
Here, we know what you're going to run, so we're going to tell you how you have to run it. We're going to tell you where you have to run this RPO or whatever. Whereas everything you're just saying right there, Wolf, even if, other teams aren't going to be surprised by the Cardinals doing this, but it doesn't really matter if they're surprised by it, because you still don't know what's coming.
Oh, this is really nice. Tip Ryman just sat down, a nice little zero route right there in zone coverage. The quarterback put it on him. Looked like it was Clayton Tune who put it on him right there. He caught the ball, turned upfield, ran through a dude. They don't have pads on. And he dipped his shoulder and ran through a dude. There was contact. Man, this is what I'm talking about. Here we go. Who wants to play? You got a mouth guard, buddy? Stick it in.
Well, we're getting a lot of tip time right now. Marvin Harrison's on the sidelines. So I'm already distracted. I just want to see Marvin Harrison get like 12 touchdowns even in practice.
Yeah.
He stands
practice,
out.
Man.
Even, obviously this is a bunch of NFL players. He stands out here. It's the first time we've really seen him with NFL players. So this is kind of cool in that sense. But he's one of those players, Wolf, that's easy to find even if they weren't wearing jersey numbers. You'd be like, okay, well, there's Marvin Harrison Jr. That's easy. We can find him right away. They're obviously about to hike the ball. So
right. What are you doing? There's silence right there. What are you doing talking, Luke, when they're getting ready to snap?
Sorry, I'll be more quiet so they can.
Okay, that is. How about that right there? I see you, Clayton. That was a heck of a throw by Clayton Tune right there. Who caught that ball, Luke?
I'm looking through a camera and other people.
Okay,
right, so I can't see everything over there.
Honestly, where are you, dude? Okay, Basinonians, they are out there, and they are going through some 7-on-7 right now.
When can we start to really read into what we're seeing as far as the edge rushers in particular?
Yeah,
because I know that without the pads
only
on.
with pads.
But, is that something that's so crucial to what they need to be able to do this season, is to really have like an established pass rush. Whether it comes from one, it doesn't need to come from one or two guys. I think it's probably going to be more balanced on this team. We had Paulie on earlier. He was talking about how when you look at the guys they have that can get to the quarterback, they're all very different in how they get there. That might not be the worst thing in the world.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That was bad right there. Okay, I'm not going to – that was bad right there. Right? That was great, whatever you said.
This is why it's training camp. Get those out of the way now so they don't happen against Buffalo in week 1.
Yeah, so distracted right now as to what is going on. 7-on-7 is what they're doing. You have the offensive linemen. They are working on their own. They have not matched up yet. So I think that probably is coming team. I was premature. Team is always 11 on 11. Whenever you're going team, boy, that was a bad.
That was a
boy,
pick.
Greg Dortch right now having a bad go of it.
Yeah, that's defense is pretty happy. That was not Kyler that threw that, though.
No, it was not.
For anybody that's listening on the radio, which would be our entire audience right now, try and fill in some of the blanks here. Defense is looking pretty happy right now with what the offense is doing.
Man, I just want to see, Luke. I just want to see who breaks the huddle on the offensive line at left guard. Who is it? I think it's going to be Evan Brown. My guess would be Evan Brown, but they haven't indicated any of that yet right now. I haven't seen them working together.
Why Evan Brown? Just because of the experience over a guy like Isaiah Adams?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. I think the experience. I don't see any scenario whatsoever outside of Marvin Harrison Jr. where you're going to go, here, you're starting. You know what I mean?
A rookie?
Yes,
yeah.
For a rookie. I just don't see that scenario happening at all.
You're saying right now, like you're starting camp as a starter, right? But, so one of these guys could win that job over the next month.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. Yes, I'm saying right now. I don't think, why would you ever do that? Just give a guy the starting position. Marvin Harrison Jr. in this wide receiver class and what they have in that room, I think you can honestly suppose that he's going to be one of the best 3 you've got, and that's why I think he will start.
Yeah, well, I think everybody is on board.
But
and
I have seen coaches who are like, no, you know what? We're still going to make him earn it.
Well,
so don't be shocked.
I feel like he will earn it if they do that. All right, that's it for us today. We'll be right back out here tomorrow, though. Thanks to Aaron Maloney. Thanks to Jesse Morrison. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help kids like me and Phoenix children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I want to take a moment to highlight the incredible generosity of the Ak-Chin Indian community. They're always giving back and supporting important causes, and their involvement in this year's Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon is no exception. The Ak-Chin Indian community has a long history of standing by those in need, and their contributions have made a significant impact on countless lives. This year, they've stepped up once again, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to helping kids and families facing tough challenges. Robert Miguel, the chairman of the Ak-Chin Indian community and my good friend, embodies this spirit of giving. The community has shown remarkable dedication to making a difference. Their support for this year's Give-a-thon is a testament to their compassion and generosity. We are grateful for their partnership and support. Thank you, Ak-Chin community, for being a beacon of hope and making a positive impact on the lives of so many children and families. The kids all win with Ak-Chin.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. And just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries, but he couldn't get the insurance company to help him. And after all that frustration, he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million victory. Now, no firm can guarantee the outcomes, but in these situations, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and it means justice. That's what Sweet James is all about. They're the firm you call if you're ever hurt in an accident. And don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Got any great lease specials this month, Chris?
What's up, Dave? I sure do. This month, we are all about the Hummer EV. We've got a large variety on the lot, which means we have your perfect fit. All month long in July, you can lease a Hummer EV for $0 down and monthly payments starting just under $1,000 for 36 months.
Nowhere can you buy or lease a GMC for less. Visit Chris off Bell Road in Peoria or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This is the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Training camp, it rolls on today for the Arizona Cardinals. Just their second day, but several more days to come. We've got Burns and Gambo live from the main concourse at State Farm Stadium. So if you see them, say hi. They are set to be joined by members of the Cardinals throughout the day. Trey McBride and Mac Wilson sometime in the 3 p.m. hour, so stay tuned for that. And all you can catch up on as far as other Cardinals interviews and articles you can find right now on the Arizona Sports app and on arizonasports.com.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
That's Team USA head coach Steve Kerr today with the latest regarding Kevin Durant. Durant, of course, has missed all of USA's tune-up games while recovering from a calf strain. Well, when you ask Durant about his health update...
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
And in other Olympic Games news, Mercury guard Beck Allen has withdrawn from the Paris Olympics and Team Australia after suffering a hamstring injury in their latest exhibition game. Allen, on her X account this morning, posted, quote, "shattered," with a broken heart emoji, close quote. Now, let's send things to State Farm Stadium with Burns and Gambo.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Here we go. Football time.
It's Darius Robinson at the Arizona Cardinals, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals training camp.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
We're live at camp, baby. We're camping.
Dude, I'm all fired up right now.
I know, right?
I'm so fired up. We've got a new setup.
The setup's great. You're going to love this. I know. Yeah, right?
It has just rejuvenated me. Like, I am really psyched about. I can't wait to get here tomorrow. I'm like, all right, let's do less is more. No, this is a great setup.
You like this? This is good. This
yeah,
it's great. It's fantastic. I'm very happy about it.
We turned around the dumb table to make it work. So we had a table, and it didn't really work, but we turned it around, and now it kind of works.
I'll take things the audience doesn't care about for $400. Okay.
We're not in the press box anymore. We're down like on the main level. I just feel like I'm right in the action. I feel like, when we go to Diamondbacks and we cover the game like from for the first game of the season when we're out on the field.
Oh yeah, right. We're right.
I almost feel like that's where I am right now. I almost feel like we're right there. This is a great setup.
We are on the main concourse. We're at the 50-yard line. We're on the opposite side of the field from where the fans are, but we're NFL Network's around here somewhere, and we've got a great view of practice and what's going on in front. This is great.
It's a great setup. It really is.
You can watch it on arizonasports.com. If you're streaming us right now on the website, you can watch us there. We don't have the camera pointed towards the field. This is a great setup. Already looking forward to the guests that we're going to have today. Trey McBride's going to join us. Mac Wilson's going to join us today.
Trey loves us.
He does. He does. We're gonna. I'm sure there'll be bro hugs all around when he shows up because we've had him on the show many times. And
Trey, Mac Wilson. Can't wait to talk to Mac Wilson.
I know. Really looking forward to that. Yeah,
a couple good guests today, and tomorrow will be a Monday as well. So today, tomorrow, Monday. Then we've got a few other days, but we talk about how crazy it is. 28 years for me, Cardinal camp. My first one was Vince Tobin. Yours was before me.
But my first one was Buddy Ryan.
My first one was Vince Tobin.
My first training camp was a Buddy Ryan training camp.
Crazy,
and it's just it's like, man, we are old. Here's our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show. That's not
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in. Brought to you by Revitalize Weight Loss.
Well, we have it on the old show sheet as a scene setter, and we've described the scene for you. There's a good, healthy crowd out here for the first day. I didn't witness it personally, but I did see on social media Kyler Murray's pass to Marvin Harrison Jr. and the oohs and ahs that followed from the people that were here. It's already, I don't know how Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be after the practice. You talked about that yesterday a little bit.
I want to see that.
How does he interact with the fans and the people who are here? But they've already had a moment on the field, one throwing to the other, and that was a thing. Setting the scene for camp, I would agree with you, just from a selfish level. It is very rejuvenating where we're sitting. This is a really, really cool vantage point, better than where we've been before. I really like it.
No, this is great. I mean, it is. We've always been up in the press box a little bit, and we've had windows that we've had to kind of open up to get the the feeling of the feeling is we're outdoors. Like we're out with the. It's not really outdoors.
No, but I know what you mean. Indoors. I know what you mean.
Yeah, but we're out with everybody. We're out with the people. So I don't know. It's a great setup. We've always been in that press box, a little bit tiny in windows, but now it's big and it's open, and we're on the main concourse. So looking forward to it.
It feels different.
It does. It feels different.
I'm looking out at the field, and I see players with names on the backs of practice jerseys. So if you're a fan and you're coming in here to watch these games, a little bit easier to identify the players. You don't need a program necessarily to identify the players. That's Coach Gannon was talking about that today. That's a new thing that they've added with the names. So that makes it a little bit more helpful.
Glad you noticed that. I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, you see that it's just easier to identify who's who out there as opposed to looking down at your sheet and a bunch of numbers.
There's number 17. I get to see him. But now the number's right on there, so you don't have to. Yeah, the name's on there.
The name's right there on the back of the jersey. All right. We heard from Jonathan Gannon today, and we'll bring you some of what he had to say a little bit later. There was a lot of talk about his rookies and his roster and the level of competition, and obviously there's a lot of excitement. Momentum was a big talking point over the last 24 hours, to the point where Jonathan Gannon, he was asked yesterday, the momentum of last year, the way they finished last year, can it carry over into this year? Here's what he said.
That's probably a better question for the players. Momentum. Does momentum exist? The answer is perhaps. We actually did a deep dive on momentum this year. Kenny Bell did. Yes and no, if you let it, you know what I mean? But it can also be a negative thing too. So I think that how you frame it in your mind, but if you're not worried about, January or December, what you did there, and you're worried about day-to-day improving, probably not much.
Okay, hold on. And I read this today. A clarification, a deep dive on momentum. What exactly does that mean? I'll let the coach explain.
That's looking on historical data from the 1800s of war. Then going to Olympics, like Paris that you're talking about, then going to all walks of life, sport. Tennis is a good thing. Golf is a good thing to study. Individual sports. Does momentum play? Why does Xander go bogey, par, bogey, and then birdie, 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 birdie? Is that momentum? I don't know. Maybe he just hit some good wedge shots and made some putts. But, it's something that I'm always interested in. Why we did a deep dive on it, that's a good question. You guys talk about all the time. The momentum of the game shifted on that play or that series or that, and I always thought to myself, is that real? Like maybe you can feel it, or it's an instinct that you're thinking, oh man, like you're on your heels, or oh man, you're on the attack, you're on the aggressive. Like what do you got to do to gain momentum, stop momentum, all those things. So we just wanted to make sure we're versed on what that actually is and what that means. But
they studied momentum in the offseason.
Yeah, that's incredible. Look,
it's something.
I don't believe in momentum after the game is over. So I'm not a believer that it carries on week to week. Okay. I think there's momentum in a game. You're down by 3 scores. You force a turnover, and then you score. And then you get a fumble, and you get the ball back, and you score. I'm a believer that momentum can carry you in the course of a game. But when that game's over, and then you've come back and you've won, I don't think the next week matters. I don't think that what you did this week carries into next week, because once you go play another team and they punch you in the mouth, everything changes. Mm-hmm. That momentum's gone. You play the Bills in week 1 and they score the first 10 points and are up 10-0. What you did last week doesn't matter. You're down 10-0 in the game. So I'm a believer in momentum can I believe in momentum in a game, in a fight, in a game, in a period in hockey, in a quarter in basketball. In basketball, these crazy runs, that's momentum. That's momentum. The Suns go on this. The Suns they came back and they beat Sacramento. They were down by how many? They came back, it doesn't mean anything for the next game. For the Sacramento game, when they were down by 22 and they came back and won, they got momentum in that game, and it carried and carried and carried, and they won. But it doesn't carry over for the next 3 games. It's gone. The next time you play, that team doesn't care what you did to Sacramento. They're trying to win their own game. So I don't think it carries over.
You know what? I don't either. But I do think, I wouldn't define what the Cardinals did last year. Because I think what we're talking about here is we're talking about a continuation from last year. Last year, the Cardinals went 2-2 in their last 4 games. They beat a couple of playoff teams when they did it. And people want to think that there's carryover from that. They're going to take that, they're going to build off of the momentum of the last 4 games and how they finished. So many things have happened since those last 4 games. I don't think there's momentum from that. But what I do think there was a validation of the beliefs. Hey, you know what? We're building something kind of good here. And we're putting together a good football team here. And guys are understanding what they're being taught. And when the quarterback comes back, now it's all starting to come together and we're starting to see that. I don't think that's momentum. I think that's just learning from what has happened last year. You know, because I think that's why Jonathan Gannon was asked the question. Everybody wants to know if they can carry over what they did at the end of last year into this year, if that means anything, you know?
And I'm going to say no, because how many players are new? How many players are new? You got a whole rookie class coming in. You got guys that didn't play last year. You got free agents. Mac Wilson's going to be on the show today. He doesn't have anything to do with last year. So my belief is that it doesn't really carry over. But he did a big, deep study on it. So when we get him on, we'll ask him what he found out.
I cannot believe they did. That's when I read that they did that stuff. I'm like, what? You did?
Hey, too much time on your hands? What was that song? Too much time on your hands.
I mean, when you've got that much time, I guess. When we come back, the Arizona Diamondbacks, the answer backs, if you will. They had some scares late, but that 9th inning rally is the stuff that last year was made of. We're going to talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs at the Royals.
And the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back, Isbell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone! Cattell does it once again. A 3-run homer. And the Diamondbacks have blown it open with a 5-run 9th inning.
The D-backs host the Pirates for a 3-game set at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame tomorrow night at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about V's Barber Shop. Always happy to tell you about V's because you always know what you're going to get when you go to V's. First of all, you're going to get a great haircut every single time you walk in the door. That's an automatic. They've got the best barbers in town. The one location near my house in Gilbert, I think I've tried every single barber in there, and I've never been disappointed once, not one time with the haircut that I got. But number 2, there is a real sense of nostalgia when you walk in there and kind of a hominess to the place where you walk in and you just feel very, very comfortable. I mean, so much so I had some family who was in town a few weeks ago and all they wanted to do was go to V's. Why? Because they went to V's a year ago and they thought the experience was so cool, so unique, they couldn't wait to go back and do it again. Almost like a ride at the amusement park, but not with all the thrills and everything, just because it was so comfortable there. Find out for yourself. Go to vbarbershop.com. In fact, the next time you're thinking about where to go to get a haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book yourself an appointment today at V's.
On July 27th, Luis Gonzalez and Randy Johnson will be the first members inducted into the Arizona Diamondback Hall of Fame. Fans will receive a special Hall of Fame tease. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with the chairman of the Auction Indian community and my good buddy, Robert Miguel. Robert, how are you, bud?
I'm doing wonderful, so.
Hey, we're so happy to have you involved with our PCH Give-a-thon. Why did you decide to get involved?
Giving back is part of who we are.
We took the We All Win with Auction message and want everyone to know that our focus has always been on our kids of our community, but really all families across the state. We're honored to give back and help the families and kids at PCH.
Who do you know from your community that has used Phoenix Children's Hospital over the years?
We've had multiple community members have to go to PCH, and we're lucky to have such a great hospital in our own backyard. We want to be known as a community leader, and we'll help in any way we can. We're so blessed to be a part of this year's PCH Give-a-thon.
Robert, that is absolutely fantastic. And for Phoenix Children's Hospital, the kids all win with Auction.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the summer savings you've been waiting for have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. You want SUVs? Earnhardt's got them with a low 0.9% APR financing rate on 2024 GMC Terrain and Buick Encore GX models. Plus, get up to a $1,500 purchase allowance on select models. And it gets better. Buy now, no payments due until October. Earnhardt's got trucks, too. 2024 GMC Sierra 1500s at 1.9% APR financing or $6,000 in purchase allowance, but they can go bigger. Drive out a GMC Denali heavy-duty model at a low rate of its own and finance for up to 84 months. That's 7 years, folks. All this and more from Earnhardt, a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. They're local, and local matters. Stop in and say hello in person or take advantage of their fully digital shopping options at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
See dealer for full details and qualifications. Terms limited and interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. Offers in 7/31/24.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Diamondbacks come home for a weekend set against the Pirates. Will they stay hot? We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo Show live from Cardinals training camp, but now we talk about the Arizona Diamondbacks. You talk all the time about if they get to the end of the season and they don't make the postseason, there are games we're going to remember.
And it works the opposite way,
And
too.
It works the opposite way.
Yeah.
If we get to the end of the postseason and they have made it, there are going to be games that we remember and that we circle, and there is zero debate. Last night was one of those games for the Diamondbacks.
No, I mean, they were last inning down 4-3. Suarez leads off the inning against McArthur. He strikes out. You're 2 outs away from losing this series to Kansas City. Gurriel beats out an infield single. Perdomo walks on what was strike 3, by the way. That was a strike.
Of course.
That was strike 3, and they gave it to him, and he walked. So you got first and second. Gabby Moreno comes up. At the time, they're 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. He punches a double in the gap, 5-4 D-backs. Carroll beats out an infield single. Ketel Marte, 3-run home run. Third consecutive game in which he's homered. We talked yesterday about his MVP odds and where he could finish, and maybe you're right. Maybe he can finish second because that was a hell of a series for Ketel Marte. He's carrying the Arizona Diamondbacks right now.
No doubt.
He's carrying them. Christian Walker's been struggling. Walker, I think he's 4 for 20. He's 4 for his last 22 or 21. 4 for 21 or 4 for 22. He did homer yesterday.
His first since July 4th, yeah.
But he's been in a slump. Yeah. Like, he's not playing well. Ketel Marte carrying this baseball team offensively. I like what they got out of Ryan Nelson. He was in trouble, man, a lot. Thank God Salvador Perez hits into so many double plays. He got 3 double plays last night, Ryan Nelson. 2 of them off the bat of Salvador Perez.
And 2 that ended innings for him. Yeah, that was a big help, no doubt.
Big win. They're 11-2-1 in their last 14 series. They've won 11. They've lost 2. They've tied 1. They've won like 6 in a row. I mean, there's no question they're buyers.
they're playing good baseball. They're not, they're 3 games over 500 right now?
3 games over.
But you're right. That win last night's one you're going to look, if they make the playoffs, you'll look back and say, that's a reason why.
And selfishly, we were talking about Ketel yesterday. I heard this earlier, I really liked how Torey Lovullo framed the answer to the question about Ketel Marte's performance last night. I thought this was classic Torey Lovullo, and I'll explain in a minute.
He's a beast. I don't know what else to say. I hope the fans, the baseball fans in Kansas City and the fans watching back home really appreciated what they saw today between he and Bobby Witt Jr., two really, really, really good baseball players on the same field at the same time. But Ketel, he doesn't surprise me. I've seen him do it over and over again, and he wants to be in the middle of everything. That's his personality, and it was a big knock for us today.
See what he did there? All the conversation has been about Bobby Witt Jr. and how unbelievable Bobby Witt Jr. is, and oh my God, he's the face of this and he's the face of that, and
How about our guy?
How about our guy? Hey, put our guy on that level. Now, maybe he doesn't belong there. We can have a debate whether he belongs there or not, but I like Torey in a passive-aggressive kind of way, like, hey, my guy, our guy, how lucky are we all to have these two guys on the field at the same time? And that was his way of advocating for Ketel as, man, if you don't know it, you've got one of the best players in baseball on your roster right now. And I liked the way he did that. And I tell you, I agree with a lot of what you said. I agree about Ryan Nelson and his performance. We'll talk about Paul Sewald a little bit later. I always wonder when a closer comes into a non-save situation if you're getting the true representation of that guy. Because sometimes closers just tend to not have that same kind of mentality, especially when they're handed a 4-run lead. But the other thing I was thinking of watching that game last night is we're lucky at this point the team did not move off of Eugenio Suarez. I mean, have we gotten to the point where we can express gratitude that they kept him? That we can say, thank God they kept Eugenio Suarez and they didn't move him when all the pressure was on the organization for them to do that?
Here's the truth. There were 2 times he was a day away from being cut. There were 2 times that he was a day away from being cut. There was one time he hit a home run and it bought him an extra couple days. Mm-hmm. And there was another time it was when Lawler got injured, Jordan Lawler, he was on the verge of being cut that next day. They've had those discussions. There were times but yes, I think we have to be happy that he has turned it around. He had the double yesterday, the home run. We had a poll the other day who's going to finish with a higher batting average, him or Corbin Carroll. He had 2 hits yesterday. Corbin had 1, an infield single. Eugenio Suarez may end up with a higher batting average than Corbin Carroll.
He might.
Corbin's not playing very well. He had an infield single last night, and I think his last at bat, he got hit by a pitch too. But other than that, he was struggling. So, I think we can have some gratitude that he's turned. We all knew how good he was defensively, but now we're seeing the bat come around and him starting to contribute there.
The last calendar month, July, he's hitting .299. He's got 6 homers. He's got 19 RBI over that time span. He's 10th in baseball in home runs. He's 10th in extra base hits. He's tied for 7th in RBI. I want to say I can't believe it, or I've never seen it in my life. I don't know if I've ever seen this in my life, but a month ago, we were so ready to be done with Eugenio Suarez. Get off it, move on, find somebody else. And they were too. And now at this point, man, thank goodness none of it came down that way. Because I don't know where they would have been. You talk about Christian Walker not having a great July, and Jock Peterson, that was his first home run since I think the 5th of July. Ketel Marte's been carrying him. Eugenio Suarez has been carrying him this month.
Yeah.
Carrying
nice
him
to have a
this
couple
month.
guys going well.
Yeah, because it's not going to last, but the hope is that when he cools down, then Walker starts to heat back up again, or maybe Carroll at some point. I don't know what we can count on him for the rest of the year, but that at some point kicks in. So, to your point, yes, this is one of those wins that we look back and say that might be a reason why they get in the postseason. They've got an off day today, a chance to kind of reset the bullpen a little bit. They've got 6 of the next 9 games are against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and if you look in the standings, those are 6 very, very, very important games. Those 2 teams are butted up right next to each other in the wild card race. So it's another, we keep saying this, but an important stretch of games for the Arizona Diamondbacks. There's always going to be an important stretch of games when you've got 60 games left on the season and things are as close as they are.
Yeah, I made a note. Robbie Ray came back for the Giants, pitched 5 scoreless innings. Nick Ahmed and Robbie Ray against each other last night. But Nick Ahmed got a hit for the Dodgers. But, yeah, the Giants get Robbie Ray back. He throws 5 scoreless innings. They're about 4 games behind the D-backs. Do you keep your eye on that? The Pirates are a couple games over 500. They're going to be buyers. The Mets won again. They're beating the hell out of the Yankees because the Yankees have fallen apart. Yeah, this race, even, you look at it, the Diamondbacks have won 11 out of their last 14 series, and one of them was a tie. But yet still, it's a dogfight to get into the postseason as a wild card.
It is, and you just keep saying, keep winning series, and that's what you got to do. You got to keep winning series. But that game last night, that one, I say it felt done. I don't know, man. The Diamondbacks had a chance in the 5th to push a run across. They had a chance in the 8th to push a run across.
In the 5th, Perdomo doubled. Then Herrera bunted him over. Carroll got grounded out with the infield in. He grounded out. Marte was intentionally walked, and then they got Jock to ground out. Jock had been 3 for 17 against left-handed pitchers. That made it 3 for 18. That was the 5th. What was the other inning you mentioned?
In the 8th. They had a chance in the 8th.
Yeah, then they had
with Corbin Carroll on third with 1 out, and they couldn't get him in.
Yep, but top of the 8th, Carroll got hit by the pitch, ends up at third, and then Jake grounds out up the middle. They just played him perfectly, hit the ball perfectly, but it grounded out.
I felt good. I actually felt good about their chance to come back in that game last night because they had a couple of chances earlier in the game, and they weren't able to follow through on that. Again, off night for the Diamondbacks tonight. They host the Pirates tomorrow, and yes, they will miss Paul Skeens this weekend for Pittsburgh. Text us your thoughts on the state of the D-backs right now. FanDuel text line at 620-620, and don't forget the trade deadline is next Tuesday. Kevin Durant, we're getting closer and closer. Today might have been a big day for KD in Paris and whether he's going to play in these Olympics, and we'll explain why next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And if you are looking for a LASIK procedure, you could save $1,000 this summer off your LASIK procedure. We're coming down to the final few weeks of this, so take advantage. If you're struggling with your eyesight, nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help you. 3 locations, Glendale, Scottsdale, Mesa. Dr. Jay Schwartz ready to help you with your eye care needs. You can save $1,000 off your LASIK surgery. All you have to do is text GAMBO to 620-620, and you'll be all taken care of. 3 locations in the Valley for Dr. Jay Schwartz. Just text GAMBO to 620-620 for all the information.
We're a 2 Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and 0 tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, debunking 3 myths about fiduciaries. And you're going to be surprised about myth number 3. Myth number 1. Fiduciaries are too expensive. Not at Trajan Wealth. Our interests are aligned with yours, so we don't need to push costly investments. The more you make, the more we make. It's that simple. Myth number 2, they will only want to sell me something. Absolutely not. At Trajan Wealth, we have hearts of teachers, and it's our goal to educate and empower, not sell. And the biggest myth, myth number 3, fiduciaries are only for the wealthy. Not at Trajan Wealth. Whether you have 50 grand or 50 million, we know it was hard-earned and we'll treat it as such. Let's grow together. So, here's your opportunity for 100% complimentary professional Q&A. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
If you're struggling to lose weight, here's good news. It's called RM3 from Red Mountain Weight Loss. RM3 is a natural hormone that burns fat from problem areas like your belly, hips, and thighs, helping you lose up to 20 pounds or more per month. It's safe for men and women, and it's not a stimulant, so you won't feel nervous or jittery. Red Mountain has been helping people lose weight and avoid surgery for over 25 years. But there's never been a program this successful because RM3 helps overcome issues that cause weight gain, like a slowing metabolism, hormone imbalance, or menopause. This patented medication is available only by prescription, and you can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Why leave your weight loss in the hands of an online pharmacy when you can trust the medical professionals at Red Mountain Weight Loss? Schedule your appointment today, and we'll ship medication direct to your door. Lose up to 20 pounds by this time next month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Training camp rolls on for the Arizona Cardinals. It's just their second day of camp, but don't worry, there's plenty more days to come. We've got Burns and Gambo live from the main concourse at State Farm Stadium, so if you got a chance to see them, say hi. If you haven't yet, go say hi. They're set to be joined by Mac Wilson and Trey McBride in the next hour, so stay tuned for that. You can also catch up on all of the other Cardinals interviews that happened earlier today, as well as the latest articles right now on the Arizona Sports app and on ArizonaSports.com.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
That's Team USA head coach Steve Kerr today with the latest on Kevin Durant. Durant has, of course, missed all of USA's tune-up games while he's recovering from a calf strain. When asked about his health, Durant said this.
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
And in other Olympic news, Mercury guard Beck Allen has withdrawn from Paris as well as Team Australia after suffering a hamstring injury in their latest exhibition game. Allen on her X account this morning posted, quote, "shattered," with a broken heart emoji, close quote. The latest is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday morning. Is Kevin Durant a go for Paris? That and the latest from Cardinals camp. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
We talk about practice.
We got to talk about the game.
Practice.
Talk about faux fights.
Did the Olympics start? I saw France beat
rugby, right?
the USA in soccer.
Was it soccer? I thought it was rugby.
Soccer. Was there was 3-0. It had to be soccer.
Which one, Lauren? You're here with us. Which one was it?
The U.S. men's soccer team lost to France 3-0. The women's U.S. soccer team just won 3-0.
Okay.
So the Olympics have started.
Yes.
Sometimes they have so many games they have to play that they sometimes will start before.
No, I've seen a lot of
tomorrow's
stuff that
opening
they're
ceremonies.
complaining about. They tried to make it like eco-friendly, so there was no air conditionings, and everybody started complaining. Like they were like, France was like, we want the most eco-friendly environment for green gas, so that nobody had air conditioning. Like it's freaking hot.
I didn't.
Give me an AC. And then there's a lot of complaints and non-complaints about they're on cardboard beds.
Oh, okay.
The beds are cardboard.
Okay.
So it's like a bunch of hard cardboard, and then they put a mattress on top of it.
It's going to be hard to perform at your athletic peak performance
no,
if you're sleeping on cardboard.
I don't think they're worried about the athletic performance. One athlete was worried about, the bed hold it up, when he has guests over.
You're being very diplomatic here on air, I will say.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
Like, when he has... one of the guys was like, I have a female companion over, and we have to sit on, a little bit worried about the cardboard bed hold it up.
We understand exactly. I mean exactly what it is.
Jello cup!
Yeah, thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Mitch. Jello.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, Kevin Durant, I have no idea if I would imagine Kevin Durant is not sleeping on cardboard. I would imagine the U.S. men's basketball team is not sleeping on cardboard. Kevin Durant is trying to get back into these games, and that was his cut from yesterday or today on his health. Now, he participated in a scrimmage today in France, and so now it's going to be they're going to huddle up, they're going to get together, they're going to kind of figure out what the plan is. Steve Kerr talked about the expectation for Kevin Durant and said there are a lot of people in this decision-making process here.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
He went on to say, we're in consultation with the Suns, we're in consultation with the doctors, we're in consultations with KD's people. And I was listening back to a soundbite that we played yesterday on the show, and it was Brian Windhorst. He was reporting live from Paris.
Yeah, KD was mad at him.
And once, and it's funny because that's like the headliner to the soundbite. But once you get past the part that KD's mad to him, he communicated how important it is to Kevin Durant to play in these international competitions. It means a lot to him to play in the Olympics.
I believe it. A big part of his legacy is these Olympics. And, he's like the all-time leader in points and a lot of different categories for Team USA. And so he wants to play. And listen, and they want him to play. And he's one of the greatest players that's ever played in the history of the world. So, the opportunity to have, like I said, if he could play, great. If he can't, I don't think he's going to risk an injury to his season in the NBA to go play in the Olympics. But if he feels like he could play, then I think he's going to play. He's going to trust his body, trust his trainers, communicate with Team USA. They communicate with the Suns, and you make a decision. Like I've said to you before, I think as long as he could be there for those most important games, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, and help them win a gold medal, then I think he should play.
Quote, it's not just our training staff, but USA Basketball Managing Director Grant Hill is constantly in touch with Kevin's people and with the Suns. This is not going to be like us going out and saying, hey, let's just throw him out there. This will be a big collaboration, close quote, in terms of the decision for Kevin Durant and whether he's going to play. And I think you're right. I think that they should be able to advance to the medal round and the quarterfinals and all that stuff without him if they're so inclined. I just know that with all the caution that's being out there with Kevin Durant, I'll feel better when I see him in a game. I'll feel better that the powers that be decided he's good enough to play, he's good enough to go, because the longer he's not, the more I worry about what this means for the Suns. The longer he's not able to go and not feeling up to it, and they've decided he can't handle it or for whatever reason, it's just one more little click on my nervous knob, where I just get a little more nervous about this and a little more and a little more and a little more. As soon as I see him out there, I'm going to feel better about it from a Suns fan's perspective.
I know there's a lot of stuff going on. I think they're starting to feel the pressure that comes with having to win the gold medal when you're the heavy favorites. Kerr's kind of getting on his team a little bit here because they didn't play well against South Sudan. They didn't play well against Germany. He's noticing that they're not paying a lot of attention to detail and they're kind of lackadaisical. And I think he's worried that a looming upset could be on the horizon, which is why he's kind of getting on him.
Here's Kerr.
We have another level. I think we have another 2 levels that we can get to. It's a collaboration always. So we can show the strategic stuff on the tape, walk through and show them, hey, let's do this, let's do that, let's learn personnel. We got to know the shooters, know the non-shooters, all that stuff. So that's where we can help them. Where they can help themselves is just effort and energy, play after play after play.
He said he didn't like the pace. He said they were walking the ball up too much, that they were moving too slow, they were playing too lackadaisical. And I don't know. I don't know where you stand on this. I am oddly not worried at all about Team USA once these games count for real. It's kind of like we were talking about with Paul Sewald last night. What I had said that when closers come in and they're in non-safe situations, it always gets a little dicier than maybe it should be. And that's not a validation of Paul and how he's pitched. It's obviously been struggle for him.
You're not worried at all.
I'm not worried at all about Team USA's ability to win
quarter,
a gold medal.
semis, gold medal. They're going to cruise.
I'm a cruise, but I think their level of talent is just too high. And I think what we've seen up until this point is a team that knew nothing was on the line in any of those games. And I think it's different when something is on the line in those games, and they'll play differently because of it.
I tend
You're worried about it?
No, I tend to agree with you that they're going to win because there's too much talent. But I think to Kerr's point is that the talent level, yes, the Americans have the most talent, but these other teams are very talented. And if you're not playing at a high level, they can upset you and beat you. And I think that's what Kerr is really worried about. It's like, hey, if we play our B-plus game, we're going to win. We don't even need to play our A game. We play our B-plus game, we're better than everybody else. I think he's worried about what happens if they play their B game or their C game. So I think that's why he's kind of trying to push these buttons right now to get them going.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And he even said, look, these games that we're playing here, they're just different than the NBA games, and here's why.
This is different. This is not an 82-game season. They're not going to play 125 games total with preseason and playoffs and all that. It's literally 6 games. And watching the tape, we're jogging through some possessions. We're not hitting bodies on box outs. And so it's time. It's time to lock in on that. And as I said, that's for all of us, coaches and players, to to get to that point mentally, strategically, however you want to put it.
I did see where he said that, the hockey style lines that he's been running out there, where it's like 5 in, 5 out.
Yep.
That what he likes about that is basically it's a hockey mentality. Go out there, play as hard as you can for 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'm going to switch you out 5 guys, and they're going to play as hard as they can, and then you're going to come back in for 5 to 10 more minutes. Just to give me everything you've got for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll switch you out completely, wholly, and totally, and throw in another 5 guys for 5 or 10 minutes, just to try to get that pace and that energy and that effort that he's looking for.
It's interesting because what happens if one of your 5 guys doesn't have it? I mean, you're going to just keep him out there because you want to do a complete line change?
I don't know.
I mean, what if one of your guys down the stretch is just not playing very well? What if you get to the fourth quarter and one of the guys you have in the starting 5 is 1 for 9 from the field and 0 for 4 from 3, and he just doesn't have it?
Do you take him out? Do you mess with the rotation?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. And
then Joel Embiid said they're an old team.
Yeah.
And everybody was commenting on that. Yeah, we're kind of old because they have so many players over the age of 30.
But they agreed with them for the most
part,
They agreed
right?
with them. They agreed. I mean,
yes, we're old.
Yeah, we're old. LeBron, kind of old. Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, yeah, kind of old. I mean, there are guys in there who aren't. There are guys like Booker who are in the middle.
Right, Jason Tatum.
But the main guys, yeah, they're kind of old.
Right.
That's
why it's going to be such a new look. 4 years from now, a lot of these guys are not going to be playing anymore. It'll be a whole new Olympic team.
Yeah, and it'll be curious to see what Booker's role is on that Olympic basketball team. Because by then, 4 years from now, the games are in Los Angeles. Devin Booker's, 32 years old at that point? 31, 32?
Yeah.
Is
he might be one of the senior guys.
Maybe. He might be. The guy who's got
2 gold medals.
2 Olympic gold medals under his belt, and LeBron's phased out, and Curry's phased out, and KD's phased out, et cetera, et cetera.
2 gold medals and hopefully a WNBA, hopefully an NBA championship.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, do we have any hope for the Phoenix Suns draft pick in terms of how much he's going to be able to play this year? Not everybody does, and we'll tell you who's saying what coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
It's that time again.
Walking in between those white lines and staring at another guy and saying, dude, I am going to beat you into the ground all game.
If you've been waiting for football like we've been waiting for football, you can't miss our live shows, reports, and interviews from Cards Camp. And you can get all of it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
Boom!
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com, where, the deal's extraordinary. 200 trucks on the lot right now. You will not find a lower price in town when it comes to getting a Hummer EV than you will at Liberty GMC. But I also love telling you about their service drive because the service drive is absolutely unbelievable, right? We all got to get our car serviced. We all have those little lights that come on our dashboard and tell us it's time to get our car serviced. At Liberty GMC, they have taken the hassle and just removed it from the equation entirely. They have a service drive that is open until midnight, Monday through Friday, which means you can drop your car off by 10 o'clock at night the night before, and it's done the next day. You'll never even know it's gone. It's like it wasn't gone. And so you don't have to worry about wasting your time and waiting for your car or interrupting your busy day or anything like that. Yet another reason to go see my friend Chris Scott and his crew at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them. With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. Having personally encountered the exceptional care provided by Moving Team 6, I can truly attest to the priceless bond we've formed. Their unwavering dedication ensures that your move is stress-free from the start to the finish. Feel secure that you and your belongings are receiving the highest level of care from Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, your move is their mission. Visit MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley.
And Luke Lipinski.
We're here to talk about one of the most important issues affecting our community. Every year, we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn about important water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 62620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, you know who loves America's pastime? America Roofing, Arizona's roofing contractor of the year, serving the Valley for over 2 decades. Paulie Calvisi here. They were referred to me, and now I'm referring them to everyone I know. Plus, save 10%. Click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Mitch, unfortunately, the only member of the Burns and Gambo team who's not out here taking in this glorious day of training camp out here at State Farm Stadium. Sorry, Mitch.
I got rewarded with Dairy Queen Blizzard, so I'm good.
What?
Oh.
Is Blizzard's back there?
Yeah, it's I believe it's Miracle Treat Day, anticipation of Give-a-thon, so the
fantastic.
DQ people swung by.
Nice, very nice. Well, enjoy your Blizzard, enjoy your privacy. You've got the
Oh yeah. This
all
door
yourself.
is slammed closed. Nobody is coming in here. It is mine for the next 3 and 15 minutes.
You know how it is, like when your wife is out of town for a couple of days, right? And you're like, oh my God, I got the house all to myself. That's
It's
what Mitch is like right now. Have you not experienced? Have you not? You don't.
There's been a couple times she's had some business trips. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, admit like when my wife's out of town, I'm like, oh my God.
Oh, listen,
I've got the whole house to myself. There's not, just me, man. This is great.
I don't want to kill myself or get myself in trouble because I love my wife, but I'm all for some alone time. I'm all for some alone time. See, nobody's going to tell me what to do or that I chew too loud or I breathe too loud, or I snore.
You do chew very loud. I'll back Chelsea on that.
Yeah,
one.
I think Lauren can back that up too.
Yeah, loud chewer. Yeah.
No, you don't really realize it until you get married that you actually breathe the wrong way. You breathe the wrong way. You walk the wrong way. You eat the wrong way. You drive the wrong way. Like you don't realize any. Thank God we got married. None of us men would ever really understand all the faults that we have.
Oh, honey,
that women point out to us.
You're hanging out with some friends tonight. You won't be home for a few hours. Darn, what will I do with this big?
I'm gonna live my best life right now. I come home. You're watching another World War II movie. Why do you always watch World War? Because I like them.
Okay, first of
That's
all,
what I like. I like those movies.
I've had many conversations with your wife. She sounds nothing like that. That sounded like your Italian mother, John. What are you doing? How come you don't wash your face? You got to comb your hair. Your wife doesn't sound like that. Yeah. Mitch, save us with a poll question, please.
Music just ruined the chance of this being a promo. I wanted to have fun with the conversation that surrounded Cardinals camp yesterday. The idea of momentum. So that's what we're asking you today. Do you believe that momentum exists? It does or it does not?
It does.
It does in
small
games.
doses. In small doses.
In games. I don't think it does week to week.
Yeah, in small doses, I believe in. I believe in momentum. Yeah, I believe in the momentum of the ninth inning last night for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think there was a little momentum there. Yeah. But does it mean anything when they play the Pirates tomorrow? Nope, not at all. So small doses, yeah.
93% believe that momentum exists, to the 7% that do not believe that it exists.
Right. Do those people also believe in the Loch Ness Monster? Bigfoot?
Did 93% of them do their homework on momentum like Jonathan Gannon did during the offseason?
I don't know if they studied wars from the 1800s, but...
Can you comment if you didn't do your homework on momentum?
I'm fascinated by what exactly did you study in terms of 1800 warfare?
Napoleon.
Is that who it was? Napoleon?
Maybe, I don't know.
Watch the movie Napoleon, I guess. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where you can find it. Thank you, Mitch. We appreciate that. Enjoy your privacy and your blizzard. Something we meant to talk about yesterday we didn't get a chance to. Ryan Dunn.
Yeah.
A lot of conversation about him.
Yep.
And whether he's actually going to be able to contribute to the Phoenix Suns this year or not. There's some people who believe that he is not going to be able to contribute to the Phoenix Suns this year.
Yeah, there was I sent it to you yesterday. There was an article talking about the players and how they did in the summer league, and there was an analyst that kind of just thought that Ryan Dunn, maybe he's just not ready to play at this level. That maybe Ryan Dunn should start. And let me just see where it is. It was I think it was Jonathan Wasserman of Bleacher Report gave his take on what Phoenix should do with Ryan Dunn role-wise. And here's what he said. As exciting as Ryan Dunn could be making plays on defense, his offense feels too far behind to justify rookie minutes. He should spend the year in the G League, getting up shots and building some confidence shooting threes. He'll always be valued most for his athleticism, defensive court coverage, and weak side shot blocking. And he could earn situational minutes this season just bringing his explosiveness, play finishing, and disruption off the bench. But wings who can't create or make shots have very limited margin for error, particularly for a team looking to compete for a title right now. I don't disagree with one word that he said. He's not going to play if he misses all those shots. Not going to play.
Okay, I don't disagree with that part of it. I see no reason to reach that conclusion on July 25th.
Okay, that I agree with.
There's no reason to draw that conclusion now.
You've got time to work with him, to adjust his shot, to tinker with it, for him to he's got to be getting up 1,000 shots a day, man. He's just got to be shooting the basketball, and he needs somebody to work with him.
Yep.
Because he really struggled in the summer league. Didn't play in the final game. Really struggled with that shot. But we knew coming in that was his weakness. There's a reason why he was drafted 28th and not top 10. If he could shoot the basketball, he would have been a lottery pick. He would have been a top 10 pick, but he struggles to shoot the basketball. So here's your first person, Jonathan Wasserman, Bleacher Report, saying he should spend the year in the G League and work on that one weakness. And he points out that it's just your margin for error is so limited. If you can't shoot the basketball, you can't play a whole lot in an NBA game because they're going to leave you alone. They're going to double team somebody else that you don't want double teamed.
Yeah. All right, we're going to pivot real quick. We're going to take a break right now a little early because I just got word that Trey McBride is on his way up. So we're going to go off clock a little bit here because we have our next guest, our first guest of the Cardinals training camp coming up. Trey McBride will join us in a few minutes. That's coming up next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
2:30. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about back fit, health, and spine, and really I love success stories. And I've been telling you the last couple of days about this guy I know, Earl, covers the Suns. Met him for years. I've known him, and he came up to me in the media room back in February and asked me about BackFit. And I gave him all the information. He ended up going to BackFit. And he told me, I'm very skeptical because I've gone to a few places and I've got this terrible back pain. I can't play basketball anymore. Driving a car for any long distance is terrible. So he told me he was skeptical, went to BackFit, and now he swears by it. Came into the commercial with me the other day. Couldn't believe how great BackFit was for him. Got him out of pain. Playing basketball, can make the drive to California to see his family, no problem. BackFit put together a comprehensive plan for him, just for him. They were able to properly diagnose what his issues were and get him all fixed up. And you don't go forever. That was the great thing that he loved, too. He's still going. He went a few times. They gave him a plan. They worked with him a few more times. All of a sudden, he's out of pain. If you're struggling with back pain, knee pain, shoulder pain, ankle pain, text BACK to 620-620. I'll get you the info. That's text BACK to 620-620.
If you've been even thinking about trying out an electric vehicle, Tim Hovig's Santan Ford is a place to explore the possibilities of EV. It's the blow-your-hair-back performance by the Mustang Mach-E or the F-150 Lightning. Look, an EV might not be right for you, but they are spot on for millions of drivers. Give one a try. The current lease offers at Santan Ford are crazy good. Go to santanford.com. Santan Ford is the West Coast headquarters for electric vehicles. Go to Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
Hey folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Bear Henley, one of the owners of Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, if you're a sports fan, this must be a great time to shop at Walt's.
No doubt, Dan. You know, the Paris Olympics will be a nightly spectacle, and it won't be long before football season is here, which means it's a great time to go big, as in big screen. And if you let us pair that up with the right audio component, your viewing experience will be magical.
And if you drop my name, you'll get 10% off installation labor, or you can upgrade to a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Walt's off the I-10 in Warner. You can shop online at waltz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Training camp rolls on for the Arizona Cardinals. They just actually wrapped up day 2 of camp. Several more days to go. Several opportunities for you to go out there and see the Arizona Cardinals get ready for the upcoming season. We've got Burns and Gambo live from the main concourse at State Farm Stadium. And coming up next to join them is tight end Trey McBride. So don't go anywhere, because the tight end of the Cardinals is joining Burns and Gambo right after this.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
That's Team USA head coach Steve Kerr earlier today with the latest on Kevin Durant. Durant, as we know, has missed all of USA's tune-up games while he's recovering from a calf strain. Durant himself was asked about his health status.
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
And in other Olympic news, Mercury guard Beck Allen, who was playing for Team Australia, has withdrawn from the Olympics after suffering a hamstring injury in their latest exhibition game. Allen, on her X account this morning, posted, quote, "shattered" with a broken heart emoji, close quote. The latest is brought to you by The Window Depot. The Window Depot offers the best price and biggest inventory. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit the new store on Cave Creek and Bell Road.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. This is where the hope and the hype mix it up on the field. Finally.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals training camp.
All right, so Trey McBride, the player, great. Trey McBride, the radio guy, because you just heard your voice there for a second. How did it sound to you?
It sounded great. It sounded like I got a career after football, maybe.
There you go. Don't come after the job, please. Trey McBride, Cardinals tight end, our guest here from Cardinals training camp on the Burns and Gambo Show. How you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Just finished up the first full-speed day. It was a lot of fun just to get out there, compete, and team looks great. I'm fired up to get out there and show the world what we can do.
What was the offseason like? What are some of the things you did? Besides going to the Luke Combs concert, what else did you do this offseason?
I went to Tight End University in Nashville. Travis Kelce, George Kittle put on a thing where they bring all the tight ends together, so I got invited, did that. Went on a little trip with Kyler. Took a bunch of us out to L.A. to get some work in out there. Had a kids camp back in Colorado. Saw my family back in Colorado. Went back to Colorado State, all that stuff. And most importantly, we're back here ready to go for the season. So it was good.
Tell me about the tight end camp. Travis Kelce, George, you got to get an invite?
Yeah, it's kind of an invite you get from the guys when you're in the league, and it was my job to bring all the other tight ends with me. But it's one of those things where get together, all the tight ends around the league, kind of talk football, get together, watch Travis run routes, watch film with them, all that sorts of things, and then go out and tear up Nashville after that.
Oh no! Oh no!
So it's in Nashville.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's down in Nashville. Yeah, so
nice.
you go down to Broadway after you get a little work in at Vanderbilt. It was fun.
What was your biggest takeaway? What did you learn from those guys?
I think it's just Travis has obviously been doing it at a high level for such a long time. So just watching him run routes, the way he approaches the game, what he's looking at when he gets to the line of scrimmage, all that stuff he talked about, and just to see it, and all that stuff, watch it, how he does it, and most importantly, just to be around those guys, to get that work in with those guys was a lot of fun.
Be honest. All right, so you do a tight end camp or you do the thing at UCLA, and Gannon talked about this a little bit during his press conference today. How much of the balance is between work and fun? How much of it, you're there to work, but you're also there to blow off a little steam with some very like-minded people like yourself?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely work. It doesn't feel like work, though. When you're out there working out, running routes with all the guys, it doesn't really feel like work to me. That's like just going – that's like recess in school, It's just kind of going out there and having fun. Feels like that to me. Obviously, you're working, but it doesn't really feel like work. So it kind of – you get the work in, but then the rest of the day you kind of have to blow off the steam, relax, do whatever you got to do there.
With Kyler and the one that he did, it looked like damn near everybody was there. It was pretty much among the skill players. There might have been like Michael Carter wasn't there, and maybe he was, and he just wasn't in the picture. But looking at the picture, we both commented on it. Like, it looked like Kyler got the whole crew out there. That had to be a really cool thing,
Yeah, it was really cool. He took very good care of us, flew us all out there. It was a great experience, and I think that's huge for the team, to build that camaraderie, to be around each other, to spend a week together in a different state. it was a lot of fun, and I think it's going to pay dividends during the season.
How much do you think the addition of Marvin Harrison Jr. can help you?
I think tremendously. The guy's a freak athlete, a guy who does everything the right way, a true pro, and a guy that they're going to have to respect. He's a guy who can take over a game, can change the outcome of a game. So they're going to have to respect him. They're going to have to put 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know, however many guys to cover that guy. So I think that might open up the field for the rest of us.
Breakout season for you last year, like really a breakout season. You established yourself as one of the best young up-and-coming tight ends in the game. Is there any point in the season where you realized, okay, I can do this. I can be a great player in this league.
Yeah, I think it was just building that confidence in myself and getting the confidence from the coaches and my teammates that, man, I can do this at the highest level. I can compete. I can be an excellent player at this level. And then just being consistent, trying to do it week in, week out, and most importantly, it doesn't really matter what I did last year. I got to go and prove it all again this year.
That's true. But was there a game? Is there any game that stood out to you?
I think one game is that Atlanta game.
Right.
Kyler's first game back, we go for 150 yards, whatever it was. So I think that was a huge game for me where I was like, okay, I can score 100 yards in this league and in a game. So like now I got to do it again, and then I did it again, and it's like now I got to do it again, and then it just kind of builds that confidence.
Did you realize like this is a mismatch? Whoever you put against me, like I'm going to be too fast for certain guys, and I'm going to be too strong and too big for other guys. Have you realized that you're a mismatch for many of the coverage matchups?
Yeah, I felt that a few times, and most importantly, it was just the confidence that Kyler had in me, and to build that with each other. He's a great athlete, a great player, and a guy that had a lot of confidence in me. So hopefully we can keep that rolling and continue to grow together.
Trey McBride, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show, as we're live from Cardinals training camp. How different is it? And it's an obvious question, but with Kyler here now from the start and not having to kind of go, like midstream with Kyler and figure it out on the fly like that, how much difference does it make to start camp with him here?
Yeah, no question. I think just to have him in the room, the guy that brings the presence that he brings is he's such a good leader. He's such a guy who's so talented, and to have him for the whole year, to have a full offseason with him, to build that chemistry with one another, not only just me, but all the receivers, all the skill guys, to hear his voice in the huddle, all that stuff really matters, and over and over and over. And to have him for a full year, yeah, we got him for half a year last year. We got, bits and pieces of what he can do, but I'm fired up to have him for a full year, and I think we're going to be explosive.
When it comes to a tight end with you and your skill set and a tight end like Tip and his skill set,
yep,
and the marriage of those two skill sets, how do you how much overlap is there between the things that you do well that maybe he doesn't, the things that he does well that you could get better at? How much overlap is there and learning from each other is there when it comes to the two of you?
Yeah, he's a great player. He's a guy who asks me a lot of questions. He wants to be better, and most importantly, I think we complement each other really well. He's a very big, strong guy, and he's an excellent blocker, and that's something that I'm trying to be better at. So maybe I'll ask him something about the run game, what he's doing. But at the same time, man, I'm fired up to work with him. He's a great dude, a great person, and I'm just excited for the year that we're going to have.
What's it like when you're a tight end? You were drafted high by the Cardinals. What's it like to be watching the draft and they draft a tight end?
No, I thought it was cool. He's a great guy. I mean, he's a guy that we need in the room. He's a guy that brings a lot to the table, and he's a very elusive athlete. So I'm super excited. It didn't feel anything like that. It was nothing like that. It was more about excitement that Tip was joining the room, and I thought, we're young. We got a young tight end room, and just means that we have a lot of years together to grow. So I'm excited for that.
What's the ceiling for this offense?
I think the ceiling is the best offense in the league. I mean, there's no question about that. We have so much talent. We have so many guys on this offense that can make plays, and you can't cover us all. So I'm super excited to see where we go and how well we do together.
What about the running back Trey Benson?
Yeah,
I mean, give me just some initial thoughts on how good he could be.
He's very fast. He's a guy who's very smart. He does it the right way, and I'm excited to see how they use him and James as a package, a 1-2 punch. Both of those guys are very good, elite, and I'm really eager to see what they do with him because he's very quick. He does everything the right way, and I think it'll be fun.
We had him on the show. It was so funny. We had him on the show with us over the phone after he got drafted, and his Florida State teammate Jared Verse from the Rams was in the room, and he said, "Put him on." And he was like, I'm going to knock the paint off his helmet. It was a fun interview. And those two guys were going back and forth. And like, I'm going to make a business decision. That's going to be a fun matchup when you guys play the Rams and he goes against his former teammate.
Yeah, no doubt. It's going to be a lot of fun. He's a great dude, a great player, and I'm excited to see what he can do.
When it comes to taking the next step as an organization, and since Gambo brought up Jared Verse, I'm just curious, having more success just in the division, how much of an emphasis does there need to be on that? Because it was a rough part of last year for you guys.
Yeah, I think obviously that's those are the biggest games. You win the divisional games, and you're in the playoffs, so you gotta that's the main thing. Those are the rival games. Those are the ones you want to beat, and we got a tough division. 49ers, the Seahawks, and the Rams are all really good teams, and there's no question that we can be in the top of this division. And I think we just got to go out there and prove it.
What's the? Did you get to see the Max Melton tattoo that everybody's talking about?
I didn't see it. I saw it kind of on Twitter and stuff, but I didn't really.
They had to put him under. Is that what?
That's what Gannon said today. Like he was under anesthesia for like 8 hours.
Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, I don't know about all that.
How many you have? How many?
I got a few. I don't know. This one's kind of one big one, but probably like 10 or so, maybe.
Okay.
I got my chest, my arm, a few.
You weren't put on anesthesia for that, were you?
No, I was wide awake, and I was.
Did it hurt like hell?
Squealing and whining, like a.
No, you weren't. Stop it. No, you were. You're probably more. Just more.
Give it to me.
How could that not? How could that not hurt?
No, it wasn't too bad. This one over here was like 20 hours or something, but it was 3 different sessions, so I'm not doing all that 20 hours at a time going under stuff.
Right.
That's a little nuts.
Yeah, the going under stuff, that just seems like I didn't realize that until today that he went under to get it done.
That's crazy, yeah.
How not just Ryman, but all of those young guys, how are they fitting into the room? We talk about Trey Benson and Tip Ryman, but there's a bunch of rookies. A lot of them are expected to contribute right away. How do they fit into the culture that you guys have created so far?
I think very well. I think Monty's done a really good job of drafting. I think he's done a great job of bringing high character, motivated guys into this organization. And I'm confident that the guys that Monty brought in are what we need. And I'm excited to see what these guys can do. Here in a few weeks, once this competition keeps ramping up, it's going to be fun to just keep going. So
yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. We always enjoy the conversation. First guest, not a surprise at all that it's Trey McBride. Thank you for stopping by, man. Best of luck this year. I'm sure we'll catch up with you at some point during the season.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Go Cards.
You got it. All right, Trey McBride, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, joining us live. And I do want to remind everybody that if you want to see the 2024 Cardinals in person at State Farm Stadium, a limited number of tickets remain. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back, he's one of the newest members of the Cardinals defense, and he is set to join us live from training camp. Mac Wilson here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would say for the last 2.5 seasons, we've all known what the ceiling was. And this year, I feel like that's gone. Whether it's because you added Marvin Harrison Jr., it's partially that. It's partially what you're saying about Kyler Murray. We don't totally know his ceiling anymore. And I think there's a lot of optimism around Jonathan Gannon. There's just an unknown ceiling, which is usually it's a good thing with a football team.
Look, as much as I hate to admit it, okay, if you were going to boil this season down to one thing coming out of the end of the funnel, it'd be Kyler.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Moon Valley Nurseries, 10 locations in the valley. They're planted all summer long, but a lot of people like to get their plants and trees going up around September. Right around the middle of September, that's when they are booking a lot of appointments right now. So if you need to go to Moon Valley Nurseries, you want to get some trees replaced or plants replaced because they didn't make it through the summer, Moon Valley Nurseries can get you on their schedule now, so that way they can ensure that you are set for September. And they've got the best plants, the best trees, everything box grown locally. Carefully chosen trees and plants. They provide cool shade for those hot summer days, natural privacy barriers. If you're looking for a little more shade, if you're looking for some bigger trees, Moon Valley Nurseries does all the planting for you. They truly do it all. From growing to planting, they never outsource. Everything's included, including the planting. They'll handle everything for you, even designing your yard if you want them to do that. Text Renew to 620-620. I'll get you all the information, or stop by one of the 10 locations for Moon Valley Nurseries.
Sell your home for top dollar in just minutes with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Carol guarantees you at least 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. Find Carol Royce online and get 3 or more offers today.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession date at time of listing.
Ah, summer is here. Time for video calls, eating lunch at your desk, and navigating office politics.
Wait, that's not what summer's for.
But my inbox is full.
Inbox schminbox. Life is short. Summer is for getting away. Bring on the beach, the national parks, the music festivals. We gotta get out of here.
This summer, get away from the monotony in the Hyundai you've always wanted. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on right now. You can get the hottest deals of the season on many of our award-winning Hyundai models, like the tech-filled Tucson, the spacious Palisade, or the super stylish Elantra. Ignore those meeting invites and get away with the peace of mind that comes with America's best warranty. But get going, because these deals won't last. Add more joy to your journey at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Tucson for only $269 a month, or get 1.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 bonus cash. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
What's wrong? My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation. Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card? Uh-huh. Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase. Really? Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also round-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Cardinals training camp with Burns and Gambo, live at the farm.
Back here on Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals training camp. We're live here at State Farm Stadium, and we're on the concourse. Practice is done for the day, the first open practice for the schedule. I believe they have another one tomorrow. We'll be back out here tomorrow as well. Trey McBride just joined us. I had a feeling he was going to be our first interview of camp. Yeah. We have good rapport with him. It's always good to have him on the show. Fun guy. We didn't even get into what he did in the offseason for the two same-sex dads. Right, and the jersey that he sent. Remember the kid? We didn't even ask him about that. Because he grew up in a family with two same-sex parents, and he read the story about this kid in Buffalo and he sent him a Trey McBride jersey and gloves and all sorts of things because he had two dads. Really good guy, Trey McBride.
I got a chance I've had a chance to get to know him pretty well, man. Well, he's a great guy, high character, great player, great guy. Really happy for him. Really want him to do well. I think he's got a chance to be one of the best tight ends in all of football. I really do. So I'm excited to see his progress.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we appreciate him coming on, and we appreciate our next guest coming on as well. And we're doing this on the fly here, so if you just want to put those on, Mac, we are good to go. Joining us right now, live from Cardinals training camp, one of the newest members of the team, Mac Wilson, our guest here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader we've never met before. Mac, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Thanks for your time, man. We appreciate it. Look, you're all smiles. You're ready to go today.
Yeah, definitely. Excited to meet you guys as well.
Is that? Are those some new Crocs?
I don't know. They got us these for training camp. So.
Training camp.
Yeah.
They look like Crocs.
Yeah, they comfortable.
They comfortable?
Super comfortable.
All right, tell me about signing with the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, you had a great year last year. You had a chance. A lot of teams were interested in you. Why did you pick Arizona?
I mean, you go through this National Football League, with a dream of, getting a chance to make, some money and stuff like that. So I was granted an opportunity to come here for 3 years for a good amount of money to take care of my family, to do the things I need to do, regarding my life and things like that. And it was a great opportunity ahead as far as where's this team headed. And, I wanted to be a part of that. So I came here. I had a team who offered me the same amount of money, and, I decided to come here and, just be a part of.
Which team was that?
New England.
New England.
Yeah.
So similar money, right?
Yeah.
Okay, same amount of money. And you know New England. Like, you've been there. You played there.
Definitely.
You decided to come here.
Yeah, I decided to come here because I feel like it was a great opportunity for me, first of all. And, what we got going here in Arizona is going to be special, I feel like. So I'm excited to be a part of what we got, brewing here.
What blows me away about you when you look at how successful you were when you got a chance to rush the quarterback, how great of a tackler you are. You look at the numbers, and then you look at the percentage of plays, and you're like, wait a second. You only played 27% of the defensive snaps last year?
Yeah.
How could you have that production with that little amount of time?
I mean, it just goes back to, staying ready when your number's called. And, I was able to get, some opportunity to rush the passer late in the season. And I feel like I took advantage of those opportunities. And, I was able to get, more rush opportunities. And, it was I just knew my plays was limited at the time. So I just tried my best to go in there and make splash plays.
And I got to imagine, I mean, that's one of the big reasons why you're here, because you probably sense there's an opportunity for you to be in on more than 27% of the snaps,
yeah,
right?
Definitely.
Yeah, and so what we were asking a few people about you because we knew we were going to come on the show. In terms of where you're going to be and what you're going to do, it sounds like you could be everywhere. And
right.
You could do a lot of different things, right? Talk about your versatility a little bit and what it could look like on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, you get a guy who can play off the ball, on the ball. I mean, like you said, can do a little bit of everything. And, I'm kind of super excited to see how Coach Rallis and them, utilize me. And, it's gonna be dope. I'm excited. I'm excited to do whatever they ask me to do.
You used a word, I think, when they introduced you, and it's a word that we've talked a lot about when talking about Jonathan Gannon. That's violent. You use the word, within a football sense, of course, in between these white lines and on the green field. But that violence is something that Jonathan Gannon has made pretty clear that he really values in player, and it sounds like it's something that you value in yourself as well when you play football.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a different person like now, but when I step on the field, I go into it.
How do you become that? Is it just automatic? You step on the field and you go, right? Like, how does that work?
It's just the feel of game day. I kind of like just get in my mind, tone myself back. My music selection and things like that.
You psych yourself up.
Yeah, it helps me like focus and just tone in on what I gotta accomplish today, and then when I get out here, it's just tunnel vision.
All right, what are you listening to get yourself psyched up for the game? What kind of music?
On the way to the game, I like to listen to like R&B, soft music to calm my mind, and then once I get in the locker room, I kind of listen to rap, Afro beats all over the place. So I just be ready to go at that moment, but then I'm focused though. Like it's just.
Yeah, no, I boxed for a while. I know what it's like that you got to get yourself psyched up, and then once you get in that ring, that violence kicks in. So, everybody's excited to have you here. I think that there's an opportunity for you to play next to Kaiser. Just tell me about that, the opportunity to play next to Kaiser and what you guys can do.
It's definitely gonna be dope. Kaiser is a guy who been a great linebacker in this league for the last 6 years, I think, and. It's a guy who I feel like is underrated, and both of us, we two guys who have a chip on our shoulder, and, we talk all the time about just trying to be the best linebacker duo in the league, and, that's going to be one of our goals. And, you're talking about a guy who can do everything as well, was a safety in college, so, that should tell you everything you want to know. And, downhill thumper, violent, like you say, physical, and, those are the type of guys I want to share the field with, and, it's going to be exciting.
Mac Wilson, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show, as we're live from Cardinals training camp. This defense, we've talked about it many, many times. It's the thing that has to get better, and I know you weren't here last year. I know a lot of the guys on the defense weren't here last year. Do you guys feel like you have the personnel now? You've been here for OTAs to feel like it's going to be better than it was a year ago, that you guys have made the improvements that need to be made?
Yeah, I feel like we got the right guys in the room, honestly, and, I just feel like we got guys who – like in every position, I feel like everybody feel like they have something to prove, if that makes sense. So, that just kind of light the fire up under us. And that's why you see us compete at a high level every day. And we're gonna try our best to bring out the best in each other, offensively, defensively, and special teams. So it's just all about just being with your feet at and really just toning in on who we want to be as a team.
Nationally, the perception is that this defense is what's going to hold this team back, that their offense is going to be explosive. They got all these weapons, but defensively, a bunch of new cornerbacks. Can they rush the passer? The Cardinals didn't get any sacks last year. Give me your thoughts on that, because, again, I think a lot of people nationally look at the Cardinals. SoCal has a lot of talent there, but their defense just isn't going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes back to, who we want to be as a defense. We got to obviously block out the outside noise and control what we can control, and that's training camp right now, taking it one day at a time and just laying that foundation down of what type of defense we want to have. And, we talk about stopping the run, earning the right to rush the passer. So it starts there. And, I feel like we got the right guys. Like I said, we got some violent guys, physical guys, smart guys. Some guys that we can hold accountable, and it's going to be great, once we put everything together. I feel like we'll be up top.
All right, you talk about your ability to turn it on when you walk on the field, but then to turn it off when you walk off the field. You bought your mom a house this offseason?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, so she told me that she wanted to – first I asked her if she wanted to move to Atlanta. This was like a few years back. She was like, no, she wanted to stay in Montgomery at the time. And then like a year later – like a year ago, it changed, obviously, because I bought a home in Houston. And then she told me she wanted to stay close to me, so I was able to find her a house like 15 minutes around the street. And I closed on it, I think, early January, February, I think.
Okay.
And then I was able to furnish it by Mother's Day, get everything in there. And I told her I wasn't getting her none on Mother's Day because I wanted to do like a trip for all the ladies in my family to Houston.
Uh-huh.
So I kind of told them I had them an Airbnb. Everything's set up. You guys just pull up and, it's good. So she came to the house and it was all decked out and it said, "Welcome home, Mom," and things like that. So it was pretty dope.
So she thought it was an Airbnb,
right.
And it was actually her house when you guys pulled up.
Right.
How did she react?
I was pretty cool. Mom was super emotional, obviously, but I tried to be tough and stuff like that. And
come on, not with your mom. You can't be tough with your mom.
Yeah, I got emotional like later on that day. Obviously just. It's a surreal moment for me with me, being 26 and accomplishing a lot of stuff like this is pretty dope.
I mean, how rewarding is that for you that you were able to buy your mom a house? How did your mom grow up? What type of houses were she in when you were a kid?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up, it was my mom. She was taking care of 5 kids, and, we had houses sometimes. Sometimes we stayed in hotels. Sometimes we had to stay in the car. Things like that. So,
you had to stay in a car?
Yeah, so things like it was
So you remember that? You remember living out of a car?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was tough, and that was just something that I always wanted to be able to do. I wanted to do it when I was a rookie, but, obviously I had to save up money, make smart decisions and things like that.
And
I was able to do it.
And through all of that, living in hotels, living in cars, your mom supported you in football.
She was always at games. Yep.
She found a way to get you to practice. She found a way to get you the equipment you needed.
Yep. I had my godfather, too, that I met, like, my 9th grade year in high school, who kind of helped come along, and I moved with my godfather, and like he kind of raised me at that point.
That is, that's such an incredible, touching story that you're able to do that for your mom, man. Congrats, that is so freaking awesome.
Appreciate
Before we let you go, I want to ask you about that time you intercepted that Kyler Murray guy.
It's right there. It's like I think
it was right there. Okay. It was right here.
Okay,
Yep.
wait, before. Go ahead.
You were. Who were you with then? With Browns?
I was a rookie in Cleveland.
You were a rookie in Cleveland.
Yep.
You intercepted Kyler Murray. What do you remember about that? You guys lost the game.
Yeah,
it was
we
right
lost.
there. It was right there.
I remember it like yesterday.
Okay, tell me.
I remember we couldn't stop the run. King Drake had 4 touchdowns rushing. But that interception, it was a play action. I think it was Daniels, 81, tight end at the time. It was play action, kind of like pop pass to the tight end. And, I red run a little bit. And I dropped underneath it. Kyler just put too much air on the ball, obviously, and I was able to jump up and grab it. So,
yeah.
But he hit me pretty hard, though. So.
Who did? Kyler did?
Yeah, he hit me pretty hard.
After the interception?
Yeah, y'all got to go look at it. He hit me pretty hard.
Oh, I'm
really?
Gonna
I'm going to go check it out. Yeah.
Have you ribbed him a little bit? Like, hey, I'm that guy that picked you off in that game?
Nah, I don't really talk about it. It's old. So it's old.
Man, dude, that story was so touching. You buying your house to mom, man. That is so freaking awesome. Congratulations to you, man. That is a blessing.
Mac, it's been a pleasure, man. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it. It's really nice meeting you. Thank you. Mac
Yes,
Wilson,
sir.
our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. When we come back, we'll stick with the Cardinals conversation. Marvin Harrison Jr., not the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. Gambo's going to tell you why he absolutely should be the favorite. Coming up here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
It's that time again.
Walking in between those white lines and staring at another guy and saying, dude, I am going to beat you into the ground all game.
If you've been waiting for football like we've been waiting for football, you can't miss our live shows, reports, and interviews from Cards Camp. And you can get all of it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
Boom!
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event, it's here, and they're teaming up with the Boys of Summer for a final playoff payoff sale. They're pushing for the playoffs, and you get the playoffs like deals on a 24 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben, just ranked the highest in quality in its segment by J.D. Power. You can lease one today for as low as $299 a month for 36 months with only 10% cash down, plus 0% financing for 36 months with no payments for 90 days on the Ford F-150, the Escape, the Edge, the Explorer, and the Expedition. Plus, purchase or lease any new Ford and get 4 tickets for your family to see the D-backs push for the playoffs. Sanderson Ford's located on 51st Avenue in Glendale. For more information, go to sandersonford.com.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job, but if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know about great savings going on all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Enjoy 0% APR financing for 36 months with 0 down available on 2024 Ford Escapes, plus no payments for 90 days and a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Premium Care Plan. That equals 0 service worries. On 2024 Ford F-150 XLT models, there's 0% APR financing for 36 months with 0 down available plus no payments for 90 days. That's right, no payments until October. And on the amazing 2023 all-electric 300-mile range Ford Lightning, there's available 0% financing for 72 months plus $3,500 in bonus cash towards your purchase. All offers require approved credit and end July 31st, 2024, and they're all happening now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, financing at $1,389 per month per $1,000 financed through Ford Credit Financing. Finance charges accrue from date of financing on deferred payments. See dealer for full details. Dealer installed options extra, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Expires 7/31/24.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Training Camp Day 2 has wrapped up for the Arizona Cardinals, but we've still got Burns and Gambo live from the main concourse at State Farm Stadium. They got a chance to catch up with Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, as well as linebacker Mac Wilson, and a really awesome story that Mac just told the guys. In case you missed it, you can listen to the latest Cardinals interviews right now on the Arizona Sports app and on arizonasports.com.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
That's Team USA head coach Steve Kerr earlier today. The latest on Kevin Durant. Durant, as we know, has missed all of Team USA's tune-up games while he's recovering from a calf strain. Durant not saying much about his health.
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
The latest is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting, Arizona built for America's dreams.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. It's time. Football is back.
It's linebacker Zayvon Collins, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals training camp.
Live from training camp here, and I want to remind everybody after our interview with Mac Wilson, if you want to see the 2024 Cardinals in person at State Farm Stadium, a limited number of tickets remain. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets for more. That was a really cool conversation with Mac Wilson. I always love stuff like that, man.
Me too. I mean, when you see, it really just goes to show you, like, with talent and hard work and dedication and, you know, that what you can accomplish in this world. And here's this kid who everything was stacked against him, living out of his car, living in hotels, struggling to get by, and then he makes it to the NFL, buys his mom a house. Just an incredible story, man. That's a true blessing. That was a great story. I loved hearing it.
If you're making a list of reasons why you think this Cardinals defense could be better than some people think, I don't know if he's at the top of the list, but he's near the top of the list. I think he's gonna be a hidden gem on this defense.
You look at the stats, you're like, well, we had a really good year. He played 27% of defensive snaps last year.
Yeah, I think they're going to unleash him here. I really do.
I mean, now, 131 of them were at outside linebacker. I had 617 snaps total, 131 at outside linebacker. Late in the season, they gave him the opportunity to rush the passer. He showed he could do that. I agree. I think that, and he mentioned it was the Patriots. The Patriots were the team that offered him the same amount of money. He wanted to come here.
Yeah, so we appreciate him stopping by. Trey McBride stopping by. I don't believe we have anybody else scheduled to come by later today, so those are two great interviews that we were very happy to come right out of the gates with. In the meantime, I saw one play earlier during practice. I don't know how many times they hooked up on the field, but Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., it's the connection that we're all expecting to yield a lot of great results for him. You asked McBride when he was up here earlier about Marvin Harrison Jr. and how much easier he's going to make things on everybody else. NFL.com took a stab at trying to rank the guy's odds for winning National Football League Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr. came in second behind Caleb Williams on the list, and I know you're not buying it. Tell everybody why you're not buying it.
I'm not buying it because I think that a rookie quarterback is going to come in and struggle. He's not on a great team. He's going to have his struggles. I'm expecting that Marvin Harrison Jr. being on a team with a good quarterback and a good offensive line and a great running game is going to have a terrific year and be the rookie of the year. Caleb Williams has a lot of talent, but he's got a lot to learn, okay? And it's going to take him time. I don't expect him to come out of the gates, throw for 4,000 yards with 30 touchdowns and 7 interceptions, Lauren, as she's shaking her head there. It's going to take time. Plus, Chicago, especially the wind, the elements, as we get later in the season, that's always a fact. Because name a great, again, I'll say this till I die. Name a great Bears quarterback. They've never had one. They've never had a great quarterback. Yeah. It's a hard place to play. Elements, wind, rain, snow, it's a tough place to play. I think he'll end up being a good quarterback. I don't think he'll be the rookie of the year.
I think that what I like about your explanation for this, I think some of it is makes a lot of sense. And what I mean by that is Marvin Harrison Jr., he not that I'm going to make it sound easy, but he has to show up and be Marvin Harrison Jr., and he's going to put up numbers. And I don't know if he's going to put up numbers as good as everybody thinks. Like, if he has a Justin Jefferson kind of year, he's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. If he has a Jamar Chase kind of year, he's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Here's the one thing, and I won't just apply this to Caleb Williams. The one thing that I think applies to any rookie quarterback, and let's call it the C.J. Stroud effect, man.
Okay.
You come in, and you're good, and you lead your team to wins right away as a quarterback, you're going to get so much more credit for that in the eyes of the voters than the wide receiver who comes in and catches the ball 7 times a game. You know what I mean? Like, CJ, I'm looking at the history of the award.
Who are they going to beat in that division?
Huh?
They're going to lose both games to Detroit?
No. You're not listening. It's not just about Caleb Williams, J.J. McCarthy, any of the rookie quarterbacks.
Okay.
Any of the rookie quarterbacks.
If they win more games.
If they come in and make an immediate impact with their football team, it's not about Caleb Williams. It's about every rookie quarterback. It's about Bo Nix. It's about J.J. McCarthy. It's about any of the rookie. It's about Jaden Daniels.
Bo Nix is ranked 6th. J.J. McCarthy is 4th. Jaden Daniels is 3rd. So to your point, quarterbacks are ranked 1, 3, 4, and 6 with the best odds of winning.
A quarterback has won Offensive Rookie of the Year 3 of the last 5 years. It's very doable, including Kyler, I might add. And that team didn't even win a bunch of games, and he still was Rookie of the Year.
All right, we love to do this. If I said, I'll take Marvin Harrison, I'll give you the field of quarterbacks, which one would you rather have for Rookie of the Year? Would you rather have Marvin Harrison Jr. or the field of quarterback? I'm giving you Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, Jaden Daniels, and Caleb Williams.
The whole
Would you
crew?
rather have the quarterback field or Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Thinking.
Okay.
I'm thinking. You talk while I think.
Okay. By the way, Lauren, can
Speak.
you check this out? I'm going to speak what you think.
Speak while I think.
Some guy saying that we had Mac Wilson on, I said, you're buying your house a mom.
You did say that. I heard that.
Oh, my God. Did I really?
Yeah, you did.
I said you're buying your house a mom?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Somebody just tweeted, you're buying your house a mom is comedy gold. I'm like, did I really say that? I said you're buying your house a mom?
If I wish there was a camera on Jeremy. He's the guy who normally points the camera at us. He gave you this look like, yeah, you said it.
Maybe because I speak so fast, I said you're buying a house for your mom. Not a house. Not you're buying your house a mom, but I might have said you're buying a house for your mom.
Do you want us to pull it?
I might have, because I speak fast.
You do?
So I might have said you're buying a house for your mom.
Oh, I can see Mitch right now. He just sent.
I might have said for your mom instead of you're buying your house a mom.
Back there in the Auction Community Studios, Mitch just set down the DQ Blizzard, and now he's furiously going back through the audio.
That's his 3rd DQ Blizzard, by the way.
Well, you know what? If I were there by myself, I'd probably eat 3 of them by myself, too.
I'm having Burnsies and Gambos and Laurens. I'm going to eat all 4 of them.
To answer your question.
That story was so touching. You buying your house a mom, man. That is so. Okay, play it again. That story was so touching. You buying your house a mom, man. That is so.
Yeah, you said it.
Oh, God, I did say
You're buying your house a mom.
You're buying your house a mom.
Also, I want to say Mitch is not in as much privacy as he thinks he is, because I have the video feed up over here, and I can see Mitch in the studio downing all 3 of our blizzards.
Yeah, easy, Mitch. Easy on the blizzards there, Mitch. We're watching you. Gambo, it's okay. It's all right. It's fine.
I talk for a living.
To answer your question,
what would you rather have?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Me too.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
I would have bet you on that.
I know. I would
have bet you.
Normally, I'm the field guy.
You are normally the field guy.
I don't know if any of those quarterbacks are in a great enough situation to kind of have the season that would. I'm just saying that it's easier for a quarterback because if a team, if they're the quarterback, they get all the attention. And if they're better than people think, or if the team they play on is better than people think, they're going to get the lion's share of it. But if Marvin Harrison has a season where he comes out and it's 1,200 yards receiving and 7 touchdowns, he's probably going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Because you're right about Caleb Williams. I don't think the conditions are right for him to have that great year in year 1 in Chicago. And I don't think the conditions are right for Jaden Daniels. And I don't think they're right for J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota. So I wouldn't take that bet.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out how the field is kind of skewed towards quarterbacks in that conversation.
If we did a poll question on that, would it be tainted because it's Arizona?
Yes, totally.
It would be.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah, totally it would. But, yeah, I mean, and look, non-quarterback, Garrett Wilson won it. Jamar Chase won it. Saquon Barkley, Alvin Kamara won it. Todd Gurley won it back in the day. Eddie Lacy won it with the Green Bay Packers back in 2013.
Oh, I remember him.
Odell Beckham Jr. It's not always a quarterback thing, but a lot of times it is a quarterback thing. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the trade deadline less than a week away in Major League Baseball. Once again, we're going to ask the question, how aggressive is Mike Hazen willing to be with the deadline less than a week away? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on AC Preps Live, presented by Brooklyn Betting. AC Preps Live Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about the folks over at Wilderness Athlete who they love to hunt and they love to be outdoors and they love to hike. And, I mean, Kevin over there, one of the guys I talk to all the time, he did like a rim to rim of the Grand Canyon. It might have even been a rim to rim to rim. I can't remember. It was so insane. I thought, man, who does stuff like that? You know what? A Wilderness Athlete, they do stuff like that. And they love to hunt and hike and fish and things like that. And what they ultimately decided was the supplements that were out there for them, they just weren't good enough. They weren't close to good enough. So they created their own brand. They created their own line, and that's what Wilderness Athlete is all about. It's designed for you if you love to be outdoors and you're hunting and you're hiking and you're fishing and you're doing all the things because you need to stay hydrated and you need to get the protein in you and you need to do well at high elevations and you need to take your and all of those things. Wilderness Athlete offers superior supplements, absolutely superior to what you're taking right now. Go check them out at wildernessathlete.com, and while you're there, use the code word BURNS, BURNS, and you'll get 20% off when you go to wildernessathlete.com.
It's Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. We have hundreds of color and fabric options to match your home and block up to 100% of the sun with the touch of a button. Go to allproshade.com for a free, no-pressure estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I want to take a moment to highlight the incredible generosity of the Ak-Chin Indian community. They're always giving back and supporting important causes, and their involvement in this year's Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-A-Thon is no exception. The Ak-Chin Indian community has a long history of standing by those in need, and their contributions have made a significant impact on countless lives. This year, they've stepped up once again, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to helping kids and families facing tough challenges. Robert Miguel, the chairman of the Ak-Chin Indian community and my good friend, embodies this spirit of giving. The community has shown remarkable dedication to making a difference. Their support for this year's Give-A-Thon is a testament to their compassion and generosity. We are grateful for their partnership and support. Thank you, Ak-Chin community, for being a beacon of hope and making a positive impact on the lives of so many children and families. The kids all win with Ak-Chin.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the summer savings you've been waiting for have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. You want SUVs? Earnhardt's got them with a low 0.9% APR financing rate on 2024 GMC Terrain and Buick Encore GX models. Plus, get up to a $1,500 purchase allowance on select models. And it gets better. Buy now, no payments due until October. Earnhardt's got trucks, too. 2024 GMC Sierra 1500s at 1.9% APR financing or $6,000 in purchase allowance. But they can go bigger. Drive out a GMC Denali heavy-duty model at a low rate of its own and finance for up to 84 months. That's 7 years, folks. All this and more from Earnhardt, a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. They're local, and local matters. Stop in and say hello in person or take advantage of their fully digital shopping options at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
See dealer for full details and qualifications. Terms limited and interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. Offers in 7/31/24.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and my friends at Turf Monsters are a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, which means they can give you a beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, the mowing, or the water bills. And their turf cleaning service removes debris, dog hair, and pet urine. This service extends the lifespan of your turf, and all their cleaning products are kid and pet friendly. Learn more by calling 623-323-3900 for my friends at Turf Monsters.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Diamondbacks come home for a weekend set against the Pirates. Will they stay hot? We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, even though we're live from Cardinals training camp, going to turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Another series win. I believe that's 10 series wins out of their last 15 series that they've played. I think since the beginning of June, they've won 10, lost 2, and split 3. And it's that stretch of baseball that has allowed them to be exactly what Mike Hazen needed them to be. Hey, play well enough, give me a reason to be a buyer. Okay, they've done it. I mean, at this point, the toothpaste is out of the tube, right? They're going to be a buyer. It's just to what degree are they going to be a buyer at the deadline? They're going to go get somebody. It's just a question of how far do they want to go when it comes to that.
We're thinking that they're going to be minor players, upgrade a couple of areas, make their bench a little bit better, maybe get some relief help. Maybe they're all in and they do something, out of the ordinary. Maybe they're not going to, maybe inside those walls, they're not counting on Merrill Kelly and Eduardo Rodriguez coming back and pitching at a high level, and they feel like they need another starter. We don't know. I mean, those guys, Eduardo Rodriguez hasn't pitched all year. Is it too much to ask him to come back and pitch at a high level for 6 weeks before the postseason would start?
The thing I can't get out of my head, and I'm just being honest with you and everybody listening right now, the thing that I can't get out of my head is your two top prospects in your system, okay? Both of them have been hurt a lot. Now, Drew Jones is kind of on the road to recovery this year. In fact, Keith Law wrote that maybe nobody has had a better bounce-back season in the minors than Drew Jones because he was so hurt last year, and he's come back to be very productive this year. Jordan Lawler and Keith Law in his write-up says, look, it is very fair to say that his injuries are a concern. Like, you should be deeply worried about it. And I'm not trying to stir anything up or start anything, but my brain can't stop thinking about your two top prospects are guys who have high upside but serious injury concerns. Are either one of those guys available? And if they are...
Not for a relief pitcher.
No. Then we start talking about something bigger. Then we start talking about like
starting pitching.
Starting pitching. Young, controllable starting pitching, right? Based around... Jordan Lawler is the fourth best prospect in baseball, which I don't doubt. But if he doesn't get the field, what's the point, right? If he doesn't get on the field, what's the point of having the fourth best prospect in baseball?
Well... Because if he ever does get healthy, he might end up being a great player, and you make a mistake, you're trading a guy. But listen, there's something to be said about when you've got a team that you think could win a World Series, then you've got to go for it. And going for it doesn't just mean spending Ken Kendrick's money in the offseason. Okay? It means trading your prospects for what you need at the trade deadline. See, the offseason's it's a different animal. They go out there in the offseason and they get Jordan Montgomery, and they get Eduardo Rodriguez, and they sign Jock Peterson, and they sign Randall Grichuk, and they make a minor deal for Eugenio Suarez. Okay, yeah, you're all in there, but it's a lot easier to be all in then than it is now. It's harder to be all in now because now you're talking about overpaying. In the offseason, it's not overpay. You're paying money and you're not giving anything up. So now it's to get something, you've got to give something up. So I think it's a lot harder to be all in at this point than it is 4 months ago.
I agree.
6 months ago.
And it takes a certain amount of risk to decide, okay, we are betting that Jordan Lawler, and again, I'm not trying to, Mike Hazen might be listening to this right now and yelling at his radio, dude, we're not trading Jordan Lawler, get over it. And that's probably the case. I'm just trying to think of ways where a bigger splash can be made if there's a player available that you, and this is my example, okay? Nick Picoro, a colleague of ours over at AZ Central today, and you and I both had this in our emails to each other, grading Mike Hazen's biggest hits and misses at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Now, Mitch is sending me messages on Teams, and he's not wrong. Probably the biggest miss that Mike Hazen's ever made was the Paul Goldschmidt trade. That was really, really, really bad. But that wasn't a deadline deal. That was an off-season deal. If we're talking at the deadline, his best deal is exactly like the one I'm talking about. He traded Jazz Chisholm for Zach Gallen.
Worked out great.
It worked out fantastic because you took a risk that, hey, Jazz Chisholm, yeah, we like him. He's one of our top prospects. We're rolling the dice that he's not going to be that good. We're rolling the dice that he's not going to be like this generational player.
No, he's not. He's not.
And he's not.
He's a good player.
He's a good player. He's on the trade block.
He'll probably get traded.
Right.
He'll probably get traded.
He's good, but he wasn't the kind of prospect where you go, oh, my God, can you believe
just-
we had Jazz Chisholm and we gave him up for Zach Gallen?
Right.
That's the fine line I'm talking about here, because in Zach Gallen, you got 5 years of ace-level type stuff, right? I mean, I think we all believe the Diamondbacks won that deal. Nick McBride called it the best that he's ever done.
Easily won that deal. I look at the Greinke trade with Houston where they got 4 players back. And not that Greinke went on to lead the Astros to the World Series, and I know Nick writes about this one too, but it's unfortunate that the 4 players you got back from the Houston Astros, not one of them popped.
Yeah, not one.
Not one of those guys popped. And that's a shame because you got 2 pitchers high-level pitches. You thought J.B. Buskauskas was going to be okay. I mean, the most fun you got out of those guys when Seth Beer hit a home run on opening day. Right? On National Beer Day. That's the only thing. Honestly, what else do you remember about the players that they got?
I don't remember much.
In that trade.
I remember
Josh Rojas is a nice role player.
Yeah.
He's okay.
Yeah.
But the big moment was Seth Beer's home run on opening day on National Beer Day. That was it.
I remember thinking Corbin Martin was going to be good, and he never was. I remember thinking he was going to be. Yeah, he was always hurt. Nick broke it down into the good and the bad. And the good, Mike Hazen, and again, I want to emphasize this, trade deadline deals, not off-season stuff, but at the deadline. The good, Zach Gallen in 2019, J.D. Martinez in 2017.
2 great trades.
Paul Sewald in 2023, Tommy Pham in 2023, and Eduardo Escobar in 2018. Now, what's funny about Escobar?
Well, the guy they gave up was like 17 years old, and now he's one of the best relief pitchers in baseball.
He makes the list twice. Because Escobar, what you got in Escobar was good. What you gave up to get Escobar was bad.
Because
in Johan Duran, he's so good that you're like, I mean, it was good. Escobar was good when he got here. He was so good. You signed him to the extension, and he kind of held down third base for a number of years.
3-year extension, $21 million, not a lot of money.
But what you gave up, in Duran, what you gave up, it's like, oh man, now that's one. That's the risk.
They had no idea that kid at 17 years old was going to be this good.
Nope,
no idea.
And that's the risk when you deal from your prospects pool, is that one of them could come back to really bite you in the butt, and he did.
Yeah, go back. Okay, this isn't a Hazen. Go back to the Justin Upton trade. How many players did they get in that trade with the Braves?
Oh, when they gave up Justin Upton,
and the guy that lasted the longest was Nick Ahmed.
Yeah,
the biggest afterthought of the whole trade.
Yeah, was the one who lasted the
longest.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So he's going to do something. Chances are it's going to be something on the fringe. It's going to be lower level prospect, maybe the 12th best prospect, 13th best prospect in your system for a left-handed reliever. Maybe there's going to be, what do you call it, injury insurance, maybe another guy that you'd look to get. But in my mind, I'm not ruling the idea out of a bigger swing for Mike Hazen, a more riskier kind of deal, because his team is starting to play well enough where you're starting to wonder, man, could they do something kind of significant in like a real go-for-it kind of moment? I don't know, man. I just can't get my head off that thought. I can't.
Yeah, right, because you just can't. You can never put it by Hazen to make one of those trades.
Nope. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll send it back to the Ak-Chin Community Studios where Mitch is ready to get us all caught up on what's going on in sports. We'll hit the reset button at the halfway point. The 4 o'clock reset is next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon is presented by Your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. And yes, a lot of ACs are going to they're going to go out this summer. And when they do, you need to know a company that can get to you quickly, fix your AC unit at a fair price, and not try to upsell you on stuff you don't need. and that's Christian Brothers AC and Plumbing. They do a great job for me. I've been using them for a while now. Lorenzo Alexander, our good friend, just used Christian Brothers to get a new AC unit at his house, and they've been around the Valley since 1976. If you do need a new AC unit, they carry Train, Goodman, Bryant, and they offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalty. But again, the most important thing for them is to get out to you and try to fix the AC unit you have. If they can do that, that's their first priority. They've been servicing the Valley for 48 years, and as a family-owned company, they take pride in getting to you quickly and being able to fix your AC unit at a fair price. If you're really looking for a company you could trust, it's not going to try to upsell you on stuff you don't need. Give Christian Brothers a call at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Do you know what's vital for men? Getting your energy back. Vital. Feeling your best every day. Vital. Performing at work and at home. Vital. Find out how TRT can help your energy, muscle mass, and make lifestyle changes that last. Vital for men. New patients receive a free testosterone test. Go to vital4men.com today.
Now offering semaglutide for weight loss.
Hey folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Farrell. This is the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Training camp day 2 has wrapped up for the Arizona Cardinals. We've got Burns and Gambo live from the main concourse at State Farm Stadium. didn't get a chance to see them today, don't worry, they'll be back tomorrow, as well as Monday. In case you missed it as well, they got a chance to talk with Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, as well as linebacker Mac Wilson. And if you missed either of those, you can catch up on those and all of the other latest Cardinals interviews from across today right now on the Arizona Sports app and on arizonasports.com.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
That was Team USA head coach Steve Kerr earlier today with the latest on Kevin Durant, who, as we've known, has missed all of USA's tune-up games while he's recovering from a calf strain. So his status for their first game this weekend is in doubt. When Durant was asked about his health,
each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
And in other Olympic news, Mercury guard Beck Allen has withdrawn from the Olympics and Team Australia after suffering a hamstring injury in their latest exhibition game. Allen on her X account this morning posted, quote, "shattered," with a broken heart emoji, close quote. The latest is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. From taxes to market trends to total transparencies, Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax covers it all. Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com and claim your free portfolio review.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, we're live here from Cardinals training camp, back there in the Octane Community Studios. Mitch is here to tell us what's going on in sports with the 4 o'clock reset. Mitch, get us caught up, man. Get everybody caught up. What's going on?
I'll do the best that I can. Here we go.
Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back is Bell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone!
Boy, isn't it the best thing in the world when you just have the greatest second baseman currently playing in Major League Baseball?
Doesn't suck.
Ketel Marte with the exclamation point of a comeback yesterday against the Royals. That's another series win for the Dbacks, gents. They have been scorching hot lately.
That's his overall best trade, Hazen. Forget about deadline or anything, right?
Oh, getting Marte and Walker? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's his best trade. That's his best trade. Yeah. I mean, the Zach Gallen one. Yeah, no, it's Ketel Marte. It's Ketel Marte. Yeah, he's been great, and I loved, and I mentioned this earlier. I loved how Torey framed his answer about Ketel. In fact, Mitch, I'm gonna.
Oh, look at you
jumping in. I'm gonna jump in. Do you mind? Can I jump in and play this cut?
Go ahead, by all means.
I really like, because I just really like what Torey Lovullo did when he said this about Ketel Marte's performance last night, because I love what Lovullo did here.
He's a beast. I don't know what else to say. I hope the fans, the baseball fans in Kansas City and the fans watching back home really appreciated what they saw today between he and Bobby Witt Jr., two really good baseball players on the same field at the same time. But Ketel, he doesn't surprise me. I've seen him do it over and over again, and he wants to be in the middle of everything. That's his personality, and it was a big knock for us today.
Yeah, Mitch, I don't mean to step on your toes at all. I just like how Torey knows, hey, all the talk is about Bobby Witt Jr. We got a guy too, and his name is Ketel Marte. And aren't we lucky that both of these guys are on the field at the same time? I thought it was
not
brilliant.
Knocking Bobby Witt Jr., but just saying, hey, these guys hit 3 home runs in 3 consecutive days, and we won the series.
His numbers since June 2nd are sick. They're sick. For 2 months of the season, Ketel Marte has been it's great. It's fantastic. He's been carrying the team. Absolutely carrying the team.
So next up for the Diamondbacks, they're returning home. They got the Pirates this weekend. And in case you missed it, there will be no Paul Skeens pitching this weekend, unfortunately. Hopefully, too, they can miss him on the second go-around when they go back to Pittsburgh a week from now. This also happened in baseball today.
Abrams to right field. Johnson coming in. He makes the catch. No hits for the Nats. Dylan Cease throws a no-hitter. The second no-hitter in Padres history. There'll be a sea of San Diegans celebrating back home today.
My man, Don Orsillo. But Dylan Cease, the second ever Padre to throw a no-hitter today against
Joe
the Nationals.
Musgrove, the first.
That was 4 years ago.
Joe Musgrove.
After having no over like a 50-year period, they've had 2 now.
Yeah, with all the great pitchers. They didn't really ever have any great pitchers.
Oh, they had a few.
Randy Jones.
Jake Peavy?
Jake Peavy
was really good.
Peavy was
good.
They
had a few that you would have thought would have had a no-hitter. Man, the Padres, This National League West race for these last couple of wild card spots.
Oh
boy,
they're 5 games over 500 too. The Padres.
I know it is going to be.
That's why I tell you, like, to me, it's not just focus on the Diamondbacks. Let's hope nobody else adds anybody great. Let's hope that the Padres and the Mets and the Pirates don't make a big move. We're thinking the Diamondbacks are going to make a small move. These other teams might make a big move that catapults them into a playoff spot.
And the Padres are in a point where they can do that. I will pass along, too. It looks like the Dodgers beat the Giants today. Nick Ahmed hit a home run in the bottom of the 8th inning to give the Dodgers the lead. Yes,
he did not.
I'm not even kidding.
No way.
That's how they lost.
Somebody asked me on Twitter how I felt about Nick Ahmed going to the Dodgers. It's like, the dude needed a job. I mean, look, I don't like the Dodgers as much as the next guy. But I'm not going to begrudge, Nick Ahmed, either you're unemployed and out of the game or you go play for the Dodgers, go play for the Dodgers. I got no problem with that.
I don't know. Yeah.
No, I think he thought, we were going to have, I was going to have an issue with it because I hate the Dodgers and I don't want to see one of my guys go to the Dodgers. Man, if the choice is unemployment or the Dodgers, go play for the Dodgers. It's okay.
Nick Ahmed homered.
I know. Literally right after being cut by the team that he just played against.
That's funny.
That's typical.
So he was on the Giants. So now let's just hope the Giants don't win the World Series this year.
Huh?
Because then he'll turn down the ring.
Oh. Well played.
Bravo.
Well played. Let's switch to hoops.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
So relatively speaking, that was Steve Kerr, the head coach of Team USA. That scrimmage has likely already happened. Here was Durant earlier when asked about his health.
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. The practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
At least from what we're hearing, guys, it sounds like he's trending in the right direction. Whether that means he'll play this weekend, we don't know yet.
It's funny. I'm riding this line between wanting him to play so that everything's fine and not wanting him to play because I don't want him to risk any injury. It's like which one? Part of me really wants him to get out there on that court and play because that means that everything's all right. And there's another part of me that's like, man, what are you risking it for? Don't play. The Sun's more important than Team USA. At least it is to me. I don't know how he feels about it. I know it's more important to me. So it's a weird feeling as a Suns fan going into these Olympic games with Kevin Durant, Gambo. Really weird feeling.
Kevin Durant can become the first player to win 4 men's basketball gold medals. Diana Taurasi can become the first woman to win 6 basketball gold medals.
It means a lot to him.
It does.
It means a lot to him, no doubt.
I wouldn't want to back out of it if I were him either. Speaking of basketball, yesterday it became official. The new media deal for the NBA was announced starting in the 2025-26 season. Games will be nationally broadcast between Disney, which is ESPN and ABC, as well as Amazon and NBC. Now, the wrinkle with all this, Warner Brothers or TNT not too happy with being denied their match, and they might take the league to court over the matter.
Yeah, apparently TNT sent out a statement saying we had the right to match it. The NBA does not have the right to reject it. We're going to fight it. We're going to go to court. Apparently, the NBA sent TNT its reasons for rejecting their match. One, TNT wanted to put all of its games on its cable network and streaming service, whereas Amazon is just a streaming service. Second, the NBA believes Amazon's reach is greater. And third, apparently Amazon offered to pay for their rights deal in the first 3 years, while TNT's in debt, and they needed like a 3-year line of credit to be able to pay for their rights deal. And the NBA is like, that's not matching. Matching is matching. That's not matching. So we'll see you in court. So TNT and the NBA are going to maybe go to court to fight over what TNT did was matching it or not.
What does the NBA care how they get the money if they got as long as they're paying the money?
Oh, I think they care about making sure their product reaches as many homes as possible. It's not just about getting paid.
I'm talking about the matching. Did TNT match the offer or not?
They claim they didn't. But
because they had to take out a loan to pay it?
Because they had to take out a line of credit to pay for it, whereas Amazon could just pay it. And they probably think that Amazon Prime is just more eyeballs than they're going to get on TNT. That they're going to get on TNT and TNT's streaming service. They're going to get more eyeballs on Amazon Prime. So we'll see. We'll see what the lawyers say. I am excited, though. Okay, enough of this legal mumbo-jumbo.
Yeah.
Apparently, as part of ESPN's plan, they're going to introduce a red zone style channel for the NBA. Bring it. Bring it. Jabal's over there nodding his head. If that's in development and you're talking about a nightly NBA, hey, we're going to take you to this game because this is going on. We're going to take you to that game because that's going on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I would love that. Love it.
Oh, I have mixed feelings because I have a hard time, watching
It's too many TVs
multiple-
for you, Gambo. It's okay.
I'm not a big red zone
You don't
guy.
like the red zone? Yeah, God, I just love the red zone.
I don't like going back and forth to all the different games. I like to watch one game.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Time.
I love the red zone. And the red zone for the NBA, oh, yeah, sounds good. Sorry, Mitch, I keep stepping on you. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'll let you guys choose. I got 2 things left, but we only got time for one. Do you want to talk about Joe Burrow or do you want to talk about Deshaun Foster?
Oh, Deshaun Foster. Oh, play the Deshaun Foster
Okay.
sound. This is good.
This is a minute long, so just settle in and don't cringe too hard.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting 2 great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. We I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
Presenting the new head coach of UCLA football, everybody.
We're in LA.
We're in LA. We have another team coming over from LA too. They're USC. Their nickname's the Trojans.
We have a beach.
Yeah.
We make movies. The weather's usually pretty nice.
We've had some success in basketball in the past.
That was the weirdest.
We had some guy named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar play.
That was the weirdest soundbite of
Alcindor.
the year. It was so weird.
I mean,
we're in LA. Yeah, duh, it's in your name, dude.
I mean, it's one of those. He froze.
Yeah, I guess.
He just froze.
I guess.
He got up there, and then the lights, and then he just froze.
Yeah, and I probably shouldn't make fun because I've certainly had some moments where I'm standing behind a podium and I get like a little panicky or whatever. So I guess I shouldn't make fun of him because it happens to the best of us. It happens to the rest of us.
Some real Sergio Dip vibes with whatever was going on there. That's all you need to know, guys.
All right, thank you, Mitch. We appreciate it. That's your 4 o'clock reset here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I love this. I've been looking forward to talking to this all day. 2 years ago today, the Arizona Cardinals locked in Kyler Murray on his contract. Let's revisit that 2 years later. How do we feel about that? Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs at the Royals.
And the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back is Bell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone! Cattell does it once again. A 3-run homer. And the Diamondbacks have blown it open with a 5-run 9th inning.
The D-backs host the Pirates for a 3-game set at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame tomorrow night at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. And for those of you out there that are renting, they've got a great program right now. It's their zero down program. Yes, you can actually, this is for her first-time home buyers. First-time home buyers can now get into a home with zero down. You'll get 3% back off the purchase price of the house. You can get up to 3% back. You can have a very fast closing. They can close you within about 30 days. And they can also help you get the lowest rates and the lowest fees. So if you are tired of renting, let the Lund Mortgage team help you. They can get you in. As long as you're a first-time home buyer, which means if you haven't owned a home in the last 3 years, you'd be considered a first-time home buyer. You could do that through the Lund Mortgage team. They're local. They've been here for over 30 years. We're also going to get you the lowest rates and fees. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans need to go big, as in big screen TVs, and you will find the best selection, the best service, and great deals from my friends at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. Find them online at waltz.com.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now, and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job, but if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know about great savings going on all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Enjoy 0% APR financing for 36 months with zero down available on 2024 Ford Escapes, plus no payments for 90 days and a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Premium Care Plan. That equals zero service worries. On 2024 Ford F-150 XLT models, there's 0% APR financing for 36 months with zero down available, plus no payments for 90 days. That's right, no payments until October. And on the amazing 2023 all-electric 300-mile range Ford Lightning, there's available 0% financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 in bonus cash towards your purchase. All offers require approved credit and end July 31st, 2024, and they're all happening now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, financing at $1,389 per month per $1,000 financed through Ford Credit Financing. Finance charges accrue from date of financing on deferred payments. See dealer for full details. Dealer installed options extra, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Expires 7/31/24.
On July 27th, Luis Gonzalez and Randy Johnson will be the first members inducted into the Arizona Diamondback Hall of Fame. Fans will receive a special Hall of Fame tee. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Let's go today, let's go today, let's go today.
The thing that's been missing from our life, it's football.
It's Cardinals linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Cardinals training camp with Burns and Gambo, live at the farm.
Yeah, we are live at the farm today, State Farm Stadium, where Arizona Cardinals training camp is officially underway. And I got to admit, when Gambo sent me his email today and he had this screenshot in here, I loved it. I loved it. 7-25-22. Today is 7-25-24. So 2 years ago today, the Arizona Cardinals officially signed Kyler Murray to a 5-year, $230.5 million extension with $160 million guaranteed. At the time, Kyler, sitting next to then Cardinals general manager Steve Keim, said,
I personally feel like this is just a start. I feel like, the past 3 years we've been able to do, a lot of great things. All we've done is go up. I've done a lot of great individual things, but again, for me, the goal is to win championships. And I feel like I said, this is the start. I think with a lot of the reps and experiences that I've been able to go through these past 3 years will help me help bring along all the rest of my guys, and I think as a collective, we'll only be better from here on out.
What a crazy 2 years it's been.
It was, and the big discussion at that time was, do you have to do the deal now? Why can't you wait a year? Why can't now? If you remember, what I was reporting is that he was never going to play for $5 million. And that's the thing. And I'm looking at a note here from his agent and said, look, he would have only made $5 million this year if he showed up and didn't get fined to hold out instead of $30 million. So he went from instead of making $5 million, $30. And if you do the math, $25 million this year, $17 million next year, he made $40 million over $23 million. But that was the whole contention from Eric Burkhardt is he's not going to play for $5 million.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to put him in a Baker Mayfield situation. You're going to pay him or he's not going to play. And they were pretty adamant that that's how it was going to go down. So the discussion on should you pay him or not, I mean, that was a big discussion with us. Can't you just wait a year and pay him? They were never going to let that happen. They were never going to let him play for $5 million.
No, and I think, you can look at it, hindsight now being 2020, in retrospect 2 years later, and I'm just speaking for myself here, I'm very, very glad it happened. I'm very glad it happened for a couple of reasons. Number one, because I just can't imagine what life would look like if it hadn't happened. You know what I mean? I would wonder who's the quarterback? Who's the quarterback right now for the Arizona Cardinals if Kyler Murray doesn't get inked to that deal 2 years ago? And the mystery of that, I'd rather have Kyler than the mystery of what's behind door number 2. I'd rather have the certainty of knowing Kyler Murray is the quarterback.
Interesting, yeah.
And number 2 is that the way the price of quarterbacks have gone up, it's not that bad of a deal. It's expensive. Something we didn't talk about yesterday, we ran out of time. Some website looked at the worst contract for every team in the NFL. I thought for sure they were going to say Kyler Murray's. They didn't. They said Sean Murphy Bunting.
Yeah.
And if that's the worst contract you've got on your roster, you're in really good shape.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the worst one you've got is Sean Murphy Bunting. Okay, you're
done a good job.
You're a cap wizard if you're Monty Ossenfort, and that's the worst one you've got. But I think Kyler, in retrospect, now a lot of it's going to come down to this season. And if this season underwhelms us with Kyler, then I've looked at his contract details. It's easier to get out of the deal at the end of this year. It's really easy to get out of the deal 2 years from now. I mean, you're 1 year closer to be able to move on from Kyler if you feel like you have to. But I just think the mystery of who the Cardinals quarterback would have been, I'd rather have the certainty of a healthy, motivated, engaged Kyler Murray with this new staff than the mystery of who the quarterback would have been if it wasn't him.
This is the first year since he signed the deal that we're not talking about trying to get out of the contract. From the minute he signed it, we looked at, when can you get out of the contract?
Yeah.
We did. I mean, from the second he signed the contract, if it doesn't go right, when can you get out? Well, really not the first year. Maybe after the second year. Well, what would the dead cap hit be? We went through all of that. I'm not even thinking about getting out of that contract right now.
No, look, I mean, no, and neither. I'm just pointing it out like if for some reason things went sideways, your timetable for it to not hurt so bad, it's not that far away. I mean, look,
right.
This is you think back to that contract signing 2 years ago, man, there's just some bad juju around Kyler, right? I mean, that was the homework clause. That was the loss to the Rams. That was, later on that year he'd blow out his knee against the New England Patriots. That was that so-so season he had after the signing. There was a lot of not great, and I mean, really, if we're being honest, there was a lot of not great vibes around the team that year. That was, hey, why the hell did Steve Keim get a contract extension? Why did Cliff get a contract extension? What?
No, trying to get clickbait.
Yes, we are, Cliff. Yes, we are. That whole year, everything was sideways for the Cardinals. Everything.
Right.
It started the year with the loss to the Rams. It ended the year with the injury to Kyler and everybody getting fired and Mexico City and Sean Kugler and Cliff and Steve and all of that stuff. I look back at that year, and it was bad juju, man. It was bad juju all around, and I'm glad to see Kyler has come out of that into the form that he is today. I almost wouldn't want it any other way at this point.
The Kyler now, I think you give that contract and you don't bat an eye. The Kyler then, you gave the contract and you crossed your fingers and your toes, and you hoped that he would end up being the guy he is now, showing the leadership. Now, with all that being said, me and you continue to say, the results matter. All of this stuff about getting everybody together in L.A., right thing, showing up on time. The Lambo's the first one in the building and the last one. All of that's great. He's doing all the right things. But it has to result in winning football for the Cardinals.
And if it doesn't, that's when you start thinking about where's the eject button? And wins the eject
But how many
button.
teams have had that guy and didn't eject? How many Jay Cutlers? Lauren's gone. How many Kirk Cousins, Jay Cutlers, have we seen where you don't press the eject button because you've got one of those middle of the pack guys and you're afraid that you'll end up worse?
True, and I don't know. It all depends on how they do this year and how they do next year. And when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, that's kind of where we're going to continue the conversation, because ultimately the goal is to get to the Super Bowl. How badly does this organization need to get to a Super Bowl compared to everybody else in the NFL? That's coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian community.
Back here to tell you about some burros. Oh, boy, I love telling you about my favorite Mexican restaurant because they are so good. And I'm always telling you about, their dinner items and their great menu and the authentic food. And now I get to tell you about what is my favorite meal of the day, and that is breakfast, because at some burros, they are now serving breakfast starting at 7 a.m. through their drive-thru. So what we're talking about, cracked egg breakfast burritos. We're talking about homemade Mexican conchas. We're talking about Mexican honey-pressed coffee. We're talking about just delicious, fresh, affordable breakfast every day starting at 7 in their drive-thru. Me, I'm a sucker for a great egg burrito, man. It's just one of my favorites, one of my absolute favorite things in the world. The classic bacon, egg, cheese, potatoes. I get a cup of Mexican honey-pressed coffee. It's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful because at some burros, everything is fresh, everything is authentic, and everything is wonderful. So if you're in a hurry, but you crave a great breakfast, go check out some burros. 7 a.m. drive-through serving breakfast. Start your day the Sonoran way at some burros.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, you've got an all-star staff of people who want to work at Chapman BMW. What makes your brand so special?
Well, Dan, we're a family-owned business that does things the right way. We have a great product in BMW. As a matter of fact, Consumer Reports ranks our vehicles #1 in reliability for the past 2 years. And it's true what they say, we make luxury attainable. So come down, take a look. You will be surprised.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Oh, the dog days of summer are here, Basinonians. But we at the Wu Fang Clan are chilling because of the cooling technology in our Brooklyn bedding mattress. If you're sleeping hot, do yourself a favor and check out the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale going on now through July 30th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 13 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Arizona built for America's dreams.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, online at sandersonford.com. And they got a lot of the great things going on right now at Sanderson Ford, including their playoff payoff sale. That's right. This summer, the summer sales event is here, and they are pushing for the playoffs, and you get the playoff deals. How about a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben, just ranked the highest in quality in its segment by J.D. Power? You could lease one today for as low as $299 a month. for 36 months with only 10% cash down. Plus 0% financing for 36 months with no payments for 90 days on a Ford F-150, an Escape, an Edge, an Explorer, and an Expedition. Plus, purchase or lease any new Ford and get 4 tickets for your family to see the D-backs push for the playoffs. Go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinals training camp, day 3 has wrapped up, or day 2, I should say, has wrapped up for today. Day 3's tomorrow. Burns and Gambo are there right now on the main concourse at State Farm Stadium. They'll be back again tomorrow as well. So if you didn't get a chance to see them today, don't worry. You can see them again tomorrow. They also got a chance to chat with tight end Trey McBride and linebacker Mac Wilson. And Mac told a great story about a gift that he got for his mom this offseason. And in case you didn't hear it, you can listen to both of those interviews right now on the Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
That's Team USA head coach Steve Kerr earlier today, the latest on Kevin Durant. We presume that scrimmage has gone and passed. As a matter of fact, there's a picture circulating on social media. It's not a pretty one for KD, unfortunately. Here is Durant talking earlier about his health.
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
And in other Olympic news, Mercury guard Beck Allen has withdrawn from the Paris Olympics and for Team Australia after suffering a hamstring injury in her latest exhibition game. Allen, on her X account this morning, posted, quote, "shattered" with a broken heart emoji, close quote.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who and what stood out from the first open practice of training camp for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll tell you tomorrow at 10 a.m. We are live from State Farm Stadium for Cards Camp. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'll just tell everybody I did a really, really bad job when we had Mac Wilson on the show earlier. Because I didn't ask him about the fight he got into with Will Hernandez on the field.
Right.
And only because we spent so much time talking about the house that he bought for his mom, or if you're Gambo, the mom that he bought for his house earlier for Mother's Day. And then you asked him about the fact that he picked off Kyler his rookie year when he was a member of the Browns. I wanted to ask him about the fight that he got into with Will Hernandez, because I guess Will Hernandez was on with Wolf and Luke earlier today, and Wolf implored him to get into a fight during practice today.
Oh, wow.
And after practice, Will Hernandez basically said, "That was for you, Wolf. I got into a fight just because you asked me to." So Mac Wilson was like, "Dude, what are we doing? Day one,
Wow.
we're gonna fight? Yeah, because the
What
team."
can we ask somebody to do tomorrow? We're going to have to start asking guys to do something.
Hey, dude, get in a fight. Hey, will you go out and fight for me?
Yeah, that's already been done. We've got to do something different.
Okay, hold on. But we've got a history of this, because last year you asked Jonathan Gannon to play "Don't Fear the Reaper" by Blue Oyster Cult.
Yeah.
For practice, for music at practice, and he did it.
He did it.
I remember, dude, there's no way he's going to do that. There's no way that a bunch of There's no way that a bunch of 25-year-old guys want to hear Blue Oyster Cult's "Don't Fear the Reaper" when they're getting ready for practice. And you literally sent Lauren to chase me down in the press box. I was getting like a cup of coffee or something. Burnsy, come here quick. I'm like, what? What's going on? I run down there. I'm thinking something terrible happened. We went off the air or whatever. I'm like, what is it? He's like, listen. I'm like,
they're playing?
Oh, God. That's what I ran down here for, Gambo.
I'm going to have to get ready to make another request.
Yeah, well, we're 2 for 2.
Once we see Gannon, I got to get my request in.
Guys play
music.
JJ!
Where is he?
You can buy his house a mom, Gambo.
No. You can, Gambo, when you talk to him tomorrow, you can, do that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can ask him, because we'll be back here tomorrow as well. Super Bowl. Let's talk about the Super Bowl. Did you see the story on NFL.com?
I did.
About the fan bases that are the longest suffering and deserve a Super Bowl title the most. Cardinals didn't make the list. Should they have?
I mean, sure they should have.
Okay.
God, they've never won a Super Bowl. They've been around since the 40s or something in Chicago, but like in Arizona in the 80s, yeah, I think that they should be in that list.
Which teams and fan bases need a Super Bowl win the most?
Okay.
The Jets were one. The Lions were one. The Bills were one.
Okay. The Jets won a Super Bowl.
The Browns were one.
Okay.
And the Bengals were one.
Go through them again in order.
Jets.
They won a Super Bowl with Joe Namath in '69. They've got one.
But
take them out off the list.
But as you've said, sometimes when those Super Bowls happen long time ago, it's almost like that they
have
didn't
one.
happen.
They have one.
Okay.
They've won a Super Bowl.
Bills.
Take them off the list.
Bills.
They were 0-4. They need one the most. In quarter, they need one more than anybody.
Lions.
Yeah, I mean, I can put the Lions on the list.
Okay.
I'll put the Lions on the list. Browns need one. I mean, they had some good teams with both Bernie Kosar and Brian Sipe, and they just kept losing to Denver in the playoffs every year.
Bengals.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't put the Bengals ahead of the Cardinals. They went to a couple of Super Bowls and lost both of them to the 49ers. You know? They had Kenny Anderson. They had Boomer Esiason. I don't think I'd put Cincinnati or the Jets ahead of Arizona.
The person who wrote this, it's Judy Batista, who's one of the lead writers over at NFL.com. And she wrote it, and she said, like, there are teams that did not make the list. And she mentioned the Chargers specifically because she said, well, they've fallen short on the field. It hasn't taken the toll on the psyches of the franchise or their fans. And that line stood out to me the most because I think most of these teams – now, the Jets, you're right. They're in a somewhat different category because they've got one. The Bills – it's been hard being a Bills fan when you went 0-4 like that.
Sure. And you had such a great team. You had such a great – I mean, Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed and Cornelius Bennett and Bruce Smith. Those were great teams that did not win a Super Bowl.
And when you add the fact they've got one of the greatest quarterbacks in the game today.
Right
and
now.
they just can't get over the hump.
Can't get over the hump.
Can't. So I would put the Bills number one on my list. They're number one
Who's number two?
On my list. Let me think about this. I would put
Cleveland.
Yeah, the Browns. I'd put the Browns on the list. Just because
Burt Biner and Mack, the fumble, they just could not get over the hump.
No, and they watched the Browns become the Ravens, and the Ravens won 2 of them. So, like, our organization went to Baltimore, won 2 Super Bowls there.
Right.
We got an organization back a few years after they left, and they pretty much have sucked, you know, most of the time since they've been back here.
The Lions are tough because, like, I don't know, like, what makes the Lions better than the Cardinals in the pecking order of who deserves a Super Bowl fan base or team more so?
The only thing that comes to mind is that they've been in Detroit for so long. Like like if you live in Detroit, chances are your grandfather was a Lions fan. You know, if you live in Arizona, your grandfather might be a Cowboys fan. You know, if you live in Arizona, your grandfather might be, you know what I mean? Like that to me is the difference. Like my dad, I've told you this many times. My dad grew up in rural Maryland. He was a Washington fan. He was a Redskins fan growing up. We were a Redskins house here in Arizona growing up because A, we didn't have a team, and B, that's where his allegiances lie. I think if you're in Detroit, your allegiances lie with the Lions because you don't know anything else. You know? And
I get it. They've just had like you could look at the Bills and the Browns and look at, you know, success. It's hard to look at the Lions and think like that team was really committed. But, you know, people will say that about the Cardinals too, that they weren't committed to winning for a long time. The Lions could fall in that category. The Bills, no. The Browns, no. The Bengals.
That's where I think
the Bengals.
The Bengals and the Cardinals, I think, have a lot in common in that regard. Two organizations that, okay, the Bengals are probably a little more rooted than the Cardinals are. They've been in Cincinnati a long, long time.
Yeah.
But 2 organizations that, if we're just being honest, you could question their commitment to winning for many, many years. Like, do you really actually want to win, or do you just want to be in the NFL, you know, and the spoils that come with being in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Cardinals made a Super Bowl, lost. Bengals made 2 Super Bowls, lost. Bills, 4 Super Bowls, didn't win. Browns did not make a Super Bowl. I don't think the Browns or the Lions have even appeared in the Super Bowl.
Oh, no. No,
neither one of them even made it to a Super Bowl.
Neither one of them have even made it to a Super Bowl. At least the Bills have gotten there. The Bengals have gotten there. The Jets. I mean, the Jets. I think the reason why the Jets made the list, they haven't made the playoffs since 2010. You know how hard that is in the NFL to do?
Yeah. Was that Mark Sanchez?
Yeah.
And Rex Ryan?
How hard it is to go 15 years without even making a playoff
When you're
appearance?
in the division with Bill Belichick and the Patriots winning it every year makes it harder.
But even as a wild
No,
card,
I get it.
mean,
I
just
get
get in, Like, this league is designed for you to be able to get in on a fairly, that's why, honestly,
Parity.
That's why I think this Cardinals team, I'm counting on the fact that the league every year puts in teams that you don't expect to be there. You almost have to bake that into the equation. When you start talking about who you think can make the playoffs, you can't just pick chalk. You have to pick teams like the Cardinals to get in because that's how this league works. That's how it is.
Right. I just think, how do you put a team that's won a Super Bowl over a team that hasn't won a Super Bowl? Like, that shouldn't be.
Yeah, like if you.
So, Judy Batista's a New York person. Okay, she grew up writing, she was a Newsday writer, and she spent a lot of time there, so I think maybe that's why, the state bias. I don't think a team that won a Super Bowl should be put in over a team that hasn't won one.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the offseason for the Phoenix Suns was a very important one. The experts have taken notice, and some of them like it. Some of them actually love it. And we'll tell you who said what next as we are live from Cardinals training camp here on Arizona Sports.
It's that time again.
Walking in between those white lines and staring at another guy and saying, dude, I am going to beat you into the ground all game.
If you've been waiting for football like we've been waiting for football, you can't miss our live shows, reports, and interviews from Cards Camp. And you can get all of it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
Boom!
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
The number of the day at Liberty GMC is 200. 200 different trucks on the lot ready to go. This month is all about the trucks at Liberty GMC because when you've got 200 on the lot, your perfect truck is just waiting for you. It's calling to you at Liberty GMC. You just got to go get it. And with these deals, now is the time to go get it. $14,500 off the all-new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. You've got $3,000 off. So not $3. I'm going to sell it short. $3,000 off the 2024 Canyon. You got great deals on Yukons. You got great deals on Acadias. You got great deals all over the place. You're looking for a truck. You're looking for an SUV. There's only one place for you to go, and that is Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Do you want certainty, convenience, and the most money when selling your home? Hi, it's Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Receive my multiple cash offers by calling me direct. Carol Royce, 480-776-5231.
Dan Bickley here with a great offer from my friends at Turf Monsters, where you can get 0% financing for 18 months on approved credit, same as cash. So whether you are looking for a new patio, a barbecue pit, artificial turf, or a state-of-the-art putting green, Turf Monsters is the company you can trust to build the backyard of your dreams. Schedule your free estimate by calling 623-323-3900 or online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Make the right choice for your home when it comes to windows and doors. For more than 20 years, the Window Depot has provided the best price and biggest inventory on in-stock windows and doors. The Window Depot is open to the public, so whether you're a homeowner or a contractor, you can shop the enormous warehouse. Browse the shelves with over 1,000 vinyl windows, interior and patio doors, and skylights in several varieties and sizes available to go home today. Shop thewindowdepot.com or find a location near you. The Window Depot. Best price, biggest inventory.
If you've been even thinking about trying out an electric vehicle, Tim Hovig's Santan Ford is a place to explore the possibilities of EV. It's the blow-your-hair-back performance by the Mustang Mach-E or the F-150 Lightning. Look, an EV might not be right for you, but they are spot on for millions of drivers. Give one a try. The current lease offers at Santan Ford are crazy good. Go to santanford.com. Santan Ford is the West Coast headquarters for electric vehicles. Go to Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Need a roll-off dumpster for your big summer cleanout or renovation projects? Contact Waste Connections of Arizona. Our roll-offs are easy to order. Save money and time without the hassle of multiple trips to the dump. Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, back to the Auction Community Studios we go. Mitch is standing by. He's got an update on our Twitter poll question of the day. Does it have momentum, Mitch? Is there momentum to the poll question?
Let's take a look right now, shall we? Switching over to the correct tab. It did not get a lot of momentum from 2 hours ago. I think I know why that is, though.
Why?
Not naming names or anything.
Oh, did I not?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Yes.
So
Very true.
the irony of the poll question asking if momentum exists, it did not get its own momentum to push to 2 hours later.
I think
That's okay.
Yeah, it's
My
like
fault.
No, it's
Nothing is ever your fault.
Oh, that's not true. Let's ask my wife.
The question was, do you believe in momentum? Because that was that Bickley wrote a column about it today, and Jonathan Gannon yesterday. It was funny. I mean, to hear him talk about, like, they actually researched the concept of momentum in sports. He asked one of their football staffers to see if momentum's actually a real thing or not. It was a very I don't want to say unusual. It was an unexpected answer, Like, usually you give a standard cliche answer about momentum. And instead, Jonathan Gannon gave this incredibly well-thought-out, detailed, we actually studied momentum in the offseason. We looked at golfers and tennis players and warfare from the 1800s to decide if momentum is a thing. You're like, wow, really? I was just asking you if you could carry over your finish last year into this year. I didn't realize it was going to go into all that stuff.
That's pretty deep.
It was really deep.
It's funny because sometimes Gannon will have like 3-word answers, and then other times he'll just opine about what it was like to witness the Battle of Waterloo or whatever.
Yeah, Mitch, seriously, you're so right. Like, we were at the press conference today, and I don't know, did you get the impression like that thing could have gone on for 45 minutes? Like, we were just all in there asking him questions, and we're going to play for you a lot of what Gannon had to say today, because it really is, we've said this before about him, I'll say it again, you can see why that dude got the gig. You can see why he would walk into a room, and just with the charisma and the personality and the energy, you can see why he would win a room over like that, man. He's just got that thing going for him.
See why the players want to play for him.
Yes. Totally.
Why he can connect to the players, how he can connect to the players.
Yeah. I found myself just sitting there listening to what he was talking about. Like, man, I could talk to this guy for a half hour about football.
A couple things last year that were a little goofy with the traveling from the hotel to the do you remember that? Do you get on the bus? Do you get on the car? It was and
he got a little flack for that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
but other than that, he seems like a guy the players all enjoy and want to play for.
So the poll question can be found on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where you can find that on what we used to call Twitter. I'm scrolling down because here it is. Quote, believe it or not, this was a really strong showing for Phoenix in free agency, given the in-season flexibility they have created for themselves on the trade market. We give the Phoenix Suns an A for what they did this offseason.
Yeah.
Says clutchpoints.com, a noted NBA website.
I liked it, and I think the reason why that they gave them an A, if you read the story, it's like they really set themselves up to be players when it comes to trades. Josh Okogie for $8 million. They're basically saying he's not going to be here for the whole season. You got Nas Little's contract. You got Nurkic's contract.
Grayson Allen's contract, if you wanted it. Yeah.
You know, you just look at it, and they said, you know, they did the best they could with what they had, but they really did a nice job of setting themselves up in the second apron world to be a player when it comes to the trade deadline, because now they've got salaries that can match other players at a higher level.
Yeah, most of the stories, now the NBA offseason, I mean, there still continue to be good players that are out there in free agency. In fact, one of them, and we briefly brought this up a couple of days ago, Spencer Dinwiddie, signing a vet minimum contract with the Dallas. Oh man, that's when you look at it and go, oh, that's a vet minimum player I would have liked to have had.
Yeah, good player.
That's a and your roster's set, you're done. The only thing you could really do if you wanted to is cut loose David Roddy and add somebody like a Spencer Dinwiddie. There are still some good players out there on vet minimum contract, potentially on vet minimum contracts that haven't signed yet.
Like Markelle Fultz hasn't signed, right?
No, Tyus Jones still hasn't signed, and he's not going to get the vet minimum. I think he'll get more than the vet minimum. But Spencer Dinwiddie, he's a guy I would have had no problem with coming in on a vet minimum.
He's clutch, he's big, he's got good size, he can play the point guard spot. He's been in a lot of playoff games, battle tested. I like him, good player.
But my point is, and my long-winded point, was that the Suns mostly have been getting B's for their work. Kevin Pelton, our buddy over at ESPN.com, gave him a B for their work this offseason. But somebody going so far as to say, no, they really did good work this offseason, and it's not because of Mason Plumlee, and it's not because of Monte Morris. They're good players, but it's for the exact reason that you're saying. They are set up. They now have, I think it's 5 or 6 contracts between $18 million and about $6.5 million.
With Nas Little.
That you can, starting in October, give or take, you can start to move those if you wanted to bring other players in.
It's almost like okay. You're going to set this system up to where I fail? Watch this. Watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to pay Josh Okogie $8 million. No, you're not. He's a $2 million guy. No, I am. I'm going to pay him $8 million. And then I could take him, and I could take some draft picks, and I could trade him for another player. Oh, you sneaky son of a... No, that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's almost like, okay, you've stacked the deck against me. You've stacked the deck against me. But you know what? I got this trick up my sleeve. Let me do it. And that's what they did. They didn't they figured out a way to make themselves players at the trade deadline when most people wouldn't have done it. Nobody would have given Josh Okogie $8.5 million.
But as you know, it's not a guarantee it's going to work either. And
options.
It's options, but hearing you talk kind of reminds me of last year, where you got Durant, you went out and got Beal, and you basically said, we are the premier destination for veteran minimum players. They're all going to want to come play for us.
Yeah.
And they did, and it didn't matter. They got it almost all wrong. All right? I
sent you a list. So Chimezie Metu
signed overseas somewhere. Yeah.
And Utah Watanabe is signed overseas somewhere. And might have been one more. Definitely Ish Wainwright, too. They've had several players that were on that team last year. Chimezie Metu and Utah Watanabe especially, that didn't even get NBA jobs this year.
Yep.
And we looked at them last year, and we were excited about what they did, and it didn't work out the way we thought it would.
And that's a better way of saying my point. And my point was, before we go crazy patting the Suns on the back for how they handled this offseason and the options they gave themselves, let's remember that this time a year ago we were patting the Suns on the back for, oh man, they got every veteran free agent they could have possibly wanted. My goodness, look at their team, and then they traded all of them by the deadline.
Right.
So there's, I feel better about the guys they signed this year to the vet minimum deals, especially Monte Morris. The more I'm thinking about him, the more I think he's got a chance to really, really impact this roster. But then I thought that that way about Keita Bates-Diop last year too, but the flexibility they've given themselves. Someone's got to want Josh Okogie, and you've got to make somebody want Josh Okogie by sweetening the pot a little bit with a trade.
Or does somebody want 2 second-round draft picks?
Right. You got to sweeten the pot somehow.
I don't know that anybody's going to want Josh Okogie as much as we're not doing very well. We've got a player on the final year of his deal. We're not going to bring him back. We'll trade him, and we'll get a couple of second-round draft picks from the Suns for him.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, as we are live from Arizona Cardinals training camp, Jonathan Gannon today loves the roster he has, loves the roster the organization has put together this offseason. Can it produce wins this year? You'll hear what the head coach of the Cardinals had to say if you keep it right here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Like and subscribe, Bird Gang. Cardinals Corner with Tyler Drake and Lauren Koval. Covering the team, talking with the players, and chopping it up about everything Arizona Cardinals. Get Cardinals Corner at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back here for Renko Roofing, and yeah, we got a little bit of a storm last night. It is monsoon season, which means it is it's an assault on your roof season is what it is, and that's why Renko Roofing wants you to know that if your roof does suffer damage during a monsoon, and certainly this is the time of year where it could, you need to take immediate action. You need to tarp off any damaged areas so you don't get any water leaks or water intrusion. You need to clear debris from the roof as long as it's safe to do so. And you need to contact Renko Roofing because they offer next-day appointments, next-day repairs. You do not want this to linger. You don't want this to last. You need to get somebody out there looking at it right away. Do not wait. Address roof damage promptly so you can prevent further issues. So call Renko Roofing or go to Renko Roofing's website, renkoroofing.com, or call them at 480-418-5390. Do not let your roof suffer in this weather. Again, visit renkoroofing.com. Monsoon tested, sunshine approved.
Ah, summer is here. Time for video calls, eating lunch at your desk, and navigating office politics.
Wait, that's not what summer's for.
But my inbox is full.
Inbox schminbox. Life is short. Summer is for getting away. Bring on the beach, the national parks, the music festivals. We gotta get out of here.
This summer, get away from the monotony in the Hyundai you've always wanted. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on right now. You can get the hottest deals of the season on many of our award-winning Hyundai models, like the tech-filled Tucson, the spacious Palisade, or the super stylish Elantra. Ignore those meeting invites and get away with the peace of mind that comes with America's best warranty. But get going, because these deals won't last. Add more joy to your journey at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Tucson for only $269 a month, or get 1.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 bonus cash. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Dan Bickley here with my friend Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, why is it so important to shop at Walt's as opposed to a big box store?
Well, Dan, remember, we've been around since 1957. We have 7 decades of expertise. We know what TVs work best with live-action sports. And we've built our legacy on offering great prices on the major name brands, the good stuff, that will make you feel like you're sitting in the front row of your favorite stadium.
Walt's made that magic happen at my house. Find Walt's off the I-10 in Warner. Shop online at waltz.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with the chairman of the Auction Indian community and my good buddy, Robert Miguel. Robert, how are you, bud?
I'm doing wonderful, so.
Hey, we're so happy to have you involved with our PCH Give-a-thon. Why did you decide to get involved?
Giving back is part of who we are. We took the We All Win with Auction message and want everyone to know that our focus has always been on our kids of our community, but really all families across the state. We're honored to give back and help the families and kids at PCH.
Who do you know from your community that has used Phoenix Children's Hospital over the years?
We've had multiple community members have to go to PCH, and we're lucky to have such a great hospital in our own backyard. We want to be known as a community leader, and we'll help in any way we can. We're so blessed to be a part of this year's PCH Give-a-thon.
Robert, that is absolutely fantastic. And for Phoenix Children's Hospital,
the kids all win with Auction.
Millions of people are losing weight on semaglutide, the main ingredient in Ozempic. Are you ready to join the weight loss revolution? At Red Mountain Weight Loss, we can help with high-quality FDA-approved medications and the support of our licensed medical team. The doctors at Red Mountain have been at the forefront of medical weight loss for over 25 years. We offer meal plans to speed your progress and medical solutions for side effects or muscle loss, all for less than half the price of Ozempic. Trust your weight loss journey to a medical practice, not an online pharmacy. At Red Mountain Weight Loss, we offer quality semaglutide, medical supervision, and ongoing support, all for less than half the price of Ozempic. Just go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain Weight Loss. That's redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain Weight Loss. Full strength semaglutide in stock and ready to ship today.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Farrell. This with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Training camp day 2 is done for the Arizona Cardinals. Burns and Gambo watched it all live from the main concourse at State Farm Stadium. They're still there. Don't worry. We didn't all of a sudden locate them somewhere else. And in case you missed them today and wanted to say hi, don't worry. You can see them again tomorrow. They'll be back for day 3 of Cardinals camp. Earlier today, they got a chance to talk with tight end Trey McBride and linebacker Mac Wilson. What is the ceiling for the offense this season? Trey McBride told the guys you can listen to the full interview right now on the Arizona Sports app and arizonasports.com.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
That's Team USA head coach Steve Kerr earlier with the latest on Kevin Durant. Now that scrimmage has come and gone, and if you haven't been on social media lately, there's a very unflattering picture of Kevin Durant making the rounds. He could not handle Anthony Edwards' dunk. Who could? Anthony Edwards is a monster. Here was Durant earlier talking about his health.
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
Durant is working on recovering from a calf strain. The latest is brought to you by APS. APS Solutions for Business can help you make energy efficiency upgrades more affordable. Find rebates at aps.com/business rebates.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Burns and Gambo talking Cardinals training camp things now.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show. They are officially taking down the padding off of the side walls and probably roll the field out. Day 2 of Cardinals training camp is done.
Training camp 2024.
Yeah, right.
What was the? Do you remember the last year they were in flag? Do you remember what year that was?
You bring this up quite a bit every time we're out here, and I can't remember the year. I want to say 2009?
9, okay.
2010?
So they've been here for like 15 years.
They've been here for a long time. Yeah.
It was the right move. Just like it was the right move for the Dbacks to leave Tucson and come have spring training here.
Mm-hmm.
It was the right move. So they just do training camp here. Flagstaff was great. It served the purpose, and it was awesome. And I think even spring training in Tucson at times, we look forward to it. And
2012. 2012. So not as long ago as I thought.
Close.
2012.
I mean, not that far off.
Yeah,
12 years.
Yeah,
12 years.
12 years. Yeah. It was. Do I miss being up there? Yes. I love Flagstaff. It's home. I was born up there. I went to school up there. That's a very selfish way of. It was always fun, being outside, being in the pines, getting the beautiful weather, all that stuff. But
somehow they found that it wasn't necessary. Like you thought, okay, you build camaraderie, you bring all these guys together, and everybody goes in a dorm, and you build everybody's a camaraderie. But a lot of times, like guys got injured, they had to send them down the hill. It was always a pain in the neck too, and there was a lot of negatives to it.
Yeah, it was. Jonathan Gannon spoke today before practice. I think he's going to speak most days before practice, and he was asked about the difference from last year to this year and how things have changed a little bit.
Yeah, I would think that, after year one, everything that goes into year one and then
going into year 2, I think what he's probably talking about, he starts to see a little bit of continuity with what's going on. And we're very big on, it's just our opinion. Dennis knows what the safety's supposed to be doing in a lot of calls, you know what I mean? And he's obviously one of our smarter players. But what I mean by that is there's a level of accountability within the room. Hey, man, like we talked about this, you need to do that. And even with our mode of play, motor and violence, there's a high level accountability between the entire room. So when he sees it working like it should work, that's what he's probably alluding to.
He's talking about Dennis Gardeck, who was on the morning show today with Dan and Vince, talking about the continuity from year 1 to year 2. There's no doubt, we've only been out here a day, but there's no doubt that in hearing Jonathan Gannon speak, that is really something that is kind of a foundational piece for him, is that the chemistry,
that was my biggest
the
takeaway.
culture, right? The environment that they have created here in that locker room, and just how different it is from years past.
Somebody asked them about, the veterans and the young players, and do you need to reach out to the veterans to kind of, take the young guys under their wings? And he said, no, man, it just happens organically.
Yeah, I think honestly they develop organically when you have vets that are team first guys like we do. That happens organically, so I'm really not worried about that.
Yeah, it's just we get guys. I don't need to tell James Conner to go take Trey Benson under his wing. He's just going to do it.
He's going to do it.
I didn't need to tell DJ Humphries to take Paris Johnson Jr. under his wing. He's just going to do it. And that's, now all of this is fine and good and great and awesome. It's got to lead to wins, and that's this. And I don't want to demean it or diminish it, but any talk about the culture of the Arizona Cardinals, it's got an expiration date. It's only good for this summer, right? Like, it's only good for now in this training camp. Once the season starts, if you're not winning football games, if you're not competing at the level that you think you should be, then I don't want to say it doesn't matter what your culture is, but you can't point to your culture and say how great our culture is. It does, at the end of the day, come down to winning more games than you lose and getting into the postseason. So you might disagree with this.
No, I totally agree.
But you can only play this card this summer if you're Jonathan Gannon. After that, you can't really talk about culture much anymore. It's got to be about the results.
Look, a coach comes in, and what a player buying into this, when we say a player buys into the system, what the player's buying into is, I'm going to do everything you say because it all sounds great, and that's going to lead us to have victories and go to the playoffs and maybe contend for a Super Bowl. And there's only so many times you could go with that message, and then eventually you've got to have that success. If you don't, then the players start tuning you out a little bit, or maybe they don't believe you as much. Your messaging is always going to be on point, and it's what you believe in, and it's what you've learned over the years. But players are going to hear that message. Okay, first year, second year, third year, we're doing this. We're doing everything the right way, guys. It's going to translate to wins. You'll see. We're doing this. You keep doing it this way, and we're going to win football games. If you don't win football games, that's when coaches get fired, because the message just, okay, I listened to everything you said, and we didn't win very much. And then coaches get fired.
Yeah. I'll tell you something else that I think happened in the last 24 hours or so. And we saw it firsthand because we had Max Melton in our studio for a couple of segments, and it was great. Him and Elijah Jones, we had a great conversation with the two of them. Max Melton is a personality. And him showing up yesterday in a Kevin Cobb uniform that he found a Goodwill, and then talking about
That's freaking hilarious, by the
it's just
way.
hilarious. Like, he just wanted a Cardinals jersey to, show up to do the walk from the parking lot into the hotel. And he found to find a Kevin Cobb jersey at a Goodwill, to not know who Kevin Cobb was, to then go look up who he even knew. Was like, yeah, Kevin Cobb, he was that cat who won like 4 games at the start of the season, and they were like 4-0 or 5-0 with him. Like, he knew all about him. He gives off this kind of cool guy vibe, and Jonathan Gannon was asked about Max Melton's kind of self-awareness, to be able to say, yeah, I didn't know who Kevin Cobb was. I went and got his jersey. I found it at Goodwill. And he said that's what we loved about him. You could tell right away when you met this kid.
His self-awareness oozed at the combine meeting with him. That was one of the reasons we were attracted to him. You know what I mean? I hadn't even watched the tape. And then I meet him for the first time, like, I can get down with that, And then you watch the tape and you see the skill set, and then you talk to them some more, and then you zoom them, and then there's all these channels that go through Nick and Smitty and PT and Book and myself and Monty and Siri, and then you kind of come together, and it's like, do we want that in our building? Do we want that guy in our building? And when it's a resounding yes, well, then take him. You know what I mean? So, and that's all of our rookies, that's not just Max. But I love that everybody's a little bit different, you know what I mean? And I want those guys to be authentic. I want them to be who they are. When we asked about guys talking, I love when guys talk, you know what I mean? Because I learn things when our players talk to the team.
Max Melton has a chance to be an immediate impact rookie for this organization.
Yes.
Like right out of the chutes. He's going to be given every opportunity to be an immediate impact rookie for the Arrows. Given the positional need and where he was drafted, he's going to have every chance in the world to go out and win the cornerback 2 job for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Every chance.
Yeah. I remember something about Kevin Cobb that's kind of weird, too. I think he got stuck in, like, a hurricane or tornado or some kind of, like, got stuck somewhere in a hotel. I have no idea where or anything like that, but it was like must be a tornado or hurricane or.
On September 14th, 2014, Kevin Cobb was vacationing in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, when Hurricane Odile came straight at the Hilton where he and his wife Whitney and friends were staying, and he was trapped there. I just Googled it, and he was stuck there. I remember thinking Kevin Cobb was going to be.
Sure, when they got him from Philly.
Yeah, I remember thinking that was going to be it. Something else we learned about Jonathan Gannon today. His room, his office at the team hotel where they stay, just about every single player has to walk by his office on their way in and out of the facility, and he leaves his door open the entire time.
That's who I am, you know what I mean? So if I shut my door and could I get more work done in an hour? Probably, but that's not how I want to do it. So I want to make sure I'm connected with the players. You know?
He's like almost every single one of them. And some of them, he said, we'll just say hi, and others will come in and say, hey, rep 5 from session 3, how do you think I did? And he's like, all right. And he goes and looks it up on the computer and watches it and gives them a review of how he thinks he did. But, Jonathan Gannon oozes kind of that coolness, but also that level of hardcore accountability that like Cliff, Cliff was a cool guy. I'm sure the players enjoyed talking with Cliff because he was kind of chill and laid back, but I don't think Cliff had nearly the level of accountability that Gannon does.
I don't think any of the players could relate to Cliff.
Not relate, but you know what I mean? Like Cliff
I don't think they could relate
you don't
to
think
Cliff.
so?
No, I think Cliff was too, I don't know, preppy? Is that the word? Too preppy for everybody? I think Gannon's more down to earth and
more salt of the earth kind of guy.
I think so. That's my
I'm
opinion.
a Leo, so that's the symbolism there.
Thanks, Mitch. What do we know what sign Jonathan Gannon is? Is he a Leo? Does he have a picture of a giant?
No, he's not. But he's not going to have that.
Of course not. Of course he's not.
He'll have like a movie poster or like a Led Zeppelin album cover or something on his room.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, something else Jonathan Gannon said today. They're always evaluating the 53-man roster. Every single minute they're talking about it. So, who's in danger in this camp of not making that roster? We'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pleased to be joined now by Will Hernandez.
Will, have you gotten in a fight yet?
You kind of got me on the second day, and we haven't even put pads on, so you got to give me some more time.
You were the guy that I picked. It didn't matter if it was going to be a guy that was in pads or not. Will's going to get into it with somebody even when they're out of pads.
Yes. We'll see what's going on. I might surprise you.
Oh, okay. No, that's great right there.
Just because Wolf asked for it.
2 hours later.
Listen to the radio. Did they ask you about getting into it with somebody on day 2 and you said not yet?
That whole deal today was provided by Wolf, so go ask him.
So this is Wolf's fault?
Yes, Wolf.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Building Supply, a new name, the same people you trust. Arizona Building Supply is the new banner for USLBM's locations in Arizona. Crown Components, Foxworth Galbraith, Holderness Supplies, R&K Building Supplies, and Trust Fab. As a leading supplier of top-quality building materials including lumber, trusses, wall panels, doors, windows, millwork, cabinets, siding, and more, Arizona Building Supply will deliver even higher levels of service to customers in the Phoenix metro area and across all of Arizona. Their lumber yards across the valley and state have a comprehensive and vast inventory, ensuring that they can supply projects of all sizes. They can also order specialized wood products, giving you the freedom to choose what suits your needs best. So whether you need lumber, windows, doors, trim, cabinets, they do it all. Just go to azbuildingsupply.com. That's azbuildingsupply.com.
Hey, you know who loves America's pastime? America Roofing, Arizona's roofing contractor of the year, serving the Valley for over 2 decades. Paul Calvisi here. They were referred to me, and now I'm referring them to everyone I know. Plus, save 10%. Click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them. With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Whataburger. Hot, fresh, and right. Are you a Hatch Green Chili fan? Yes? It's time to get your green chili double all-time favorite at Whataburger. Made to order just like you like it. Double meat, double cheese, crispy bacon, plus the smooth, roasted heat of Hatch Green Chilies. Hot, fresh, and right. Stop by and order that green chili double today. Download the Whataburger app and receive a free Whataburger. Whataburger, bringing your hot, fresh, and right flavors 24/7.
When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
It's time to hit and never quit. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Time to make your impact.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Cardinals training camp with Burns and Gambo, live at the farm.
Yeah, we are live at the farm. We'll be back here tomorrow as well. Not sure yet who's going to be on the show with us tomorrow, but if they're even half as good as the two guests we had on today, we're in for another fun day out here at State Farm Stadium tomorrow, because today Trey McBride, we've had Trey on, a half dozen times at this point. He's great. We love having him on the show. Mac Wilson was awesome. The story he told about buying a house for his mom and giving it to her on Mother's Day was
So cool.
awesome. Yeah, it's so cool because he's a dude who, his calling card is the violence on the field, right? Like, he even talked about that a little bit, like how he channels that in, and when he gets on the field, he's just out there to be as violent as he can be within the rules of the game. But then when he gets off the field, he, buys a house for his mom and surprises her with it. It's really cool stuff. So we'll see who's on tomorrow. In the meantime, this is Jonathan Gannon today on, it's early. It's day 2 of camp. Do you start talking about the 53-man roster already? Here's what he said.
You guys start talking about the 53, or is it something you wait?
Every day, Josh. Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Talk about the 53-man roster every single day.
I mean, it's always tough to make those final cuts, for guys, but then you have the practice squad available. And as me and you said, look, there are training camp battles. But a lot of the battles are really for, who the backup is going to be, who's going to get second-string opportunities and third-string opportunities. And you've mentioned many times, the defensive line, the rotations in the defensive line to keep guys fresh. So guys are battling to be a part of that defensive line rotation. So that's where these camp battles really, really matter for Jonathan Gannon trying to put the 53 together.
Yeah, I mean, you want to look. You want to make it about the starting jobs, and I get it because it's easier to talk about that. I think it's easier to talk about, hey, who's going to be the second wide receiver? Is it going to be Zay Jones or is it going to be Michael Wilson? Who's going to be the starting left guard? Is it going to be Evan Brown or is it going to be Isaiah Adams? Who's going to be cornerback 2? Is it going to be Max Melton or whomever? Those are the easy ones to have a conversation about. But at the end of the day, whoever loses that battle still going to be on this roster. They're still not going anywhere. The real guys are like the guys, player number 49. 50, 51, 52, or player number 57, 58. Those are the guys who need to come out here and ball in camp so they can have a job, right? They can stay around, who one day might be called upon. And you start looking at who the bubble guys are. I think, and you gave me a few names, and I agree with a lot of them. I think a lot of them are guys like Amari DiMercato, who showed well last year. But now there's a lot of competition in that running back room with the addition of Trey Benson and with the addition of Michael Carter midway through last year. I liked a lot of what DiMercato had to do, but then they went out and got DJ Dallas as well from Seattle. And with the new kickoff rules, that might squeeze Amari DiMercato right off the roster, right? Then there's the cornerback battles. We always talk about, is Garrett Williams going to start? Is Max Melton going to start? What about some of the other guys they drafted? What about some of the guys who were on the roster last year? Sterling Thomas.
Cameron Thomas.
Catrell Clark, right? Like guys who might not make the roster if the guys they got this year are good enough to kind of push them out. That's part of what camp is all about.
Yeah, Seth Cox did a great job with the Revenge of the Birds, just putting together a list. Cameron Thomas is on it. DeMarcado's on it. Sterling Thomas or Catrell Clark. And he says, it's one of those guys probably going to make it. One may not. Jonathan Gaines, who got injured, a guy that they drafted. You start to look at these players and try to figure out, okay, these guys that, that got, guys that have drafted for 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if they're not making an impact yet, you got to worry if they're long for this roster. So Cameron Thomas was a third-round pick in 2022. Tweener coming out of San Diego State. They asked him to lose weight, play on the edge under Vance Joseph. Now he's a little bit bigger, playing the same role as Zaven Collins. And so, in the article they talk about, what his chances and the cornerback's chances that you mentioned. So obviously, there are guys that are really battling just to, stay in the NFL.
Yeah.
With this 53-man battle for the roster.
And Mitch makes a good point in our team's chat. It works against you if you're a Keim guy, if you're a holdover. And that's not fair, but I think that's also life. And I think that's life in any place you work, any business you work in. You work somewhere, your boss gets fired, a new boss comes in, and you've got to almost work extra hard to prove to the new boss that he shouldn't replace you with somebody that he likes, And I think the guys on the bubble in this camp, some of them are going to be – there aren't many. I mean, you challenged me the other day, and I never looked at it, to look at the roster and find out how many Keim guys are left. What did we guess, like 20 maybe, 15, 20?
I think probably like 15.
It would just be a guess. I'm not exactly sure. But those guys are even more of an endangered species.
Yeah.
Right? Because, Monty's got no – I didn't draft you. It's not on me if you fail. I want to pick the best 53-man roster, but I chose a guy that I believed in, and you're a guy who's got to convince me that you should still be here,
Because I probably wouldn't have drafted you.
Perhaps I would.
But that's where a guy like Trey McBride, drafted by Keim, like, okay, he's set. Like, they love him.
And there are some who are different.
He proved himself. He proved himself. They wasted no time last year getting rid of Isaiah Simmons. First-round pick or not, you're out of here. you're just out of here.
Yep.
Zaven Collins gave him a chance last year. He was okay. After this year, if he doesn't make much of an impact, he'll be gone too. So, that's the thing. They'll give these guys an opportunity, but if they don't flash in a year or two, they're going to move on and get other guys.
Yeah, yesterday, Jonathan Gannon called it a feather in Monty Ossenfort's cap when you cannot pencil in 53 guys. And that's the hope, is that the battle for 53, it truly is going to be some really, really tough decisions in your last year. Not so much, right? And we all know what last year was. Last year was a reset year. Last year was a time to just kind of start over, start fresh, and I don't think anybody was really sweating the 53-man roster and who you're letting go on that final day. If Monty Ossenfort has done his job, that final cut-down day this year in 2024 is going to be hard. It's going to be really, really hard because you're cutting good football players. I can see what you're doing over there. You're counting the Keim guys, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm looking at. I'd have to go to, you've got some veterans, like you got James Conner, you got Aaron Brewer, you got Budda, you got Beecham, but you got Dennis Gardeck. Like, there's some veterans that are pretty set that were brought in from Keim. You'd be like, okay, that guy's not going to go anywhere. But then there are a lot of other players that have only been in the league for a couple of years. Those guys are definitely guys that if they don't pop, they're going to be gone.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioning John Gaines being on the list, he's a money guy. You know, there are, just because you're a Keim guy, I mean, John Gaines is hurt. He's trying to get back on the field. But I think this conversation doesn't apply exclusively to Keim guys. It applies to even Monty's own guys. And, hey, did I make a mistake? Did I draft the right guy? Et cetera, et cetera. Text us your thoughts on the FanDuel text line at 620-620. When we come back, this time a year ago, he was the deadline acquisition that shored up an area of need for the D-backs. This offseason, is he changing the way the Diamondbacks are looking at the deadline because they're a little worried about him? We'll talk about that coming up here on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
There's going to be a lot of interest in Christian Walker. He's a really good baseball player.
The risk of getting nothing is real.
It is.
The risk of getting priced out of the market is very, very real. And with all the moves and all the additions they did this year, you could see where they would say, okay, you know what? We love you, man, but at age 34, we just can't go there. You can't trade him. This team would lose a ton of credibility coming off the year they had, selling off pieces like that now just because it's their last chance to get something for it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here for Global Credit Union. Tomorrow is Friday. Tomorrow might be payday. Yes, it's my favorite reason to bank with Global Credit Union because if you have direct deposit with your employer, all right, you've got it set up, you're going to get paid tomorrow. At Global Credit Union, yeah, I mean, look, you wake up tomorrow and that money's sitting in your account. That's great. But if you were with Global Credit Union, you wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow to be able to access the money that everybody knows is going to be in your account. If you've got direct deposit set up with your employer, you can access that money up to 3 days in advance with Global Credit Union. I mean, think about that bill you got to pay. Think about that buddy that you owe money to. Think about any dozen reasons why you might want to get at that money a little early. At Global Credit Union, they can. As long as you've got direct deposit set up, you can get access to it up to 3 days in advance. Stop into one of their 12 branches or go to globalcu.org to open an account today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Bear Henley, one of the owners of Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, what happens if a customer drops my name when shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, we'll automatically either upgrade them to a 3-year warranty for free, or they can opt in for 10% off their installation labor. Either way, come in and see us and experience a real difference at Walt's.
See, I told you my name was good for something. You can visit Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner, behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Dr. Joe, how is Aria Dental Implant Center different from other dental implant centers?
What I created is an environment where patients feel safe, where I can predictably provide care. It's cost effective. We have our own lab. We have our own designers. We have teams that do things in an effective way. Other implant centers could be part of a chain, let's say, called.
Yes.
There is cost involved with being part of those groups. My goal is to reduce the cost. I own my center. I am the one providing care. And every one of my patients get my phone number to make sure they know they have access to me.
Go see my friend Dr. Joe. If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center is offering you $1,000 off of LASIK surgery. Now, for those of you that would love to reduce or eliminate your needs for glasses, contact lenses, even readers, well, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 locations ready to help you. One in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. I had LASIK surgery done about 14 years ago, and I say to this today, it's one of the best things I've ever done for myself. Now, I've never worn glasses or contacts or readers. I have had people ask me after I got the LASIK surgery done, like, what's going to happen in 5 years, 10 years? Well, nothing. I still see great. Love driving daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. I see everything. I've got no issues at all. If you want to reduce or eliminate your need for those items, like glasses and contact lenses, call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES, or just text GAMBO to 620-620, and I'll get you the info to save $1,000. That's text GAMBO to 620-620.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Training camp day 2 has wrapped up for the Arizona Cardinals. Burns and Gambo are still hanging out on the main concourse at State Farm Stadium. If you didn't get a chance to say hi to them today, don't worry. They'll be back again tomorrow, and with fresh faces of Cardinals guests to talk to. Today, it was tight end Trey McBride and linebacker Mac Wilson, and Mac told a great story about a perfect Mother's Day gift that he gave to his mom. In case you missed it, you can find what he gifted his mom right now on the Burns and Gambo X page.
No expectations other than he's supposed to practice today. We're going to scrimmage, so hopefully he gets through all that, and then we'll take it day by day.
That was Team USA head coach Steve Kerr earlier today with the latest on Kevin Durant. Now, that scrimmage he mentioned has come and passed, and if you've been on social media lately, there is a not-so-flattering image of Kevin Durant taking one right to the face from Anthony Edwards' posterizing dunk. They're still teammates. Hopefully there's nothing bitter about that. Here's Kevin Durant earlier talking about how he was feeling.
Each day has been getting better. Just checking things off the list. Another practice today, practice yesterday, another intense practice today, and I'll see how I feel afterwards.
The latest is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, or you could shop online at sandersonford.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Diamondbacks come home for a weekend set against the Pirates. Will they stay hot? We'll discuss tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Remember when Diamondbacks Padres would get you 12,000 at the ballpark?
Yeah.
Remember those?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Pirates.
Oh, you said Padres. You meant the Pirates. You
Pirates.
said D-backs Padres.
Oh, did I say Pirates?
Yeah, you said Pirates. D-backs Padres.
Diamondbacks Pirates.
Yeah, no. D-backs Pirates this weekend is not going to get you 12,000 at the. I mean, first of all, they're having that big Diamondbacks Hall of Fame ceremony. They're
right.
Inducting Gonzo and Randy Johnson into the new D-backs Hall of Fame. I'll be
so awesome.
Curious to see who else. I mean, I think we know a lot of the names who will make that eventually, but it's cool that Randy and Gonzo are going to be the first ones in it. Yeah, it's going to be, 6 games out of the next 9 against the Pirates, and they're all very big, important games for the Diamondbacks because the Pirates are right jammed in there with them, too, when it comes to the standings in the National League. We were talked about the game last night earlier in the show, and we won't recap the whole thing again, but I will say, and I don't know if you had the same reaction I did watching the game, I don't know who was running the camera last night when Salvador Perez flew out to end the game. But the way
that looked like a home run.
Oh my
It looked
God!
like a home
the
run.
way that person tracked the flight of the ball in the air, I thought, oh my God, that's gone.
He just hit it out.
He just hit it out and he tied the game, and then he or she, I don't want to, pans down, and there's Lourdes Gurriel Jr. just waiting to squeeze it. I for a second there, my heart, I'm like, oh no, Paul Sewald blew it. He just gave up the game-tying 2-run home run. No, just a fly out. So whoever was running the camera last night at Dbacks game in Kansas City, shame on you.
So it's shame
on you for giving me a heart attack like that, man. What's wrong with you?
Comes in non-safe situation. D-backs had taken the lead. They were down 4-3. They got the 5-run ninth inning. They go up 8-4. Sewald comes in, gets the first out, right, I think. And then all of a sudden, it's just everything goes to hell in a handbasket.
Got the first 2 out, if I'm not mistaken. He gave up a single, and then he gave up. Then he got 2 out after that.
Yeah. He gave up. Garcia actually singled to lead off, and then he got the next 2 outs. And then Bobby Witt Jr. was able to single. You had first and third. Then you get the advance to second base, not contested, and then Pasquantino drills a 2-run single, and it's 8-6. Like, okay, now the time runs at the plate, and you got to work. I mean, you said it. It's a non-save situation, but it's still the struggles of Paul Sewald, the 3 blown saves earlier this month, coming in here and giving up 2 runs. I do wonder if it's something that's in the back of their mind. They're wondering if he's going to be right, for the rest of the season.
I wonder about that, too, even though, and I was on social media last night after the game, and I noticed, man, there was a lot of Sewald angst again last night. And so I looked it up this morning again just to be sure. Last night broke a streak of 5 consecutive scoreless outings for Paul Sewald. And I kind of thought that we had, we were at the beginning of the month of July, we were at DEFCON 1 with Paul Sewald. We were really worried about, hey, man, he's one more blown save away from this. And if Jake McCarthy doesn't make that catch at the wall, and that ball goes over against the Atlanta Braves, I don't know what would have happened that night from then on. I would have thought that the 5 straight scoreless outings for Paul Sewald would have quieted some of the noise. And then last night, in a non-save situation, as you point out, as soon as he gives up those 2 runs, man, everybody was like, I can't say Paul Sewald this, Paul Sewald that. Did he not earn any credit back? Did he not get any equity in those 5 straight outings, or should he have had? Because I was really surprised at how much nervousness there was about Sewald last night.
So in the 5 outings that you're talking about going into last night, okay, there was the Cubs game, he put a runner on base. There was another Cubs game, he put 2 guys on base. There was a Braves game, he put a guy on base. So I think, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 of those 5, he put guys on base.
Okay.
And I think maybe that could be it. One of them he put 2 guys on. I think there's a little bit of worry there. Look, overall, good season, 3.70 ERA. You'd like it to be a little bit better. He's got 15 saves. I still believe in Paul Sewald. I think he's the guy that you want having the ball in the ninth inning to close out a game. But here's a guy who at one point, not too long ago, on June 30th, his ERA was 0.54. And now it's up around 3.70. His ERA in July was 10.57.
Yeah.
He gave up earned runs in 4 baseball games. The 3 in which he blew the save, and then this one.
Yeah.
That was the only runs he allowed. But because of that, he's got an ERA of 10.5
so
this month.
To the point then, okay, let's have the conversation. Do they need, not necessarily another closer, but do they need to go get another reliever just to give themselves another option so that if they do pivot off of Paul Sewald, they've got another body in the bullpen to be able to give them more options?
It's a good question. I think that their closer is probably in-house. They've got Ginkel who could do it. I mean, maybe they bring Martinez along a little bit.
Oh, I liked what you said last week, or 2 weeks ago. Martinez is not.
No.
He's not ready for it.
No, I don't think he's ready for it either.
I learned enough about him against the Cubs. I'm too squeamish. I can't watch him be the guy if it's not going to be Sewald.
No,
I'm not ready for that.
I think the most likely in-house option would be Kevin Ginkel. I don't think you're going to go out there and trade for a closer because that's going to cost you a whole lot. And then what happens to Sewald? I don't know if Sewald's the closer on his team next year.
I don't know if he is either. I don't think he is.
I don't know.
I don't. I don't believe he'll, because he's a free agent, right? This is the last year of his deal?
He's a free agent. He's 34 years old right now.
Yeah.
He's good. He's been good for them. Like, he hasn't been bad.
I think the other thing to consider, too, with closers, and I really changed my mind about this, like, over the years.
Okay.
Closers are going to – show me a closer who isn't a high-wire act, you know? Show me a closer who –
There's been a few.
I mean, there have been a few, but they're Hall of Famers, you know?
Yeah.
I think your garden variety closer in Major League Baseball is probably closer to Paul Sewald than we would care to admit. You know, like if you look at the guy last night for the Royals, he's their closer. That was his 5th blown save of the year.
Yeah.
He's got an ERA of 5.
Right.
You know, I mean, and yet he's the guy they rolled out there in the 9th to protect a 1-run lead. What did he do? He coughed it up in a hurry. He gave up the 2-run single to Gabby Moreno and then the home run to Ketel Marte. And you don't think they've got closer angst in Kansas City right now? And it seems to me that unless you've got Mariano Rivera, unless you've got Trevor Hoffman, unless you've got that just automatic lockdown, he's going to get the save. I bet closer angst is far more. Think about the Diamondbacks' history. Every closer they've ever had has given us ulcers. Right?
Right.
Is that because they can't pick them, or is that because the nature of the position lends itself to ulcers? Right?
Yeah.
Jose Valverde, Byung-Hyun Kim, Greg Olson. I mean, the guy shooting the arrows. I mean, just like all of them. That's what they do. That's what closers are.
Yeah. I was talking with a buddy of mine last night. We were talking about the Yankees here. My buddy Greg in New York. And he's talking about Clay Holmes. He's got like 5 blown saves. Rivera never blew 5 saves in a season.
Yeah, well, quit comparing him to
right. You compared him to Mariano Rivera, dude. Relax. He's got 21 saves, ERA at 2.70, and they hate him. They hate him because he's got 5 or 6 blown saves. Because Rivera never blew that many saves in a whole season, and he's already got that many blown saves. Yeah. The nature is that guys are going to blow. You know, there's not. The guys are going to blow saves. Paul Sewald had 3 blown saves. It just happened to be 3 in a row, and that was the reason why it was the difference.
I'm not saying that I'm not going to be nervous when Paul Sewald's out there closing a game, but I think what I'm starting to find out is that no matter what team I was a fan of, I'm going to be nervous when the designated closer is out there trying to close a game, no matter who it is, because that's just the nature of the gig. That's the nature of the job. And so, you know, is Paul Sewald – I think Paul Sewald's the guy. I don't think they're making a change, you know. I mean, unless it got really, really bad. I don't think their last night counts because it wasn't a save situation. But I still think they're going to add another reliever. But I don't think that means they're going to change closers. I think they'll add another reliever.
Yeah, I just think the only thing to me I look at is I'd like to have another lefty that I can trust besides Mantiply. So I'd like to see them because all like Ginkel's a righty and Sewald's a righty and Martinez is a righty and Thompson is a righty and Jarvis is a righty. And you think about the guys they rely the most on in that bullpen, they're all righties. I'd like to have another lefty available.
When we come back, how high is the ceiling for the Arizona Cardinals offense? Trey McBride told us earlier, and you're going to want to hear what he said next on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks at the Royals.
And the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back, Isbell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone! Ketel does it once again. A 3-run homer. And the Diamondbacks have blown it open with a 5-run 9th inning.
The D-backs host the Pirates for a 3-game set at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame tomorrow night at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I do truly love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax because if there's something that I've been very passionate about over the years, it's working hard, saving a lot of money, and putting together my retirement plan. Yeah, it's something that I've had a lot of passion. I've been thinking about it for many years, probably decades, about making sure I do the right thing. I work with a guy named Stuart Willis. He is a fiduciary. He's local. He's got 3 locations in the Valley. He's been here for 25 years. They'll do a great job of helping you put together your retirement plan, your financial plan. Now, you say, okay, retirement plan, I'm only 35 years old. Great time to get it going. Great time to start it and start thinking about it. I'm 45 years old. Even better to start working to get together with him now because you might be 15 to 20 years away. Now, there's never a bad time. I don't care if you're in your 30s, 40s, 50s. There's never a bad time to work with Stuart Willis. Now, he offers a free portfolio review for anybody out there. He'll take a look at where you're at. He'll give you some great advice. If you choose to work with him, that's awesome. And if you don't, no problem. All you have to do is call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker's services, visit parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2REPAIR.
If you've been even thinking about trying out an electric vehicle, Tim Hovick's Santan Ford is a place to explore the possibilities of EV. It's the blow-your-hair-back performance by the Mustang Mach-E or the F-150 Lightning. Look, an EV might not be right for you, but they are spot on for millions of drivers. Give one a try. The current lease offers at Santan Ford are crazy good. Go to santanford.com. Santan Ford is the West Coast headquarters for electric vehicles. Go to Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley here with a great offer from my friends at Turf Monsters, where you can get 0% financing for 18 months on approved credit, same as cash. So whether you are looking for a new patio, a barbecue pit, artificial turf, or a state-of-the-art putting green, Turf Monsters is the company you can trust to build the backyard of your dreams. Schedule your free estimate by calling 623-323-3900 or online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo. What's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. 12 branches here to serve you. Become a member today at globalcu.org. No Diamondbacks baseball on tonight. What is on tonight? I think it's a very limited baseball schedule, I think, is what's on tonight. Let me see. Hold on.
The Mets and the Braves are tied 2-2. Keeping an eye on that because that affects the D-backs, that game.
Mets, Braves, everything else. There's only one game on tonight, and it's the A's versus the Angels. Everything else is done. Padres beat the Nationals on the no-hitter from Dylan Cease.
Dodgers beat the Giants.
Which I
think is good. You're not going to catch the Dodgers, and you don't want the Giants to catch you, so I think that's good.
I'll be so curious to see what the Dodgers do.
Padres won, like you mentioned, with the Cease no-hitter.
Yeah, Padres won.
They have 5 games over 500 now.
Really? You know
what?
what?
This race is great.
What the
wild card race is going to be? It's going to be terrific. I mean, you look at it. It's a close race.
Oh, it's a bunch of teams all jammed up. I'm just pulling it up right now because I didn't know it off the top of my head. It is. All right, here's what you got. You got Atlanta's in the pole position.
And they are fading.
They've lost 4 straight games. Everyone's hurt. The Mets are number 2. The Padres are number 3. The Cardinals are a half game back of the Padres. The Diamondbacks are a game back of the Padres. The Pirates are a game and a half behind the Padres. So basically, you have 6 teams separated by 3 games for 3 spots.
Who do you think's out of it right now? Marlins, Rockies, Nationals. Are the Cubs out of it?
I think the Cubs are out of it.
5.5 out?
I think the Giants are about as close as you can get to being out of it.
Okay.
Sorry, Mitch.
No, they're fully out. It's fine.
Okay. Okay, good. As long as you acknowledge that. Reds are close. Look.
Reds' run differential is
It
really
may come
good,
down.
too.
Yeah, it may come down to 6 teams for 3 spots.
Yeah.
Braves, Mets, Padres, Cardinals, D-backs, Pirates. 6 teams for 3 spots. Now, I wouldn't. It's hard to rule those teams out now, but they're right on the verge of it. Like if you go from 4.5, 5.5 out to 7 out, you're done.
Yeah,
you're done. You're not 7 out. You're done. You're not coming back from that.
So that's what's on tonight. Not a lot of baseball. Not a lot of. So just take it easy, chill, watch what you want.
Any Olympics on tonight?
I don't think so. I know tomorrow's the opening ceremony. I think it starts
tomorrow's opening ceremony,
like 11 o'clock in the morning, Arizona time. I think. And have you seen what they're doing? I know you don't care that much about the Olympics.
Like I said, I saw the cardboard beds. I saw that they wanted to go like eco-friendly and not have air conditioning units, but then everybody complained, so they brought them in. What else are they doing?
They don't have a stadium in which they're doing the opening. You know how the athletes parade into the stadium? Instead, they're floating down the Seine. The river.
Are they really?
Yeah, so they're big boats that float down the Seine. And so, like, the men's Olympic, the U.S. Olympic team will float into the games on a boat on the Seine, the river. So it's going to look really different. Cool. And, it's going to be cool. The Olympics aren't for everybody. We're certainly not going to talk about it a lot on the show. I know that. I do enjoy watching them, though. I do. Like, if there's nothing else on, I'll pop some Olympics on for a couple of hours and watch the competition.
Yeah, but it has to be a sport you like, right?
Swimming, I like the swimming competitions. I'm not that big into track and field.
If baseball was in the Olympics, would you be jacked up for it?
I'd be interested to watch it.
Okay.
Especially if baseball, they'll never do this, but if they pause the game for a month so that players could go to their respective countries,
right,
and play Olympic baseball, that'd be cool. That'd be so cool. It's what they try to do with the World, but then you run into the same problems with the World Baseball Classic. Hey, my guy can only throw this many innings, and my guy can only play that many games, and I don't want him to get hurt, and it's that same old argument. Want to thank the Arizona Cardinals. Day 1 out here was wonderful. We had a great time, great guests. I don't know if anything will top the story that Mac Wilson told us when he was on with us earlier about buying a house for his mom for Mother's Day.
She told me that she wanted to – first I asked her if she wanted to move to Atlanta. This was like a few years back. She was like, no, she wanted to stay in Montgomery at the time. And then like a year later, like a year ago, it changed, obviously, because I bought a home in Houston. And then she told me she wanted to stay close to me, so I was able to find her a house like 15 minutes around the street. And I closed on it, I think, early January, February, I think.
Okay.
And then I was able to furnish it by Mother's Day, get everything in there. And I told her I wasn't getting her none on Mother's Day because I wanted to do like a trip for all the ladies in my family to Houston.
Uh-huh.
So I kind of told them I had them an Airbnb, everything's set up. You guys just pull up and, it's good. So she came to the house and it was all decked out and it said "Welcome home, Mom" and things like that. So it was pretty dope.
So she thought it was an Airbnb,
right,
and it was actually her house,
right,
when you guys pulled up.
Right.
How did she react?
I was pretty cool. Mom was super emotional, obviously, but I tried to be tough and stuff like that. And
come on, not with your mom. You can't be tough with your mom.
Yeah, I got emotional like later on that day. Obviously, it's a surreal moment for me with me, being 26 and accomplishing a lot of stuff like this is pretty dope.
I think it was that was just so awesome. I mean, living in a car, living in hotels, struggling, and be able to do that for your mom. I mean, that's why so many of these guys, they play this game for, the fame and the fortune, but to be able to do something for the loved ones that helped them get to where they are.
We had Trey McBride on the show, and you asked him what the ceiling is for this offense, and he basically said how high can you go?
I think the ceiling is the best offense in the league. I mean, there's no question about that. We have so much talent. We have so many guys on this offense that can make plays, and you can't cover us all. So I'm super excited to see where we go and how how well we do together.
That's a pretty high ceiling.
The best offense in the league?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the best offense in the league. And, we asked Mac Wilson about the defense. Like, nobody's really, giving the defense much credit. And, he said, he said all the right things. Like, there's a lot of guys out there that want to prove themselves. So, like, guys out there that, want to, that are going to play hard. I think that the offense does have a high ceiling. Could it be the best offense in the league? I wouldn't think that, but I would expect that it's going to be a top 10 offense in the league.
All right, just for the record, the best offense in the league last year in terms of yards per game?
Yeah.
You want to guess?
Ravens?
No, the Miami Dolphins.
Dolphins.
Ravens were
of
6th.
course.
Yeah, the Dolphins,
the
followed by the
Dolphins.
49ers and the Lions. That's yards per game. If you go points per game, it was the Cowboys, the Dolphins, the Niners, and then the Ravens were number 4. So
Ravens were 4 in points.
In points per game.
Yeah, Dolphins had a great offense.
Dolphins had a great offense. Yeah. And that's, is that the ceiling? I mean, everything would have to go right, I think, for the Cardinals to have the best offense in the end. And by everything, I mean Paris Johnson Jr. is a baller at left tackle. Jonah Williams is awesome at right tackle. Your two-headed monster at running back is exactly that, a monster. Marvin Harrison Jr. is Rookie of the Year type stuff. Kyler Murray stays healthy, and everything we saw, like everything would have to be pitch perfect. And if that happens, yes, I think they could be the best offense in the NFL, but I think that's the only way it happens. There's some really established offenses out there in the NFL. I don't know if the Cardinals can get there.
No, that Lions offense is fantastic.
Fantastic.
I mean, that Gibbs and Montgomery combination, and then
your boy Amon-Ra St. Brown.
And Goff had a great year. That's a terrific offense.
Should get you an Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey for your birthday.
I don't know that I'm a Lions fan. I'm just a fan of his.
That's going to do it for us. We're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together.